So I'll open the meeting and then we'll go out. Oh.
Up day.
Very good.
We're good? Call to order of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is August the 9th at 8:30 a.m. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
In that case, we're open for protests. And the first thing we're going to do is we have a letter to read.
The great Karnak. She obviously doesn't have it. We're looking for a letter.
She gave it to you.
No,
She was thinking about it. How are you?
I'm all right. What's happening?
Same old stuff.
Hope your weekend was good.
Yeah, it was all
It feels like mine. Is this a letter to the audience? I think that's from last week.
Yeah, I think so. Tried to trick me. It's at August 5th, I think is what came up on my thing first, but
Look at the date. This would be-
hey there, how are you?
I'm going.
Okay. This is dated or received August 6th, last Friday. Regarding Casa de Swans, Lot 1 at 801 Patton Street. Let's see, property.
Pigton House.
Okay. Dear Aransas County Appraisal District Board, thank you for granting my husband and I a hearing on July 12th, 2021 at 4 p.m. regarding our property tax dispute. The heavy rains that occurred earlier this month did further damage to our house at 801 Patton Street. And we have had to pay significant out-of-pocket expenses to fix the damage. In addition to the heavy rainstorm earlier this month, we are still repairing our home from the damage Hurricane Harvey did to us. The new rain that occurred has set us back further. We can't get a break. We ask you to please consider putting us at the $860,000 mark. Keep it fair, i.e. 5 to 11%, and use the same guidelines that you use for other similarly situated homeowners in Aransas County. We are 74 years old and retired. We never thought we would be at this point in our lives. We had an engineer look at the problem. Our house is 150 years old. Back then, when they bricked the house, the brick is like concrete with no expansion joints, i.e. they never put in the expansion joints that we desperately need. To fix the problem, we need to re-brick, adding expansion joints so that the water can't go into the brick and into the house. Currently, we don't have the money to do this repair. We've considered tearing down the main house and living in a one-bedroom garage apartment. We hope that you consider taking us to the $860,000 mark, I guess, instead of the $910,000. We appreciate your time. Randy and Charles Picton.
But they have a hearing scheduled.
They've already, so just a little bit of context. This came in a packet that was dropped off into our Dropbox. The very first letter in the packet was the letter that you just read. I had a phone conversation with Ms. Picton this morning, and I said, you just returned everything to us along with this letter. I said, It's explained what your next steps can be, because she started to fill out the SOA hearing stuff, and she's not eligible for a SOA hearing because the rendered value would have had to have been in excess of $1 million, which it's not. It started off at 1.004. If you or the ARB decided to go to 910,000, I just explained to her, I said, your remedies are either a lawsuit or binding arbitration. I'm going to make a copy of this entire thing and I'm going to send it back to you in certified mail. But the first letter is addressed to you, and you should do with whatever you want to.
We can't change our
No,
Did,
amount that we.
she said they had
a
a
hearing.
they had a hearing on the
Yeah,
12th,
yeah,
and we did have a hearing.
Yes, you
Oh,
did.
okay,
I
okay.
remember. Yeah, I kind of remember. Yeah.
Well, the whole thing stems to, the condition of the house on January 1st, and that was some Harvey damage and some rain damage. Storm is a bad choice of word, but rain over a period of time that said the balcony upstairs was leaking backwards into the house. And, I think we remedied it as best we could. But this rain they're talking about just happened a couple of weeks ago. So,
there's nothing we can do.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna
You
make
already
a,
explained what they can do, right?
Yes, but the first letter is addressed to you, so if you want to respond, that they've had their hearing and the remedy is either lawsuit or binding arbitration. If you want to spell that out as well.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. So I'm gonna make a move then, or motion on the Picton home at 801 Patton Street, that we explain to the Pictons that we have already rendered, is that the correct term? Rendered, gone through the hearing and made a judgment, and we cannot change that at this time. It's beyond our control to change. And that their only remedy is to go to binding arbitration or lawsuit.
Okay.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
All right.
They're still working out there?
Yeah, there's two, there's one agent company, but there's two individuals, and they've got commercial, they've got regular, and then they've got some ag property. So we'll see how many can work out.
Okay.
We've been here before.
So Charlie, I'm supposed to ask you about a duck dinner. A duck dinner. Apparently something happened at training once. Over duck for lunch.
Oh,
We went to a Thai restaurant in Corpus last night, and Macaulay and I both had duck, and she said, Cindy said, you need to ask Charlie about eating duck in Victoria.
who was the lady
That's a
that?
fancy calculator with yellow on everything.
There was a lady on the
Probably
board at the time.
3 years ago.
Old timer, she's dead now.
I
She
have,
died a couple of years
I
ago,
doubt it work free of charge.
but she was a CPA,
I bought
little, short little lady, really nice.
calculator.
Anyway,
when I was in
she-
college. I even waited a year.
And we went to the training
Price came down
in
by
Victoria,
$295.
and she said, oh, you gotta go to this
Reverse Polish
restaurant,
rotation and stuff like that.
Thai or something.
And now you probably couldn't
Okay, fine.
sell it for
Yeah.
So
$5.
I'm not driving,
Oh,
I'm
these are cool.
shotgun. Two
Sounds
girls
fine,
are in the
but-
back seat. And a guy from Lamar was on the board. He was driving, his SUV. So we go to this restaurant and nothing on the menu appeals to me except this duck, and I got the duck and it was terrible. And it is absolutely horrible. And we get out, and it had already taken us a long time because my duck, it turned out to take an eternity to bring it.
Hatchet.
So, yeah, they had a hatchet, so we were already late. And we come up to this railroad crossing, and there's a train coming.
Oh,
So we
that's
wait
right.
for the
That's right, I
train.
heard that, yeah.
We wait for the train, And the train keeps going.
Go.
I don't know how many cars there were, but it must have stretched for miles. And he's creeping along through the city
Oh,
intersection, right? So we get back to the session. And the guy was doing it from Austin, but he had cameras on the room. So he saw us come in and made some snarky remark about nice of you to come back. They were already started up again for the afternoon. So nice of you to come back, Rockport. Okay, I get it. And then they made us stay after school for another 20 minutes after everybody else left because we've been 20 minutes late coming in. Can't handle it.
Well, Cindy's story was that they weren't gonna give you the certificate, so basically there wasn't gonna be an ARB in Rockport ever. Without the certificate.
but
She was
yeah,
like,
we
no,
didn't-
you can't do that.
Yeah, we didn't spend the extra 20 minutes. They were gonna
Nefarious stuff.
take their pound of flesh.
So where'd you go eat Thai food?
Place called Thai Spice. It's downtown at the corner of Water Street and something else.
Okay,
And doesn't help much, but it's Water Street and something else.
okay,
And it's really, really, really good. The old man is from Thailand and his wife.
okay.
And it's very small.
His wife does all the cooking, doesn't she?
She is the chef, that is
Yeah.
correct, but, and I don't know if they're not spring chickens, but he waits on the tables and he has a couple of helpers that help him. But the food is amazingly authentic, really good. Thai
Okay.
food. And they bring you order a dinner and it comes out on a platter. And it's
Okay.
a really cool platter because it's got like this giant wedge of pineapple
Okay,
that's in the hush, but it's all cut
Yeah.
up and decorated really nice. So it comes out to your table and it's really good. The flavors are amazing.
oh, okay, keep that in mind.
But we had duck. Macaulay and I had duck and it was 3 pepper spicy. He said, "Oh, you like spicy?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
I look over at my son, he's got tears coming down both sides. His face is beet red and he keeps wiping his nose. That's like, a little hot for you, son? He was like, "It's good, but man, it's hot."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And Cindy right at this moment, she loves hot, but she can't deal with spicy
Yeah.
at the moment. So she had, I think, salmon on something.
Yeah.
Salmon on pad thai.
Okay,
And everything they had was really good. And they had this homemade coconut ice cream for dessert that had almonds on it. And,
yeah,
almonds and lychee, little pieces of lychee.
Yeah.
But it's homemade.
okay,
And it kind of tastes like they took a piece of coconut, and put it in the freezer because
yeah,
it's kind of meaty. But yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
It's authentic.
I've not eaten there. I've eaten at,
House of Thai.
no, Thai Cottage.
Yeah. Oh, that's what, that's
Yeah.
what I'm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually I'll say a regional chain out of Houston.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, yeah, they've got 4 or 5 locations in Houston. It's a well-known, but really popular place in Houston, all their restaurants.
I like hitting all the cool places in Houston. We'll go up there.
Yeah,
It's about the only exciting thing about reason
Yeah.
to go to where we go, but
So the fellow from Houston who owned the boat that I captained in Rotan,
Uh-huh.
used to go to all the boat shows. He was a
Rip.
Right. He went to the boat shows and when they had the in-the-water boat shows in Corpus for a couple of years.
I went to them all, both of them. I guess it was only a
Yeah,
couple of years.
just a couple of years, and he used to like that restaurant.
Yeah.
He'd go buy us dinner there.
Oh, so good. Tiny little place, real
Yeah.
quaint. Last night it was full of, I guess they were doctors and their families, the Middle Eastern doctors and their families from like Pakistan and India.
okay,
And we got there and there was only like 2 or 3 people in the place. And then as we were eating, big, huge tables of families came in. And that place got real small, real fast. And then they actually have like a little patio that's out on Water Street. That's like well, it's like this, but
Okay.
it's outside. I don't know how they did it because it was hot. But there must have been 20 people. One family, they all sat outside until we moved along. But it's good. Yeah, it's really good. So, it's worth going, worth trying.
Thai spice.
Fast spots. Okay. I can't tell you even what it's across from.
Okay.
Um,
I enjoy going to Terry's Thai there in Ingleside.
Is it still there?
Still there. Yeah. I think they moved the last couple of years. I wasn't at the old location, but some maps you look at it, it's down the street now a little bit.
We started going, that's the vet, I use a veterinarian in Ingleside.
Okay.
And I found out about it from them. And it was always really good, but since Harvey, I understand their building got wiped out.
Yeah.
And then Terry moved on, but there's another family that's running it now.
Oh,
It's supposed
okay.
to still be as good.
Yeah,
as it
it's
was.
a good place.
Just haven't been, but they always have their curries.
Mhm.
Amazing.
They're pretty
Green curry, and red curry.
Anything green is to be dealt with care.
Right.
Used to be that way in Honduras. The red stuff is okay. But if they brought out the little bottle of green,
Try a couple of drops first.
yeah,
Might light you up.
let's not go there.
They're like those Scotch bonnets in the central.
Oh, they do like their Scotch bonnets.
Simple light you up.
Oh, yeah.
Scotch bonnet.
It's a habanero.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Type of pepper.
Yeah, it's yellow on it. The way it's curled into the
Okay.
top looks like a Scotch hat.
Okay. I remember the first time I
But
had.
they're mean.
we had a little couple that took care of us when we were in Costa Rica. That took the whole family. I mean, whole family. We had 20-something people, all at Los Sueños in Costa Rica, and we had this couple. And last night they wanted to fix us a traditional Costa Rica dinner, and they did, and it was delicious. And I've replicated it a couple of times. But one of the things that they did was they would put 2 whole Scotch bonnets in this. It's chicken in coconut milk, and served over rice. But
Okay.
they put 2 whole Scotch bonnets in it,
Okay.
and they said, "Don't break them.
Yeah.
They're just there for the sweetness.
Yeah.
They're not there for the heat." So if you overboil it or
Yeah.
over simmer it or get them to, or leave them in there too long.
Yeah, break open.
They'll break open. Their hands full. And I don't even use it when I make it because it's like, nah.
The
Not everybody likes to eat.
boys on the boat used to cook stuff in between regular meals. And one of them came up to the bridge one morning with a cup of something. And it wasn't coffee. And I said, "What do you got there?" He says, "Fish tea." I said, "What's fish tea?" He said, "Well, we made it overnight. They took all the bones from the snapper that we had the day before.
This doesn't sound like a good idea.
The bones, the head, everything. Threw it in a pot.
They'd stop.
Made stock out of it, but they threw in some vegetables,
Well,
chopped up.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, simmered it overnight. What they didn't tell me was how many Scotch bonnets they put.
Oh, shit.
But I said, "Can I have one? You gonna pour one for me?" You sure? Yeah, come on. So he poured a cup for me, and I tell you, I finished it, but it was, ooh, it was hot.
Yeah, stop. Just stop.
And that's all it was. It's just taking everything out of it. And it was just the stock left.
Oh, yeah.
Called tea,
Yeah.
fish tea.
But it's makes for good flavored foods. I don't know about drinking it by itself. It's a little strong.
It was. For sure.
Yeah, some of the greatest memories was following the aggressor, the Belize aggressor around. We had a couple of different times, but we had a 44-foot and a 46-foot Fountain Pajot catamaran that we would just follow the Belize aggressor around, and we would anchor and spend the night. In fact, we slept in the Blue Hole one night. We anchored up and cooked steaks, and we had stolen some lobsters out of the park, and I think the statute of limitations was expired with the video recording. Let's hope. But we poached a few lobsters. Stayed and slept in the Blue Hole, but we would follow the Belize aggressor around and kind of dive where they did. If we ran out of something, they would usually trade. Mainly cigarettes. They like cigarettes.
Okay.
We carry extra three or four cartons of cigarettes with us.
Yeah.
None of us smoke, but we keep them just because, we tried to trade booze with them. They're like, we got all the booze.
Cigarettes are very expensive over
Apparently
there, I
so.
believe.
Yeah.
Even when we were there, that was years ago.
Tax them heavily. Is that why they?
You happen to see there was an article maybe yesterday or Saturday. It was titled Critical Rock Theory.
Yeah.
There's some huge rock. Is it University of Wisconsin or something?
Michigan, wasn't
Yeah. Some huge rock that had been unearthed,
Okay.
and they had moved it to some place on campus. And so on.
I heard about that.
And all these people were.
You know why they moved
well,
it, right? We can't say that on camera. I don't even want to talk about it.
It had the nickname of the rock that people would always call it was, the N word. And
There's a similar rock down on the King Ranch shoreline as you're going through the Laguna Madre, Baffin Bay. It's a landmark for fishermen, but it has its name. Like you didn't just say that, but yeah. So they moved this rock.
yeah, right. Jeez. That's a really important thing to deal with.
Yeah.
Keeps everybody mind on something else. Take it off and all.
Yeah. God, the world is ending. McDonald's is running low on paper bags due to supply pressures.
Apparently there is now. I don't know if you know. I don't know if anybody else drinks Topo Chico, but we buy Topo Chico for a mixer. It's a mineral water. It comes out of Mexico. I drink it because it's just sparkling water. Use it as a mixer. Use it just by itself. Tastes good, and it stays carbonated, even with the, you can pop a cap on it. Like opening club soda, it's flat in like 15, 20 minutes, the whole bottle. Topo Chico, you can leave it out with the top off. Like if you didn't finish it, you just leave it on the counter. 2-3 days later, you come back, pour it over ice and still bubbling.
Wow.
I don't know how that happens, but it just does. Supposedly it comes out of the ground with carbonation.
Okay.
They say that about Perrier too, but I've never had anything like that. But apparently there's a national shortage of Topo Chico since Coca-Cola bought.
What's the liquor store that's on 35?
Lighthouse.
No.
Spanky's.
Spanky's. We were in Spanky's over the weekend, and they had a couple of cases of Topo Chico right by the front door.
Yeah, H-E-B is completely out.
So if you're looking for it, they may still have some.
I have to go there. Went to Sam's yesterday, but I didn't feel like lugging around a case of Topo Chico. So
They had a couple of cases there stacked up in front of the door.
cool.
I didn't know what it was, but I remember seeing it. Name caught my eye.
Did y'all know? Do you know any of the other IBM people here in town? Ex-IBM people here in town?
Yeah.
We got into a conversation last night about some of the teachers that Rockport Fulton has had over the years. And I can't recall this fellow's name right this moment, but we were talking about him last night, and he taught at school. I think he taught mathematics, but I think he also taught physics and chemistry, some of the sciences. He was a doctor. A doctor, something starts with a B, but his history is he was retired IBM, one of the early IBMers, and he was a research and something. He had a PhD in chemistry.
We had another guy here before I came.
Well, Bill Cates, as I recall,
Yeah,
but I don't know if he lived in Rockport or out in Port Aransas. Yeah, but he's the only other one that I recall.
This was a
Down
tall
at,
fellow with, I mean, he'd be late 60s, early 70s. Probably the latter, early 70s, and big head of gray hair. It's nice to be, but I cannot remember his name to save my life right this minute. It starts with a B. My son really liked
I read a book. There was a guy that had written a history of IBM, and it was really, technical nonfiction stuff. But it was interesting because we worked in the development lab, what they call development lab, but it was product development.
Sure.
And IBM has an area called research division, which does pure research on whatever they feel like, the salinity of the water in the Norwegian Sea or something like that. But what was interesting was back in the very early days in the 40s and 50s, what they called development really was research back then.
Okay.
Some of the stuff they did, in the early days of IBM, and development was just unbelievable in terms of things that they.
Were they doing it for somebody else? Other
No.
companies,
It
or
was for a lot of it was for component and computer development.
Yeah.
Transistors and tubes and all kinds of interesting stuff. And it is interesting too, when you get into some of the processes that they use, like ferrite core memory. Before they had silicon-based memory, was little cores, little donuts of magnets that were wound, and they had huge arrays of these things that were each one was a bit in the memory, and they had little ladies that this was in Poughkeepsie, I think, that all day. I mean, all they did was just spend all day just winding.
Carpal tunnel.
Yeah, well. I think you think back on the stuff we had. Probably told you about the time we were doing a thing for the Brazilians in New York, right? And we took the computer that we were using a lot was IBM 1130, which was a small 16-bit machine, had 32K of memory. and back then programming was cool because it was really elegant because it was such a limited amount of memory, you were having to do overlays and stuff like that. But the disk drives were these huge wash tub kinds of things that had the equivalent of half of a diskette worth of data that we have now. It's just
Isn't it amazing how it started, where it started?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the economies of scale, how it just
Cause I remember going to Radio Shack, TRS,
TRS 80.
and there was one, seemed like there was one before the TRS 80. That was sort of a you build it kind of thing, but it really didn't do a whole lot. I think there was one game on it or something you could play with, but a tiny little thing.
Commodore computer.
Commodore 64.
Yeah.
Commodore 64 was one of them. Yeah, I had all those. Didn't really see the functionality of the use of it. It's not anything that you get really excited about.
Remember being somewhere, it's a museum, I'm trying to think where it was. Anyway, they had the evolution of the hard drive,
Yeah,
and as recent as 1980, you know, you had these
huge thing.
big
Yeah.
discs with an external motor and things, and then they got by 84, 86, you know, they shrunk down very quickly.
Yeah. Well, the geometries involved with spinning mechanical hard drives is just phenomenal. Where the heads are just like so close to the surface of the
Okay.
platter, and you get this Bernoulli effect with the airflow, you know, underneath,
Right.
which has to they actually it has to start spinning up to get the air effect so that the heads won't touch.
Okay.
And you have certain effects where the hard drives would work in this orientation and sometimes in this orientation, but never in that orientation upside down. And you always have to be careful about how you orient it. Yeah,
Or store it,
exactly.
or transport it.
We had to park them.
Oh, I remember having to do
Park
that,
them.
yeah.
The
You're gonna move
heads
the
were off
computer,
the
yeah.
ladder.
Yeah, before you shut things down.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. We went to the AT&T store yesterday to get all new phones.
Really?
Everybody got a new phone. Because the AT&T for certain models will give you this huge trade-in bag. I think my colleague's got like $700 trade-in against a new phone. And like, when this thing becomes a brick,
Yeah.
Paula had a 6 and it was worth $20.
Yeah.
But Cindy's in that 7 plus that we've had for 5-6 years. Still worth $350.
Wow.
Right. So it's kind of like, I mean, it's not gonna be worth $350 for much longer. So
Yeah.
you could trade in on another phone, which is
Yeah.
paying way too much for it, obviously, but at least it's on new technology. Cindy's adamant that she wanted 512 gigabytes of memory. It was like storage, I mean.
Yeah.
Storage. And what are you going to do with all this storage? She goes, I just want it. I said, well, you can have anything you want, but let's pull yours up and show that after 5-6 years, you still have 90% of your 128 available.
Yeah.
The guy that was helping us goes, 512 is a laptop of storage. So, do you really need the extra $130 or whatever it was for that much storage? I guess not.
I started to look just for a little while over the weekend, thinking about Spectrum, maybe moving to Spectrum Mobile. But yeah, I've been on AT&T for quite a while, and
It was singular when I first got on.
yeah, right. Yeah, I'll have to find that video and show it to you. It was a thing Colbert did a long time ago, where he traced the evolution of, you know, AT&T to Singular to Southwestern Bell to Bell South and blah blah blah, and you ended up right back at AT&T.
And we started working on this about 6 months ago because it was obvious that Cindy's sister Paula absolutely needed a phone because it was going downhill really fast. I mean, it was deteriorating the battery. She has to keep it plugged in or it just goes to nothing.
Yeah. Is it a smartphone or a flip phone?
It's a smartphone. It's
Okay.
a 6. It's an iPhone 6.
Okay.
But it's it was just old and had been through a lot. And the short version is we started researching and we go to Sam's, and Sam's has a program, and then Costco, they got a program. And every time you talk to somebody, you get a different story. We were talking about things like, I remember being a little kid and we had a phone in the house and it was black. And it had one of these.
A dial thing, yeah, right.
And our number was mutual 50957.
Yeah.
And nobody knows what mutual five. My parents' office was Jackson 51272. This was in the 60s.
Yeah.
And it was, but you had a choice of phones
Yeah.
as long as it was black and had one of these. There was no punch at the time, of course, y'all know that, but. And the comment was made, didn't really vote for that AT&T breakup of. Because it was so easy, you just got a phone.
Yeah,
you plugged
right.
it into the wall, you talked to somebody, you hung it up, it was great.
I don't know what the situation was where I was trying to use a dial phone, with then you had the round dial thing. Boy, it's tough.
You have to leave your finger in there all the way to the little thing.
Yeah, right.
If you don't, then you don't get the right number.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
We have some administrative to go through. Unfortunately, the way we'll do this is we'll go through it once
Mhm.
and then
Yeah.
get on with the process.
Alright.
Thank the governor for this. We're about to open a series of hearings on case numbers 2021 through -622, 1057, 1058, 1060, 1064 through
You just tell you.
She said that to you.
You shouldn't have put your shirt on. You must have anything at the
That's what messed it up, man.
I know.
So,
The train of thought.
Bill, did you finally make it out of the grocery store? No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you finally make it out of the grocery store?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yes, I was wondering.
So I do that. I hate the
But
grocery store.
I have a list of my notes,
So do I. And I've still got.
but I still see pretty butterflies and shiny things, so it's like, and then you run into something.
Of course.
The mask thing was pretty good because you could get in and out of the grocery store, but nobody knew who you were.
That's right.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
So you didn't stop and talk. You just said that you got out of there.
Read that list. For sure.
I guess we're headed back someday.
read one.
This whole list behind it.
I am seeing some on this docket. I don't know if this is this current one, but there's some on here that have been settled too. But a couple weeks ago.
Which ones?
Best Hancock we did this morning. Spa Tech, pretty sure Ray already sent me a no change on that one.
That's a different question.
I know,
You can do it
but I
again?
just recognized them, of course.
Okay.
More time with Peter.
That door is like super nice. She didn't really slam it.
No, we know.
I used to work in the office with lady. Thomasita, she was just at her top. It was actually
This one's
2
settled.
blocks over here. And the doors was one part of the office. Okay. Really thick and heavy and had some sort of actuator on it and it just slammed every time you closed it unless you really gave it.
Yeah.
A break. And so every time somebody would leave to take a smoke break, we'd look at each other and go, Thomasita's mad. You know, angry.
So who's June?
Jeanette,
June. Oh. June.
Bohemian.
Unit. Okay. Got it. Yeah.
That's me and her, actually.
Oh, cool. Where y'all at?
Port O'Connor, Victoria. I live in Port O'Connor and that's where we started out. And Kenzie's my daughter. And now she's been working with me, who knows how many years. And so we were both senior property tax consultants. And so she lives in Victoria, and so we got a small office here, and so I just drive from Port O'Connor to Victoria every day. Only 45 miles.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Cool. Yeah, I just figured out that not June K, it's a June.
We hear it every other which way you can imagine. Mostly GK.
Are you any relation to somebody who's about my age, 30s?
If it's got the last name Junick, I'm sure we are.
Yeah.
But we're not a real close knit
My daughter was
family
at home
type deal.
with
Yeah,
her
he
son
was
or with
about
her
my age.
husband and their dog.
We're at.
Right here.
They were called
Fed.
There's David Lee.
Fed.
Yeah, I've got a nephew named David Lee. I had a cousin named
Get it?
Travis who was in the railroad business years ago.
Fed.
He got elected to raise tariffs into a deal and I had another cousin named Gary.
Yes.
Again, that's from a few years ago.
In Rockport?
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
Years and years. What else do y'all do for fun?
This is it. I mean, it's all we do.
Is this how you spent your summer? I know. I feel like our boat, we never take it out because now summers, it's just property taxes. And it used to be very definitive. It started and stopped, and now we have some counties that we still have 2020 protests outstanding.
Really?
So I'm like, I don't know if this is ever gonna end.
With that?
We have hundreds of them still from 2020. And there's really, we can't figure out why it's thrown out. And so, I've got some issues in Calhoun County that need to be handled for 2020 before we handle 2021, because that's the basis of what's gonna happen. So there's a protocol and procedure that should be followed, but
Well, yeah, and as y'all know, it was just, no one knew what to do when COVID hit. It was like do we work from home? Some districts worked from home, some districts worked at the office, but were separated. And then I think that they just went home and were overwhelmed and couldn't get their work done, and now so far into the next year, it's hard to.
Yeah.
one thing with us that makes it a little awkward is I refuse to do Zoom or audio hearings. And the reason is I've got one county that I perceived, because I could hear them, exactly what was going on. I like seeing the eyes and looking at facial expressions, and, it means everything in the context of the conversation. And so I don't care if I gotta wait 2 years to sit before somebody that can spend time and effort to listen to what I'm doing and look at the evidence. It's worth it to us.
There's a lot of human contact. When it gets lost on the phone, because you can easily say no to somebody on the phone. It's too hard to say face to face.
That's right.
Why am I waiting?
No.
I had an ARB in another county
I understand.
I was addressing with the chairman.
Yeah.
And I
She has to
noticed
research.
he keep looking to the side,
And
and I
if
look
there's
over and one of the other ARB members
she's gonna
was
give us
making
the-
faces and winking and laughing with the appraiser who's sitting behind. And I'm not gonna say I blew up, but I came to a screeching halt and asked him, I called him out, and I laid into him, and they didn't stop me, so I kept going.
through, everything that's highlighted pink is a warehouse as classed by the appraisal district. As I'm going through here, the numbers out to the side indicate the ratio for that property. That's comparing how the appraisal district is valuing the property to what the sales price indicates. As I'm going through here, the first property is 135% overappraised. The next one is 26 overappraised. The following property is 117% overappraised. The next property is 156% overappraised.
Is
The next one-
this sales ratio report the same one that?
Yeah, the district provided,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And 35% overappraised, 12% overappraised. You go on and on, they're almost all overappraised. And so what this tells me is there's something major going on here. The other parts of this that I think are important to look at is there's a lot of different classes. Even there's a residential property thrown in here, different categories or different types of commercial property. And so what I did is I went through the warehouse properties and examined those sales a little bit more closely. And then I went ahead and excluded, there's one property that was purchased. It's classed as a warehouse, but it was purchased and then was approved to have a apartment complex and multi-family storages, that kind of thing. Took that out because obviously the guy didn't purchase the property to have a warehouse. So I removed that. And then another property that was classed as a warehouse that's in the ratio study is an RV park. I excluded that because the owner probably didn't consider the one warehouse. It was Woody's RV park. I'm sure y'all are used to that. This is showing the property that I excluded that was zoned for apartment complex and RV park and storage. So I excluded that. It was previously classed in the ratio study as a warehouse. The next one I excluded was a barndominium, which is residential. I excluded the retail, and then that came to a median value of 1.72, which means that the warehouse properties, as indicated by the appraisal district, were 72% overpriced. That tells me that when they switch to the income approach, if you're 72% appraised and people are paying this rate, that means that if the appraisal district is using income to value this, buyers and sellers are not coming up with their values based on income, or those would be a lot closer together. For us to be 72% overappraised is a little wild. If I take out the outlier, there was a ratio of 0.59. If I remove that, it comes to a 2.17, which means we're 117% overappraised on these properties. The COD is also off on the appraisal district's ratio study. It should be in this kind of market area between a 5 and a 2, and I believe it was in the 30s. That's just a measure of reliability. So we're looking at, as you're developing these models, you have to test them and say, is the data that I'm putting into my system reliable, and is it producing credible results? And what this is all showing us is that the data that went in, this is a bigger topic, but there's so much to be doing. Avon doesn't have time necessarily to go look at every single sale. And when bad data comes in, you get bad data out, and then that's how we end up where we are. So going through all of this information, again, there's no income information. These are owner occupied, so they don't have income information to supply. There are times where that's appropriate. Sales are showing that we're way overvalued. So then we've prepared a cost report, because that is something that we can hang our hat on. Marshall & Swift is a national, renowned company for doing this that can determine a value within a particular zip code on a particular day for its particular type of property. We changed, and you can kind of this is a Marshall & Swift description. The occupancy, they tell you the descriptions of the properties, and you're able to see which one it fits most into. This one, based on Marshall & Swift, if you see that bottom right circle right there in the pictures, it's showing a low cost retail store, class S. That means it's metal. And that's very, very similar to what the discount auto store is. So I selected that as occupancy, kind of went through, and again, this gets so granular and tight to what this particular property is. That indicated cost value based on the occupancy of a retail store is $291,340, and that is the value that we're requesting from the appraisal review board as indicated by the cost work at. When you go through, the occupancy descriptions are listed. And I've also provided a warehouse description. But again, when you look at these, this is the most comparable and it's the most reliable based on the information provided.
Okay, anything else? Okay. So we went an additional 3.5 minutes or so.
Okay, so you get 7 minutes.
She said, I don't know if that's it. I don't really know where to start. There's a lot of, most every point that she's making about our work is wrong. I don't agree with it, and it is not accurate at all. The thing that I said didn't exist was an anonymized report of our income-related data that could be handed out freely. Part of the problem is you can't give out people's income data. You have to pay for it. It's confidential. When people give it to us, we have to promise not to give it out. So when people say, well, I want to know what your data is that you use to make this, they can't have it. Because if we became a sieve for everybody's personal proprietary information, we would never get it. So it's not that it doesn't exist. We had this problem when the comptroller came in and said, the stuff needs to be done on income. And we said, you know, the data's not there, it's expensive, it's hard to find, I don't know where it is. They told us that's not a good enough answer. That it is out there. Commercial fee appraisers are all doing it. They're doing it. The comptroller's judging us on that basis. Go get it. And so we had to pony up a bunch of money, and it's taken a long time. This year is the first year that warehouses have been valued on income, and warehouses had an enormous equity problem because everything was depreciating into oblivion. Our cost schedules hadn't been updated in almost 20 years. So it's horrendously out of date. And one of the biggest effects of value on warehouses we're finding is location. You know, having a similar warehouse, one's on the bypass and one's in a neighborhood, has an enormous effect on market value, which is not going to be reflected whenever you just have a building that's sitting there depreciating with no transaction for years and years and years. And if it just get left there, it would end up, it's going to end up being worth less than a house. I mean, it's ridiculous that our values were getting to the point where they were ridiculous, where people had commercial properties that were making all of their living, that were valued at less than the house that they're living in off of those properties. It just was not working. So that was why we were told to make the change. Whenever our values were disputed, we said, well, here's the cost schedules and everything, and we were just told, we're not doing it on cost. Like, that's not the right way to do it. One of the most fundamental things that I'm hearing that is a problem is the number one most common use path violation, which is in determination of highest and best use. You cannot just assume it's the current use. That is the most commonly audited problem. Just saying, well, that's what it's being used for. That's what it is. That's not the end of highest and best use evaluation. You say, well, this is this, but it's being used for that. That's not a good enough job. You have to say, well, what are you doing with it is relevant, but what should you be doing with it is how property gets appraised when you go to sell it. You know, just because you're sleeping in your car doesn't mean someone's going to buy it to live in, right? When things transfer, we have to give these things a market value. I do think that there's definitely room for a settlement on this one based on things that have happened in the interim since notices have gone out. It's not worth less than $300,000. I don't even know how you get there. It's not realistic. The COD thing is, yeah, of course. If you have a COD of 2 to 5 on commercial properties, on all your income properties, you're chasing sales. There's no way to do that. If you could get a COD of less than 5 on an income mass appraisal, you shouldn't be here. You should just be at an investment bank and you'll become a billionaire because nobody can do it. You can't do that. So your COD is gonna be really high on commercial income properties. That's why, because we're not doing a sales comparison approach, it's an income approach. Sales on commercial properties are wildly misleading. There's a lot of things that go into them that, and a lot of considerations that are not real estate. But yeah, I don't know, that's pretty much it. Like, there is plenty of data, we just can't hand it out to people.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. So you have then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
There's a packet in my evidence that goes over section 2227 of the property tax code that addresses confidential information. We are allowed to get this data. Absolutely, there's no question that an appraiser has to be able to back up his opinions and conclusions as to what's going into and driving a property. It's concerning to me to say, well, this is what it is, but I'm not really sure based on how many properties it is, what type of property is. I've seen in the ratio study, there's some properties in here that shouldn't be included. And so not having that backup is concerning to me. I've also provided some information. I'm also not an attorney, so I encourage you to seek your counsel for an interpretation of that section of the code. But I can show you some examples of other counties. Harris County, the largest appraisal district in Texas, has provided their information for warehouses in particular to us, and even states. The attached report is copyrighted information and contains confidential information and valuable trade secrets of a third-party information provider. HCAD provides this material for use as required by Texas law for the specific use in the protest hearing scheduled on this account. There's no question we are allowed to see this data. Owners should have the information needed to understand their valuation, period. The problem is again, there's no income information, and I have a hard without seeing what the appraisal district is using. There's no, again, we're looking at burden of proof. There's no proof at all of any income information. The other problem I have with what Eamon's saying is he's saying the comptroller is making them do this. The comptroller isn't making them do this. And if you look at the PVS, which I've also included in my packet, it shows that these properties were not the problem. The real problem that Aransas County has is its big box stores, its Family Dollar, Dollar General, its Walgreens. Those are the lowest ratios, period. The other lowest ratios on the PBS, which is the comptroller's study of what's going on, are mini storages that are actually used for rent. We're not confusing that, but yeah, those are on cost, and these are owner occupied. There's no data on it, and they're being done on income.
Okay. We're closing. Got a minute.
I don't know what HCAD's doing. We have to be in contact with our attorney about this stuff. Our attorney has said that there isn't a day that goes by that he doesn't have an attorney general opinion open about requesting data from an appraisal district. Because we had to get an AG opinion on something. And I said, how's this gonna turn out? He said, this is pretty much all I do. He said at some point people figured out appraisal districts have data and it's worth money. And we are navigating through setting this up, and we're just following our legal counsel. Part of the thing that you can get from other counties is data, anonymized data from last year, sort of saying this is a sort of you can't tell who is who, you can't tell what is what, you can't say this property, this price relates to this property, but it's kind of in a generalized format to give you a sense of like, hey, this is what the market is doing. That's something that could be handed out. That's something that could be handed out to a property owner, but we don't have that from last year because it didn't exist last year. So any adjustment would be made based on stuff that I've seen in protest season this year, which isn't. It's just like people's P&Ls and income tax returns and that kind of thing. Also, the comptroller is absolutely making us do this. They are. I don't know why you're confident in saying they aren't. You weren't there, but I'm telling you they are. And that also isn't the problem. The real problem that made us fail our PBS, if you were there, you would know, is we didn't have MLS data anymore. MLS pulled our data, and because the study is done based on a weighted stratum, and then they weight the category, and then they weight the whole thing, without having MLS data, because it's all we used before, it tanked everything. So the commercial stuff has been horrendous for years. You never see it because everything's buried under the fact that they're just looking at MLS data, we're just looking at MLS data, and real estate agents just had this sort of like chokehold on all the information. And that problem they were having was, guess what? Appraisal districts were giving out MLS data, and so they stopped giving it to them. But anyways, I don't know why you guys think that warehouses don't get bought and sold in income, but they do.
There's been no evidence to support that, and I don't know if it's my turn yet.
Okay, yeah, you got an extra minute, so now you got 2 minutes for closing.
So no one's trying to make money on the CAD's information on this. I am only trying to use the data to determine the appropriate value. That's all it's used for. It's for statistical purposes only. I'm not asking to see people's P&L. Regardless, the burden of proof is to establish value. None of us have provided income information. There is no income information. We're seeing on the sales that they're overappraising these properties 127%. If the COD is at 33, I can guarantee you the comptroller, if they thought that the PBS was horrendous last time, this has taken it from a very close median to a 127% over. This has gone so far, the needle needed to maybe come here, and instead it went all the way this way. That's evidence not only in the CAD's ratio study, but in the PBS itself. We're still looking at burden of proof. What is the most reliable estimate of value on this property? And the most reliable estimate on this property isn't income. The sales show that it's not on income, is the cost. And that's what we've provided based on the preponderance of evidence. I feel that the indicated value of 291 through 40 is all we can really hang our hat on. This isn't really a warehouse. Again, if you look through the pictures, if you've been in this store, you know that it's not this top of the line Rolls Royce of a warehouse that you're going to rent out. This is a mom and pop shop that, if it even was to be rented, isn't going to rent for the amount that the appraisal district has indicated. I think that we've provided enough information to where I can rest assured that this value is the most true and correct we can get for 2021.
What's the relationship to the other warehouses in terms of the code? I'm not familiar with the WH2.
There's 3 warehouse categories, and it's the one.
It's the one in the middle. It is, okay.
It is insulated and air conditioned.
No, not mostly. It's mostly just racks.
Mostly just the front is insulated and air conditioned. Yeah, okay.
Also, with warehouses, you wouldn't expect it to be air conditioned and stuff. That would be something. The thing that would make it a class 3 warehouse would be like location, amenities. Can you get a forklift in there? It's like something that can really be used for serious operation. On a warehouse class 1, it's just like a little box stuck somewhere.
The lowest one would not have, maybe even have a concrete floor.
Right. It could even just be exposed sheet metal walls and stuff.
And your data here is coming from your purchase data that we've seen in many, many other cases. Okay. I'm looking at a.
Oh, and I will point out, I think that, I would have been happy to settle this thing in anticipation of next year at somewhere around 500,000. Because what I'm seeing based on what we've seen in here and hearings and everything else, I think next year it's gonna end up being around $6 a foot instead of $8 a foot in warehouse category.
Gross potential income of $72,000. So I don't think that number is high. They have 100% occupancy.
It's not what they're making on their business. This is what they would be making renting that building.
Renting the building.
It's just a rent factor on a 40-year-old
Yeah.
parts house.
If I may just interject a little bit, that, when you look at the value of this building, if someone were to come to buy it, to use it as it is right now, would they pay that for that structure? we're not talking about the land or anything else, just the structure, and that throws everything off. But when you look at cost through Marshall and Swift, in the true nature of the cost approach, you look at the occupancies, right? So you have a warehouse that's made for storage. You have a retail store that's made for retail. You have many storages that are made for rentals that are in a different type of warehouse. So to say you have three classes and this is in the middle and the one that's real shabby is one is really out of the realm of the direction that the cost approach goes. You need to know the occupancy. What is it used for? An office building, for example, has petitions keyed into the value into that cost to allocate for that.
We're not using the cost approach.
The
You don't even really need to categorize income value properties. You just need.
You certainly
It's a
do.
40-year-old.
You just need
Yeah.
numbers.
Let me just show you
It's
another
not
one.
a
Why?
$700,000.
in closing, I just like to say that we feel the income approach does not have any basis. It's unreliable.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing any reason to change, but if Damon's willing to mark it down, I'm open to.
Well, we have learned some things throughout this series. We've been doing this for 3 months. So that it makes sense to me that he would learn something and tune his numbers a little. But this thing is a warehouse. It's not a retail. It's got racks sitting on the floor. They could be swept out of there in 2 hours.
Inventory is stored in all retail.
Yeah,
This,
it's
just the
basic.
same as this one.
Those racks could be swept out of there in a heartbeat. And it's a big open warehouse.
You're right. You could have a Dairy Queen that tomorrow is a dentist office. The occupancy can change even though the building doesn't. But as it is right now, and the highest best use as it is right now is what it's being used for. But a retail
Not
store,
necessarily.
well,
Not necessarily. I could buy this building and sweep those racks out of there in a heartbeat and have a warehouse with a forklift running it.
at that point, your occupancy changes.
But
That's the way
the
it's
value of the
designed.
building didn't. The value of the building remained the same.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I
Again.
didn't change the building. I just swept the racks out.
Okay, if you have an office building and you take all the walls out, you change the value of the building.
Not
Because,
necessarily. We worked for IBM for a long time, and when IBM built walls, they were temporary walls. And you could sweep those walls out and it was a big open space. You could make it anything you wanted it
I
to be.
understand. I'm not trying to be argumentative, I just, in the
I
cost
know.
approach is what we do. And that's why Marshall and Swift has these occupancies, so you can fine tune things better. A barn dominium, for example, is a metal building. And then we add interior finish out. There's no occupancy for a barn dominium. This could be the same way. It's a metal building first, and then what you do to the inside makes the occupancy. And so it could be varying things, but this building is not making income on leases. There's no evidence of that. And so,
Well,
it
yeah,
cost
it's-
works.
Preponderance of the evidence, there is no income evidence.
I can go with the revised number.
Damon's revised numbers. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then. On case ID 2021-1948, account number 32585. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $692,310 to $500,000.
I'll second.
All in favor? It's closed. Opening case ID 1057, account 12125.
What is the next case? The case number.
1057.
Okay. Oh, start back up.
And would you like Eamon to go first? Or you?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Eamon.
12125 is a condo, so Lakeland North. Last year it was certified at 166,840. This year it's noticed at 269,280. There's a note in the property card that says buildings 200 and 300 are at 75% complete. That's based on an inspection October 30th, 2020. There's a note in here that says recent Allegro North sale, unit 406. In previous hearings, we've heard that Allegro North is not permitted to currently sell their units. Turns out that's not the case.
I haven't been provided that evidence, I'm not sure if I'm okay with this being presented.
It's right here. It's in our evidence on the front. Recent Allegro North sale.
I was
unit
provided,
406.
I wasn't even provided a packet for these. Appraisal card. This is literally,
Did y'all check the evidence requested box?
yes, absolutely.
I'm not sure, that's not, Beth and I'll do that. Do we want to get Beth in here and find out? Let's grab it on her. Okay. All right, well, I'll keep going when she gets in here, we'll try to find out what happened. Yeah, that's what I think. Okay, so the unit 406, we have it 298,540. And it's sold for 380. There you go. The sales grid is other condos. The condos that we have sales for are in Bay House. The Bay House condos with a lot of activity in there. They're not as nice as Allegro North, but in any case, the indicated value when adjusted to be like the subject is 264,460, which indicates a downward adjustment of about $5,000. It's within a margin of error, but it is an indicated negative adjustment. The equity grid just shows other properties in the Allegro North. They're all the same. They're all tracking with each other. Their effective ages have all been reset because they were taken down to the studs, whatever they were before. The hurricane is kind of immaterial. How they get updated and taken care of from here on out will kind of keep up with that. But that's pretty much it. The sales in Bay House are what the best comps that we have evidence for condos and what they're selling for. The Bay House condos are generally considered to be they're economically inferior to Allegro North. They sell for less. And they're 355, 295, 295, and 260. So our value on Allegro North seems pretty well supported by comparable market data, but the most recent sale of one of these says that they're probably way off.
Stop the time.
Yeah, sure, no, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah.
That's all that's in the evidence.
Yeah, let's,
Okay. Let's find out what.
what's up with the evidence?
I can go ahead and present if you'd like, but I would appreciate not having things thrown in the hearing that I haven't been made aware of or provided in advance.
Well, it's just a evidence packet, like if you didn't get the evidence, then it means you didn't even get the sales grade.
I didn't.
Right, so if you're trying to dismiss everything about this property that I'm talking about, because you didn't get your
We could
evidence.
go over the appraisal part, but that's about it.
She's looking it up. She's has to go into it and see how it was sent. She's gonna have to trace it. So she said it was sent, but she's gotta get the backup. So hold on one second.
Thank you.
And while we're waiting, is this a pervasive issue with all of your cases, or is this just one or two?
Yeah.
These are two that Ray and I worked and talked about, and he's the one that said, hey, take this to the board. There's significant issues.
Can you give me the case numbers that you don't have evidence on?
These two I know for sure.
Which,
So-
so 32585.
12125
okay,
and 12135. Ray and I worked as a worksheet
okay.
in a spreadsheet and then discussed over the phone. There's
So just two that you didn't receive a packet on, correct?
correct. I
Okay.
certainly didn't receive any information about sale.
You got it?
So, yeah, I'll be right back. Hold on a second.
Okay.
We're gonna wait for a few minutes.
I can go ahead and present.
Go ahead.
So we're requesting last year's value. As I'm talking to these owners, as I'm talking to Ray, and as I'm sure that you guys have heard over and over and over, is these properties, and as I'm being told as the property owners, that they don't have the right to enjoy their property, use their property, or sell their property. You guys have ruled on many cases, in Allegro North this year, also reverting to last year's value, and in comparison to equity, property IDs 12118, 12188, 12177, 12152, 12161, 12153, and 12183 were all taken back to last year's value based on the same information. Again, last year's value is the only thing that seemed appropriate. I've included the CAD sheets showing that the other units were taken back to last year's value. And so it's really just an equity concern and a bundle of rights concern.
Yeah, that's been our,
I think
there were a few that were less complete. That when you took the 50 off, it actually took it to less than last year's 2 or 3 cases. So we just took it to last year's, but the bundle of rights has been the standard.
Yeah.
I think my position on Key Allegro North condos in particular, well known in this building, in this room, that these people have been paying taxes, property taxes. And I know this doesn't have anything to do with this room, but they've been assessed for this month will be 4 years, and they have not used it yet. Their values keep going up based on something they can't use. Next year, everything's going to be back to normal. And yes, they can sell. And maybe they did sell in the last month or 2, but that has no bearing on what happened prior to January 1st. It has absolutely no bearing. And I'll continue to say this $50,000 that we keep knocking off is wrong. This, no.
Let them go through the thing a little further. We're going.
Okay.
We're taking your time.
It's not our time.
I'm sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah, I agree. There were no sales provided, so January, again, January 1 is the date that we're looking at this. As I'm talking to these owners, they're incredibly upset. It sounds like a mess over there.
It's about 4 minutes if you need it.
No, again, I'm looking at the value as of January 1st. There appears to be a significant problem with the bundle of rights, as y'all have heard before, and have ruled on last year's value. So there's kind of both ways of looking at it, the bundle of rights and then also equity now.
So it could actually be less than last year's value, took them all.
If we threw them into a grid, yeah. I think the last year is appropriate though. I think we have to.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Eamon, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination, 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have nothing. No warranty.
You got 2 minutes for rebuttal and we'll go to closing.
I think that we're all aware of kind of the information that's in front of us and the particular circumstances that are impacting this property's value, and we're requesting last year's value of $166,840.
Okay. Anything for closing, Amy? No. Okay. Final thoughts for closing? Okay. We do have there's a warranted adjustment.
I looked for the actual email, I cannot locate it.
consistent with what we've done.
What do you want to do with this? Limits package thing. She can't find the emails for either one of them.
I think that I've provided enough evidence for us to discuss. I'm okay with proceeding with the hearings. I just don't want to be presented something that I haven't had the opportunity to inspect prior to the hearing.
I don't, as far as other hearings, I don't know, because I don't know which ones, I just make the evidence, and if it doesn't, they don't get it, I would have no way of knowing that until today. I didn't even make this evidence packet, so.
Right.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, yes.
Okay.
Just for the record, I'm at 166.
Is this the same one we were
Yes.
just on? Okay,
Yes.
sorry, I just
No,
tried to put
okay.
everything in here.
I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1057, account 12125, when considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $269,280 to $214,460.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Three,
No, absolutely.
three in favor, one opposed. Case closed. Case number 1058. Account number 12135.
I'm good, yeah, I'll catch up.
Who goes first?
There's no evidence from the appraisal district on this information, but Amy.
I think this is the same,
Hang on, would you like to see it on the tablet?
Because it didn't, oh, wait, I'm sorry.
How do we get to that? I looked, I
Okay.
tried, but it's so fancy.
Want to just give her mine?
well,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, you got, it should be the same, is there?
Hang on, here we go.
You have to scroll up. It's on the very, very, very bottom.
You're still in 830. Five. Okay, scroll.
Okay, but we can't review this evidence since it wasn't presented or provided 14 days in advance. So
No.
I would just want to get, is my evidence on here?
No,
No.
because yours is on a thumb drive,
Right.
we have to have an internet, you can't put a thumb driving on it.
Okay.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
Is it on your copy email today?
It's on here. I've
You
got
can
it
email
here.
it.
You got it here?
And then we would be able to
You
see it.
you
Okay.
got your evidence here.
Okay.
But for my presentation time, this is just the same thing, this is a condo in Allegro North. Last year, it's 12135, last year it was certified at 154,190, and this year it was noticed at 298,540. It's bigger than some of the other ones in there. Indicated value based on sales is indicates a $5,000 negative adjustment based on comping it to Bay House. The rest of it, not gonna be labor. You all know where we're at. I think you all actually have, I think you all have way more time spent on this condo complex than I do. So probably have more things you're thinking about. What was the, were the previous ones based on like a percent complete assessment? Is that what's going on? Where did 215?
That was an
Administrative, right?
adjustment for your sales comps, down
Okay.
about 5,000, and 50,000 for a bundle of rights. It's been our-
How was the $50,000 a right value for the administrative?
It was a discussion
Oh,
one hearing,
okay,
and that's just a number we thought was reasonable for.
Okay. oh, I'm up to speed.
Okay.
That's what it is. It's the same thing, these are paper uniform, so I'm done.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Again, this is going back to, this property has an incredibly affected bundle of rights. These property owners can't use, enjoy, or sell their property. I do have issue with the methodology of how you guys are getting at your number. In my evidence packet, I've provided the appraisal for property ID 12152, whose value was taken back to last year's value at 163,310. I'm also providing property ID 12161, whose value was also brought back to last year at 154,190. I'm providing information on 12177. This one went back lower than last year's value. 12188 was also back to less than last year's value. These also include comparable properties of the same size as this particular property. There is no evidence or methodology presented at this hearing that can get us any number other than last year's value based on equity and based on their diminished bundle of rights. We don't have a way in this hearing, there's no information being provided that allows us to establish an exact value of what that amount of their diminished value is. We don't have any sales information to compare to say, this is the actual numerical value that shows the difference between this and this. Everything beyond that is us just guessing. And again, with this many samples of comparable properties who have been taken back to last year's value or lower, I do think that same methodology should be used for this property at hand, just based on the information that's being provided and the information that we're here to base the comp off of.
We spent a lot of time with one individual going through the bundle of rights that had in fact been impaired.
Yes, sir.
And this is the closest we can come to a quantification of what was not available to him. And we're using that as basis.
It appears to me though that there's, 7 properties at least that have been taken back to last year and not had that methodology used. And that's why I'm requesting based on the information I'm providing in the evidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 comparables are in here that are last year's value or lower.
We did put, I don't know about 7. I can only remember 3.
Well, and it's
I
not,
did listen to the hearings for each of them as well.
oh, and these 7 you're talking about were in hearings here?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
They were not.
Just based on a sheet that Eamon gave me of some Allegro North hearings. Yeah.
I don't remember doing 7 that way. I remember doing a couple that way because they were on January the 1st, not complete. And that was the rationale that took them back to last year, not the bundle of rights. Bundle of rights didn't, that I recall, we tried to quantify what rights they didn't have.
I know
And they're not all the rights were taken away. There were some that
specifically
weren't.
property ID 12118 is the property that you guys had in closed session that discussed the bundle of rights at length. And that one in particular, I know has been taken back to last year's value.
Okay, I don't recall doing anything back to last year's that wasn't affected by the physical characteristics of the property on January the 1st.
Building 6, 8, and 9 in your evidence, and I don't recall the discussions we had on state of completeness. I do know that they were handled some of the buildings were even different.
Yeah. Because they weren't complete on January 1st.
None of them were complete on January 1st. None of them were complete on January 1st. None of them could be accessed without an escort.
Yes, but they
As
were,
of January.
they were down to punch list items, like 98, 99% complete.
That's not complete. And you still couldn't spend the night.
Okay, that's the bundle of rights then. Okay, you still have a minute and a half if you need it.
I would just, if y'all are needing some reassurance, that is, I know for certain that 12118 is the property owner. I believe the name is Sauer, is the one that y'all went over the property's bundle of rights. And again, I'm just asking to be treated equitably with these comparables. I've provided 7 that have all gone back to last year or the previous value. And it's my understanding in listening to all of those hearings that I took time to do so that I was fully aware of the decision-making processes going on in here. I do think that this property should be treated the same as this representative sample of properties. And again, if you can't use your property, sell your property, enjoy your property, there's more than $50,000 of diminished value in my opinion.
But if you look through all of those recordings, you must have found another dozen or so that were reduced by $50,000.
I think that this is a large enough and representative sample of what I'm trying to get to. And based on that information, I think that that's the only direction we can handle in support based on the information being provided in the hearing. The other ones that I listened to, that it was unclear. It was like y'all were making an effort to help the property owner, and I think that is incredible. But in those hearings that I was listening to on those circumstances, it was like maybe an agent would submit an affidavit. They didn't even talk about the percent complete or talk about any of the issues. Y'all just kind of had that community knowledge of what was going on and applied that to those specific properties.
Okay, Eamon, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross. You need it? Okay. 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Again, the bundle of rights issue was brought up. There was no percent complete discussion in the hearing for 12118. I'm requesting last year's value based on all of the information I've provided and based on the 7 comparables that I've provided.
Okay. You think we're closing it? Final thoughts for closing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This one shows to be now 100% complete. Is that correct? Looking at the card.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have any evidence to support that?
No, we don't have any evidence that it's not that either on January 1st.
Started. There was no ability to access the property, rent the property, lease the property.
Yeah, that's but as far as percent completeness goes,
I perceive that they would have the ability to do those things if it were complete. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to if it was complete.
Oh, that's because there's a lawsuit,
Yes, sir.
a
Yes,
big
sir.
lawsuit. So even if it's complete, there are certain restrictions that apply.
Eamon, you indicated that there have been sales,
Yeah.
and this one in particular looked like was. in your
I'm sorry
listing.
that cannot be considered in
No,
this.
I understand,
at
I
all.
understand. I'm just
It's
trying to get this into the,
It can only be on evidence presented in this hearing.
That was presented.
yeah, well,
There should be no sales considered in this hearing, period.
Is in our evidence packet?
I did not receive the evidence packet and I've not had any ability to check that. And it's not that I'm discrediting it, it's the fact that if I'm not able to understand what's going on, I can't be prepared and you can't make a decision off of something that hasn't been provided for the tax code 41461.
Yeah. And I was interested from the standpoint of our sales not allowed because of
Yeah,
lawsuit.
my 2-week time machine is not working. So I can't do anything about the fact that the evidence didn't get sent 2 weeks ago. I don't know what to tell you about that. I will point out, if the whole thing was an argument that somebody was making that because of a lawsuit, there was no transactions permitted, turns out that's not the case. But
That cannot be presented in this hearing. And that was not January 1. I talked to this owner last week.
well, I mean, I can see why you wouldn't want it to be presented because it indicates
Well,
that
and
the property
it's
you're
not even
representing is more
relevant.
valuable.
It's
than
not
you want it to
relevant
be.
to have a sale in August being presented for something that we're valuing as of
I'm-
January 1st.
I'm just saying that I didn't make
Presenting
the,
something that you're not allowed to
244,
present.
730.
you should just go work for PTAD. It's what PTAD does. PTAD is the
I
one that
enjoy
audits.
following the rules. I've been a rule follower my whole life.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then.
Property tax assistance division said you don't have.
2021, case ID 2021-1058, account number 12135. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $298,540 to $244,730 based on sales and diminished bundle of rights.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
3 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case number 1060. Number 14725. Does Amy go first?
District go first.
Huh?
District can go first.
Okay.
Okay, this is property ID 14725. Says there's a sale in 2020 and we don't know for how much. Last year it was certified at 681,240. This year it was noticed at 680,820. Grantor on the sale is Egret Bay RV Park and the grantee is Egret CRV Recreations LLC. I can't see the, I don't know if that's a real sale or if it's just a transfer from one entity to another. If it was a real sale, their sale price would be wonderful information to have. Okay, let's look at our comps. So these are other RV parks. The first one is on Adolfo Road. It's got 7 spaces, very small park, sold for $157,500. Subject is indicated a value at $662,520 on that basis. This is if I remember right, $4 million, and it's got 71 spaces. The subject is about half as big. And it is indicating the value for that at $2.4 million. And then 13 space park on Jacoby Lane sold for $200,000. Really tucked away, indicating the value for the subject at $650,000. And then in Copano Heights, one with 12 spaces sold for $230,000, indicating the value at $723,000. Something a little narratively interesting that you can see there is Drifters Park sold for a pile of money, and then the others, which are a lot more tucked away and kind of bare bones, are more close. The abstracted value is closer to our valuation. So it's good that our model is kind of staying in the world of realistic and not just measuring to these highest crazy valued ones. The value for the big high sale, we only have 2.2 when it sold for 4. Yeah, sale price or income information on this would be huge. That'd be great information. And then the equity grid is going to show other RV parks that are similarly sized. These are all adjusting for just the other things that are not RV park or RV spaces, and then normalizing it for the amount of spaces, indicating that this would be the median is at 708,000. So it's about 25,000, which is fine. Sale ratio report is just mobile home parks. We're at 1.02 on those. And COD is 5.3. And I will point out, these are not done on income. They should be, but they aren't. They were done on a sale comparison abstract, like through a linear regression method, because we actually had sale prices. So when I said, if you could value commercial properties and have a COD of less than 5, you're chasing sales. Well, that's exactly what was happening. So we took sale data and we backed into the number. So, it's not gonna hold up forever because we're not gonna get that many sales to keep up our model. So again, sale price of this, if it was actually a transaction or income data, would both be really good, but from comparing it to everything else, it looks like our value is right on top of what a 35 space park is worth. That's it.
You have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right. This park is based on cost. There's no evidence of cost or any of these other things he's talking about provided to us for evidence. The district has provided some sales evidence. He comments about these high numbers.
I'm sorry, it's not on cost. I don't think it's on cost.
It is, it's valued, well, it's valued on a blended cost and sales
Okay.
comparison approach, which is what most of our properties are.
I apologize.
Okay, and it states cost on the card.
Yeah.
Right. So when you get into the, and we do this a lot. So, I feel comfortable with my statements. On the sales grid, the appraiser commented about the 4 million and all this kind of stuff. One thing that's important is on a sale, what did that money buy? All right, so you've got real property. That's what we're charged with assessing today. That's all we're doing, real property. Personal property, whole different protest, whole different scenario, off you go. Blue sky, this astronomical amount somebody buys because they just want to be in this business. You can't ascertain that from the other without cost. Marshall and Swift provides information to be able to extract that cost out of the whole conglomeration. Anything else that's left over, you could say, well, the land's too low. Maybe the land did this, or you got all kinds of excuses for doing something. But to base a assumption over a sales price doesn't have anything to do, in my opinion, with improvements in real property. Right. So that's part of the business aspect. Same thing with a car dealership, these other things. All right. So this isn't a unit that's got 35 spaces. This is part of 94 spaces. It should be economies of scale. This is part of a park. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on a whole different park. I'm sorry. The same owners have 2. This is an individual park. It's got very few amenities. It's got a laundry room. It's got these other things. We did a cost run on it through Marshall and Swift, and they've got a section made for RV parks. And the cost of the RV parks, taken into all the considerations, the cost adjustment factors, the local modifiers, and everything else, comes to $433,020. There isn't anything else to base this on. This is blended. I don't know what you would blend. You've got assumptions on these sales prices. You can, if you took the what ifs out of it, you'd probably be right there where we're at. But everything needs to be comparable and tied together. On the ratio study, IAAO makes comments about multiple parcel sales. If you look on a ratio study, the first 4, those are all the same sale. On the last page, all except the last 2 are the same sale. So really, what is the ratio study telling us? We don't know. We don't know what was purchased. We don't know anything else. But by tying those things in, you can pretty much get to a number that you want, because all you're doing is just adding fluff in there. This isn't rocket science. In blending, you have to have something to blend. We don't have anything that shows what was blended or hybrid or whatever. Before you can do the cost approach, you have to have the replacement cost new. Replacement cost new is arrived at through our packet on the Marshall and Swift pages.
Let's see how they got that number.
No,
Yeah. It's gonna explain that to us.
It's hard not being able to drive on the computer. He has his printout, so he could tell you what page he's looking for, and it can be scrolled to on this.
I see the multipliers, but I don't see how calculations. And
That we're looking for the trailer. Yeah, these are the ones that are on the sheet.
Oh, okay. We didn't have to do the Marshall and Swift total estimate, because if you look at that page you got right there, these are trailer and recreational vehicle parts, and these are costed out by Marshall and Swift. Now, you can be given different locations, and you're going to have different criteria to use just because of cost of building, cost of everything else. So what we do is on that page, you'll see low cost. That's the best RV park they've got. Anything above that is a mobile home park, greater size and everything else. These are typically sites developed for transient or semi-permanent occupancy. Says for designed to hold car-drawn trailers up to 40, 45 feet. Gives a base area size of about 2,400 feet. So anyway, you go down and it says that the low cost part, which is all these are, cost per space is $8,400 or $8,700. That's the base price. All right. So how do we get it to Rockport? How do we get it over to Egret Bay? Then you go to the modifiers, and you do the modification on it to get it right. This is 35 spaces. So you're looking at about 1.08 or 8% addition. Then you go to the current cost multipliers, and it says that a trailer manufacturing park or manufactured housing park in Central Zone, which is Texas, is 1.09 or 9% additional to that $8,700. So then you do that, you add that in there. Then you go to the local multipliers and you go to Corpus Christi and you go to C, because this is non-combustible, and that's what Marshall Swift told us to use. So that's an 8.3 as a modifier. So you take that other equation and multiply it times 0.83, and you come up with the total. And if you look on this is the part where I was overlooking. On our opinion, the second page is the notes. I've got the math there. Okay, the calculations we used, the base rate was 8,700. The space modifier was 1.08. The current cost modifier is 1.09. The local modifier is 0.83. So you take the $8,700 per space times 1.83 equals 9,396. You take that and multiply times 1.09, which is 10,242. You take that and multiply it times the local modifier for this area, the 0.83 equals 8,500. There's 36 stalls and spaces times 8,500 equals $306,000, plus the land equals $433,200, $433,020. The thing I'd like to point out now is that if you look back on the page where it tells you the trailer parks, if you look at the building, in this in this value, they have keyed in utility rooms, showers,
Okay, your
restrooms.
time is
You're way
up.
over your time.
You'll have more later, but,
That's- Thank you, I'm sorry.
Amy, you got, 4 minutes for cross and rebuttals.
On the very last page of our evidence, our sales ratio report, it was brought up that there's multiple lines that criticize that it's not up to IAAO standards of how it's being calculated to a median. That's not what's happening. I don't know why you're criticizing that. This is an appraisal software that's used all over the state. If it wasn't up to IAAO of standards for creating a sales ratio report, you think you would be the first one to notice? Right there, grand total 5. There's not fluff in there, there's 5 sales, it's making an average of 5. It's not doing it in multiple parcels. You're chasing rabbits, you're looking for ghosts here. I mean, $8,700, look at any one of these sales. That one at Rattlesnake Point, what happened to his $8,700? He paid $700,000 for a 30 space park in the mud on Rattlesnake Point Road, just been built, still being leased up for $700,000. There's no blue sky. There's no, none of that. It's, you're finding what you're looking for. You're setting out to look for low numbers. And it doesn't work. It's not going to match up to reality. You're just looking for low numbers. I mean, does that not bother you? You look at all these sales and they're for like multiple times the numbers you're talking about. Does it care?
It's not my turn to respond to it.
Well, I know it's like this is not like segmented time.
But if you really want to know the truth, I do take issue with it. I don't look for low numbers. I look for the right numbers. I look for the right technology. I look for the right technique. I look for the right protocol.
So much of this stuff.
IAAO is a big deal, and you should be aware of that. You know that, okay?
You're wrong about what we're doing.
The whole pretense of this. If this is the
Does it not bother you that these places are selling for millions
You're
of
doing it on
dollars?
cost, and this is probably an indicator that this property type shouldn't be on cost. But that's how you're evaluating it, and so that's what the information we're providing is based on.
the thing we're
So you're just
pointing
making an
out.
argument. You're not really like
We're
giving an
providing
honest opinion of
evidence.
that. You're just making an argument.
I'm a professional at what I do. I'm licensed to do what I do, and so are you.
Right.
Okay, so we've all got our opinions, and I appreciate that. What we try to do is ascertain the proper value to put on a piece of property for our client and for the taxing entities. The taxing entities are a big player in this, and they're not just, they want it right too. I can attest to that. The thing I'd like to ask the appraiser is, this ratio study, does it have any bearing on what we've done, or what you're doing?
Sure. Yeah. It's an indicator of, because we're doing a mass appraisal of the whole county. That's what we get judged.
I hear districts all the time hide behind mass appraisal. Before you can mass appraise, you have to first appraise. So the question I've got for you is, on the last page of
The
sales
first thing you
ratio,
do when you do a mass appraisal is you know the statistical model.
and IAAO gives you those guidelines, and USPAP gives you guidelines too. But let me ask you this, on the second page of your sales ratio story study, why are we using warehouses to value a mobile home park?
Or not.
Well, then why are you?
Warehouses on the mobile home park. That's what I'm talking about. You don't even know what you're looking at.
I do,
I have a printout of that sale.
It's an RV park. It has a warehouse on it.
okay, all right, so are we valuing the warehouse on Egret? Are we valuing the mobile home park?
The mobile home park has a warehouse.
Okay, so why are we using sales of indicating a warehouse and not a sale of the mobile home park?
It is a sale of a mobile home park. A mobile home park's allowed to have a metal building.
Okay, so where's my ratio of?
Let's go to closing. You got a minute to close, Amy, anything?
Guys, just go and take this up with Harris Governor. I mean,
We could do that.
you
It's not
should.
the
This
software,
is
it's the
not-
data going into
This is
it.
not what protest hearings are for. You guys aren't even talking about market value. You're just making these like sideways criticisms of like how our appraisal software works, and you don't even know how it works.
Tell me
Y'all
why.
have all obviously only ever been on one side of this, because what you're saying is just like, man, just it's like a conspiracy theory.
Can I close one?
You done, Amy?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a minute to close.
I've been attacked and ridiculed and my industry's been attacked and ridiculed and all these conspiracy theories and all this stuff. This is not rocket science. We both have a job to do. We sit on opposite sides of the table, but most appraisers and I can agree on things. The thing I don't agree on in this is the methodology that we're getting to on these. We're using costs, not sales. All right, he's given no information at all on blending or hybrid or anything else other than hearsay evidence. I've provided a Marshall and Swift evaluation of this property, and it's done appropriately. This is not on sales. It's not on anything else. It's on cost. And again, the evidence proves that. We request a value of $433,020 based on cost, appropriately applied by cost information with Marshall and Swift. Thank you.
Okay, let me just comment on your closing. In your cost analysis, I didn't see where you were taking into consideration the uniqueness of the Rockport area in terms of its mobile home parks, its RV parks. They do sell for considerable money. The other thing is that I didn't see you taking into consideration the amount of concrete that is in this mobile home park, which is considerable. And you for sure didn't take into consideration the fact that it had another building on it, because that's clearly listed in the card. All those things are clearly listed in the card. And sorry, and I didn't hear any of that tonight in the cost analysis.
If I could just tell you where I
You got 30 seconds.
I told you about the building because it's keyed into the cost of the park. Laundry rooms and offices are keyed into that. The uniqueness of Rockport is keyed into the modifiers that Marshall and Swift uses for different locations up and down the coast, all over the state, all over the country. So those deals are tied into that. And so that's, everything's in there. It's a mobile home park or an RV park. And
I personally think there's ample evidence of sales to support a $10,000 per site, which is what has been used here. And you got 8,500. I personally think that the sales support a $10,000.
So if you have a 15 space lot, to economies of scale, the value would be higher. If you got 100 spaces, it should be lower. So if we're going to see this, all of these spaces are valued at 10,000, no matter what the amenities are, no matter what the particular
No,
deals
the
are.
amenities are listed separately.
It's in the cost approach, we're doing it appropriately. And I'd just like you to review that and respect it. I'm not anything other than trying to provide you the best evidence from the best people. And the sales, what did that money go for any of these sales? The business is not part of what we're valuing. We're not valuing the business, we're valuing the real property. I'm just trying to
Their
get.
TPs.
Sorry, that's a separate protest, that's a separate.
Their trailer hookups. That's what they're paying for.
No, that's keyed into the price of the unit. All of that, anything other than the land and improvements.
That is an improvement.
That's right, and it's keyed into that. If you would read the Marshall and Swift breakdown on what all's included in that, it's all included.
I follow along with you as you multiplied them out. And I don't agree with them.
I understand, but if you look at the page where it shows what's included, it's all there. There's no, I'm not trying to sneak anything in. This is how it's done. But
Different way to value it.
Well, but, you,
Okay.
thank you.
I gave you a lot of latitude.
I'm not seeing any reason to change this. It actually went down a bit.
Yeah. I agree, but I also, it doesn't make sense to me on the breakout that they've got. This is the Marshall and Swift data, I believe, yes. How this is applicable, these dollar amounts before applying the multipliers. I mean, it's
Right.
you're taking an $8,700 per space.
space.
I don't know how that.
Every one of those items has a value to it. And you mix and match and go down the line. It talks about overhead electric. We don't have overhead electric, but it talks about 150 or 160 amp services. We don't have 160 amp services. So there's latitude in that. But what it does is it says that if you have a trailer park and you have a site and you have the laundry room and the office and all that, it's all there. And then if you don't have the 80 spaces that's in the base deal, you add in an extra 8%.
Yeah.
It accomplishes all that. Yeah, it's not, it's not rocket science.
Leave it.
For lack of, yeah.
I moved in on case ID 2021-1060, account number 14725, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $680,820.
I'll second.
All in favor?
All right.
Short recess.
Not so much you, him, yes, not so much.
He's a little thicker.
I don't know if you scrutinize this. Yeah,
I have to just listen.
it's their level of granularity, and I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Plus, your point on Rockport, I mean, their modifier for area is Corpus.
Yeah. Then we're not corporate.
No. Doesn't consider on the water, doesn't consider any of that kind of stuff in the area. Anyway. You need to put this brisket or hot dog or something, that way we say it's lunch.
Is it safe yet?
One oh nine eight is the next one.
1098. Oh, we're going by the.
Back.
You find it?
Passed over. 6.
Page 4, top of the page.
Take turns.
It is interesting that her numbering is pretty much the same as what we've been doing.
Okay.
I don't. Six.
I guess you gotta hear their inputs, but yeah, you want to just tell me what the whole complex thing.
Yeah, the granularity, I was telling Charlie, the granularity in that process.
Yeah.
This is-
not separate. Yeah, Corpus is your closest.
Yeah.
Different market.
This was here, and he.
This is just wrong. What can I say?
I'm like gas, I just kind of expand it, take the area that's available, so if I infringe on your personal space, just whack me. I'm working on it.
You got it. You got it.
I live with a 20-year-old, 2 sisters, and a Labrador retriever. I have no space. When we fixed this little house that we're living in, it's the smallest. I had apartments in college that was bigger than this house we're living in. My closet used to be the kitchen pantry.
Really?
My clothes
In the kitchen pantry.
literally in the kitchen pantry. So when I get out of the shower,
Yeah.
some days I just go streaking through the kitchen. Because I can.
It's only, where my home office is, about a 3-car garage. Used to be originally a game room. And then the parents finished it out and rented it as an efficiency apartment.
Okay.
The closet is probably 4 feet by 6 feet. And one couple lived there for 15 years. I cannot imagine living in that little amount of
Kenzie
space.
talked to him, and there's a way that she can email the information to her, and then we can have it on the iPad so y'all can see the
That'd be
evidence.
excellent.
We weren't aware that how the setup was the first time we got to do ARVs and Aransas. So now we know the trick, so we'll get it where everybody can see
This
it.
is all temporary. That's what we live with.
Yeah.
They claim it's only 6 months, but horse feathers. Construction.
Well, we can adapt. We'll make it work. Well, Port Connery, we've got a severe shortage of labor, for everything.
Everybody does.
Yeah. When I was a general contractor, I had 40-something people working for me. You would, you had people waiting to come on your crew. Now you gotta import.
I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah. And I don't know how much, I call it imported labor, is still in Rockport. Hurricane. I think there's some.
There's some that came in.
Most of it's gone.
But most of it is looking for the, because so many of them weren't really, they weren't really here to help.
Right.
Most of them came down with that intent of, I'm gonna stick my hand out, and I'm gonna get all I can.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna.
The problem in construction, especially carpentry, is that there's very few people coming up in the trade. And we had some labor that came, actually, this goes back 10 years ago or more. And they were so smart and worked their tails off. And, I can't even find a carpenter. Not a good carpenter.
There's a few, but they're all owners of things and try to teach people how to do it. Gateway, is this 1995?
I know.
Did we just-
I could not believe that there were gateways.
Did we just-
This is fresh off the press. I got it on a Black Friday deal and I've actually liked it.
Eamon's not here. He's
I was a
next.
Max fan.
I know. I lost it. He was following me.
Oh, he was.
Just a matter of logistics, okay? I gave you considerable latitude this morning.
Yes, sir.
To go over your time. We're gonna have to go back to the clock.
Okay.
To the sheet that you have in front of you.
Okay.
And keep to the time, otherwise we're gonna be here a minute. We've done 5.
We've got a lot of points out
4.
now. We've got to do is fine tune them a little bit.
4. We've done.
I don't know why it won't connect.
An iPhone XR.
Oh, yeah.
I can't connect. I'm trying to do my hotspot. Do you know of any other networks I could use? Eamon would be the one to ask. Do you know any other networks that are available? I can't get my hotspot to turn on.
No, yeah, because it's probably your, our ceiling, probably getting that reception in here. Maybe.
Would the auto parts store next door have a network?
I don't know.
They fax us stuff, so I don't think so.
Yeah, they're pretty low tech over there.
If it's your phone, maybe if you put it on the windowsill over there.
Have you
Okay.
been there?
Yes.
Are we ready to go?
Yes, sir.
We
I can
used to
just say
have
this.
a-
I was
we
just
used to
trying to give
opening-
you guys the evidence on your iPad.
We used to have like a Wi-Fi network that people could use, but then the IT guys in the county set up the new one and it's security oriented.
Okay.
Get Tracy.
Opening,
Oh, perfect.
we're opening a hearing on case number 1098, account 13991. Eamon,
Yes.
you want Eamon to go first?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Okay.
This is 13991. This is a single family residential home. This is in Blank Bonnie. And it is a waterfront property at the end of trailer, kind of catty corner from Bolinos. So last year it was certified at 429,350. This year it was noticed at 466,040. The house is classified as a 3 MV plus, built in 1970, effective age 1980. Note says demolition permit 2017. Next reason says add new pier per picto. So there's some post-Harvey work going on this property. When was the last sale? Oh, it sold in 2020. I don't know if we had a sale price for that. There's no sale before that, so it's probably just been there for who knows how long. The first comp is 520 South Fulton Beach Road. It sold for $740, indicating value for the subject at $525. 1853 Bayshore. It's a 5 FB plus on Bayshore, sold for $552. That's indicating value for the subject at $518. 2 more sales on Bayshore. Well, these are all on Bayshore. So the main thing is how they're situated, is how these comps were picked. They're facing Aransas Bay. The subject is an inferior home to the comps because it's a single story home. The first 2 are single stories, but they're kept up a little better. It looks like as far as we know. Indicating a value for the subject at $456,742, which is about $10,000 below our notice value. We're going to margin of error, but it's a negative adjustment if warranted. Equity Grid actually says the same thing. So this one's just on the high end of the distribution. The comps are 4 MBL, 3 BS plus, and then 2 houses on Fulton Beach Road. So little bit better comps as far as the improvements. Both of them are indicating kind of the same value adjustment. The ratio report that follows is for Fulton Beach Road, I think. I think Wayne Pond is part of the Fulton Beach Road region. It is. It's kind of a unique little neighborhood. Not a whole lot of transactions in there. It's got a lot of features to it that are, you know, it's just pretty unique little sub section. About 8 houses. A lot of them are family owned. Again, I don't know if the sale was like a market sale or what.
I think it was a transfer after a family member passed away.
Got it. So Atzenhofer Properties is still.
Yes.
Okay. So there you go. So
Anything else, Eamon?
nope, that's it.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
So on this property, it's one of those where y'all will see today, I just like to be able to hang my hat on something, and I wanted y'all's opinion on this. So the subject property is a cinder block house. It's classed. There's really no other comparables for it except for some that I think are in Copano Ridge. They're on like some weird name. They're kind of newer, but those are the only ones of this class. And so in looking at this, Ray and I talked about it, and really the only kind of heartburn I had on this property is the sales that were used, comps 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all sold fully furnished, and that hasn't been adjusted for. And then comps 1, 4, and 5 were unverified. I tried verifying myself, and in looking at that, I was kind of looking and seeing that some of them are 2 times the size of the comps 4 and 5 were 2 times the size of the subject property. And in looking at these comps too, the one on Fulton Beach Road had a separate guest quarters, I think was driving some value. The other comp was, again, fully furnished. And so I'm really only concerned about the neighborhood factor being applied. I understand that the properties on Bayshore, they're nicer. And so I can understand that neighborhood value on that side, but it was just giving me heartburn applying I think it's a 40% neighborhood factor to this property, 60% to a cinder block house when we don't have any comps showing that 60% should be added onto a cinder block house. And so in looking at the comps, again, if you even just look at the sales grid and take out 4 and 5 for being twice the size as the subject, that median value comes to 452,952. But I would appreciate the board's input just kind of on your thought process and knowing this area of whether you think, these kind of nicer 2-story homes that are of considerable higher class should be helping to drive that additional 60% that's being tacked onto the cinder block home.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, so Amy, you got 4 minutes for 2 cross, 2 for rebuttal.
Did I understand you write your opinion of values 452?
So my opinion of value was 426, just based on, that's the CAD's indicated value without the neighborhood factor applied.
Okay.
But if you do remove comps 4 and 5, based on being double the size of the subject, then the median of the CAD's grid goes to 452.
Oh, okay.
So I'm kind of in between those. I just am still not sure about that 60% neighborhood factor.
So 13993 is a house two houses down, so it's 2 houses south. So we've got 736 on it this year, and the most recent sale was in 20 for 739. So that's where the neighborhood adjustment would have been measured from. I don't know if that was the only data.
What was the local value?
736.
Ray had said that it's combined, Bonnie Blink is combined with Bayshore, is what we said.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's interesting. All right.
And that's not the Bay Shore on Key Allegro, that's the Bay Shore that comes off Broadway? Or is it?
I think it's
Oh,
It's
it's
right,
It's right around the corner.
around the corner.
No,
It is
This side of the bridge.
So there's 2 Bay Shore, one's
Yeah.
called Bay Shore, and the
no.
other is called Bay Shore.
No, I think these are Bayshore Drive and Keeling Road.
Ouch.
I think so.
I mean, that's kind of what I read. I didn't recognize.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No,
Oh, it says neighborhood Bays West.
Yeah,
You're right.
right.
There's a Bay Shore up in, back in Harbor Oaks, I guess.
It's a little bit short. I could be wrong.
well, it's not
That's
The
Keel
one
Lake.
that's got the little.
That'd be even
road.
further from the
Yeah,
center.
it's that side, it's
Fine.
that side road.
So they come- they
Those
go-
are
they go
really
the other one.
They still
Pretty
have 2 minutes.
comparable.
That's
to
two
the
minutes.
orange
Sorry.
track homes. Yeah. Yeah, you know, this is just a matter of degrees at this point.
Anything else, Amy?
No, I'll just point out, I think our, because this isn't a transaction and we're doing the mass appraisal, I think that this is, when this thing sells, it'll sell for more than we have on it. That's fine. Like the 456 or 452, 450, it's all such a tiny discrepancy. So,
Okay. Good 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I really, with understanding, in my talk with Ray, I understood that those were in Key Allegro. Is Bays West further from the subject than Key Allegro? Because I thought that was at least close.
It's probably equidistant to Bay Shore and Key Allegro, but in a slightly different direction, way off. So you have the shoreline right here, Bay Shore's right here, and then what they're talking about is right there.
Okay.
So they're probably the same distance. They do face a different body of water technically. They face Little Bay instead of
Okay.
Aransas Bay.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this is the thing, it's blue plate body, so weird.
I think still, my train of thought is that these are all much higher classes. They're unverified. I think comps 1, 2, and 3 at least are of comparable size. So if we take out the 2 that are too large, that gets us to 452. Or the CAD's value, it's again a question of, is that 60% appropriate for this cinder block house that's of significant class difference than the sales? So my opinions, in between the CAD's independent indicated value before the neighborhood factor is applied at 426, or the CAD sales median with the really far out comps indicating 452. I'll even note too, comp 1, the age is kind of really crazy off.
You all understand that they're correcting, all these adjustments are correcting for the size, the class.
Yes, but what happens when you choose a comp that's not comparable, you end up with a really high net adjustment. That means that you can put anything in this grid,
Understood.
but if they're not comparable, you're gonna get a wacky number. And so when you use non-comparable properties to drive a value of a subject, you're gonna get out of skew.
Okay, Eamon, you got a minute to close?
No.
Okay. Good minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Yes, just requesting the board's consideration in looking at the comparables provided. Again, I think it's a judgment call of whether the 60% is appropriate. Even if it is appropriate, the median indicated value based on the most comparable comps provided is 452, 952.
452.
All right. Now it's start time. I'm kind of with Charlie here about 452.9. So make a motion on case ID 2021-1098, account 13991, and considering incorrect appraised market value Q1 and Q2 equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $466,040, $452,900.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Says open hearing on case 1075, account 27721.
Mr. Powers, would it be okay for us to check with Val to see if she's loaded the evidence into y'all's iPads yet?
We can look right here.
I think it'd be helpful.
It is not for this one. It is for this
Just like this.
I do think it'd be helpful for y'all to be able to see what I'm
Oh, we're in 10
Zinning.
o'clock.
Yeah,
It's not loaded yet
no, it is not, at least not for this case.
for this case. It'll pop up when she
Okay.
loads it.
I guess we can have Amen present first, and if it pops up, that would be helpful.
All right, the subject is 27721. It is a warehouse property on 8th and Fuqua. This is kind of a, gonna have to do some thinking to figure out where this one is. If you're coming from Aransas Pass towards Rockport, where Church Street lies off of Old 35, it's on the left. So, we have a note that the last sale price was for $179 in 2013. Last year's market value was $150,560. This year was noticed at $305,930. This is a, let's see what's class. It's in the second class, so this is at $8 a foot. We didn't even talk about this.
That's why I wanted you to call me.
Oh, yeah.
That's,
So, what do you think? So yeah, it was just moved, it was just put on income like the rest of the warehouses. The value came from there, it's $305,930. The property, I mean, there's gonna be a negative adjustment for sure. Little house next to it, yes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So 2 minutes for rebuttal and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I'd like to ask the appraiser how the classifications are being arrived at so that this, to establish what class this property is in as compared to others of the similar class. Because again, looking in the photos, this isn't what I would think of as a warehouse.
What would you think of this?
Looks like a house with a metal garage. Lightweight utility commercial building.
That's warehouse. Lightweight utility commercial building.
It's not a utility building. It's not in warehouses, Marshall, it's
They're
a 471, not a 406.
Okay, so,
Have you inspected this property?
no,
Has anybody inspected?
Excuse me.
yes, yeah, it's part of our driveway.
When?
October 19th, 2020.
Okay. Any significant notes?
No, not really. Just regular things.
You want to just-
I would look, see pictures of it.
Yeah, well, it's still in my rebuttal, so I'm still trying to understand so if you'll keep scrolling. This
That's a
isn't,
warehouse.
yeah. To me, this is not a warehouse. It actually was hard to find because we were looking for one. But if you continue to scroll, the reason I'm asking about the classifications is that this, based on the appraisal district's evidence, is being classed similarly to some of the other warehouses that I've looked at that are of considerably greater condition than this property. If you keep going, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like this,
I'm trying to see.
this property is in horrific condition. I think it's just considerably gone downhill
So you
each
go
year.
down a couple
Well,
more.
there's even
Yeah.
more.
We'll get there.
You haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah,
How's that?
so,
Well,
This-
that looks like a new door to me.
yeah, they've
It's a new
really
knob.
upgraded.
It's a new knob, it adjusts the door up a little bit.
So when you have the sticker shock looking at our workup, there are factors based on the property's condition in use that's driving that. So again, I think the question to me is the classifications. If this is going to be taken into an income approach, usually there's a range of warehouses of like, this one's going to be this amount. This one right now is being classed similarly to some of the nicest metal buildings in town. I still have some heartburn about metal buildings just willy-nilly being classed as warehouse. But So this is the property we're discussing. I'm gonna go over some of the packet that we discussed before. And I'm just gonna kind of hammer some of the other points. The first being, I requested the income information from the appraisal district. Again, none was provided. The reason that this is of importance is because there are no leasing data available via CoStar or MLS. And the owners are, actually, this owner does rent this property for $950 a month, which is way under, and actually is supports a value of $67,000, and we're providing a value of $80 based on cost. So if you are going to do true income on this property, it's worth $67,000. So I'm going to kind of go into our discussion, you know, in the previous account that under section 41.461 and under USPAP record keeping rule, the appraiser is supposed to keep, and the appraisal district is supposed to keep all data, information, and documentation necessary to support the appraiser's opinions and conclusions and to show compliance with USPAP. Again, that information hasn't been provided. It is available to us through section 2227 and as evidence through the sheets I'm showing from Harris County and Oasis County, kind of gives an idea of what that's doing. I'm also going to talk a little bit about what's in the appraisal review board manual. Section 23 of the code says that we should be looking at the individual characteristics that affect the property's market value. I don't think there's any doubt in any of our minds that the characteristics of this property are impacting its value. The other thing is that in these income models, it's supposed to, mass appraisal model building requires a sound appraisal theory data analysis. You're supposed to select the model that is appropriate, credible, and reliable. Models that reflect the local market are easier to defend. 230101 is saying that the chief appraiser shall consider cost, income, and market and use the most appropriate method. Again, there's no evidence of income provided by the district. We only have the owner's actuals of indicating a value of $67,000 in this case. The other thing that I kind of wanted to hit on is that in the ARB manual, it goes over that we shouldn't be basing our opinions off of unreliable evidence. I'm not discrediting that y'all haven't heard that, but again, what we're looking at here is what has to be provided in the actual hearing. And despite all my best efforts of there's 63 pages that you can see that I spent considerable time trying to properly evaluate this property. Again, in the ratio study provided, if you'll scroll down to the page that has all the pink highlights. Still further down. What the ratio study indicates is that now that the appraisal district is applying income to these warehouse properties, they are overappraised by a median value of 100. They're overvalued by 100 and what was it? If I keep the outlier in, it's 72%, but if I take the outlier out, it's 130. So this right here shows you the income approach is not correct based on how these properties are buying and selling in Aransas County. That's the only thing that this does is helps us test the level of appraisal. This is the exact information. And the reason, if it wasn't important, the appraisal district wouldn't provide it. This is how we can grade ourselves. Is this actually working? Are we getting close to how these are actually being transacted on the market? Again, this is showing that once these went to income, the needle went way too far the other direction. They're way overappraised, as indicated in this sales ratio study. We've provided a cost workup.
Stop you there. So you got 4 minutes, 2 for rebuttal, 2 for cross.
The income or the rent on this is $960, is that what you said?
$950, and he gives them $100 break for mowing the grass.
Okay. So is that they actually pay $850, is that what you're saying? Or they would be $1050, but they pay $950 because
you could put it in either part of the equation. Expenses come out to be about 45% of the EGI.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying on a lease fee basis.
So
On a lease fee basis.
this Here's the income workup, that helps you.
What are they spending $5,000 on?
That is for repair and maintenance. This isn't a triple net lease, so everything. All your typical allowable expenses are included in
It doesn't look like they're doing any repairs and maintenance.
that. I think that they're doing something to be able to maintain it a little bit, but that's even, your insurance on the property is probably right there at that anyway. I think that's likely understated for insurance.
Did you even insure it?
I understand, yes.
Because I just think if this thing actually was kept up and maintained and insured, it would rent for more than that.
5,000 goes, well, we see the condition of the property. I think that rent makes sense completely for this
I'm just-
property, but the,
If I'm using actuals, I'm gonna use only actuals. If I'm not, I want to use actual rents and then market expenses. Because the actual rent is directly related to the expenses.
yes, and that's what I'm providing.
So.
So all allowable expenses are in there. It's just, it's not a triple net lease.
Right. They just don't actually have these expenses. Like, are they actually spending $5,000 a year on this?
Yes, that's an understated figure.
Where is it going? It doesn't look like it's. being-
Just even insurance alone,
Okay, do
to
they have
insure a
insurance?
property is gonna be several $1,000s a year. I don't think we need to hammer the expenses. I think we're looking at the income. Is it the $8 or is it the indicated $2.99 that they're actually getting?
Yeah, no, I'm getting 122,000, but 120,000. And that's on a leased fee basis. A market, the market value for this as a result of a mass appraisal is under market. I mean, it's a dilapidated property. But for the first year, in the interest of benefit of the doubt, I have no problem doing leased fee values on warehouses for the first year. It's good data. $950 a month rent, that's really what they're getting. That's what it's worth. It's a direct indicator of the property's value.
Yield at 120,000.
Yeah, that's just their rent,
That's for,
capitalize their rent.
that's for the improvements only, right?
That
That
includes
includes
everything.
land,
Includes land.
because they can't rent the building without the lake, so.
120,000?
There does need to be some consideration for expenses since this isn't triple net and that doesn't appear to be stated. No information is provided otherwise. Have you seen other figures for expenses
Yeah, but I've also seen a lot higher rents, a lot higher.
for this type of building?
Yes, like what, usually it's $450 for this kind of thing. $450 a foot a year. This one's at $3. And they're not dealing with, they're really not much nicer than this, but they're trash bag windows. You know what I mean? The $450 a foot a year warehouse thing is a little sub-market in Aransas County. It's almost entirely due to one person actually who's holding the market down. But it's stuff that doesn't show up on CoStar. It doesn't show up in a lot of institutional banks, a lot of handshake deals. There's not phone numbers on the side of the warehouses. So it's just one of those things. We did this with boat storages. We found there was like a sort of a subclass of boat storages that didn't have doors. Same kind of thing.
So you got 2 minutes then for rebuttal?
Yes, sir. So this one, I do think that there's some consideration that needs to be made in the fact that there are expenses. If you don't include the expenses, then that 120 is an inflated number because you're not taking off the expenses for it and arriving at an NOI. You're just keeping that EGI, which is the incorrect way to handle a property with expenses. We've also provided a cost report. Again, my workup on the income using the CAD's cap rate based on the owner's actuals is $67,653. We've provided a cost workup indicating a value of $80,330. I'm recommending the value of $80,330 based on the fact that I still think that these properties are more appropriately appraised based on costs.
All right. Damon, minute to close.
No closing.
Okay. Any final thoughts?
Can I say something?
Sure.
What we did on the cost approach, again, through the cost approach, you arrive at different occupancies. there's a metal building on that, and there's a house. And what we did is we valued the metal building as what's called a 471 light commercial utility building with the proper effective year. And then what I did is for the house section, I keyed that in as an office building because that's the most appropriate, because if it was used as an office, it's there. That's actually blowing in a lot more value than it should, because that means there's a bunch of petitions and things that all this building would have. So we've gone through the extraordinary effort, not just to say there's a warehouse on that thing, but to break it apart properly and apply the correct numbers. Thank you.
Okay, that's our time.
Do we know, the person that's renting this, what are they using? Are they just living there? And
I'm not sure. There wasn't anybody there when we went to take pictures. So I don't think, I mean, I would think if it was a business, it would have a sign. So I don't know. The CAD has it classed as an F1 commercial warehouse. I struggle with that. In the CAD's photo, there's like a tricycle out front, but that photo is from 2012.
there's a basketball hoop
So,
there?
I mean, I don't know that information. The
Okay.
owner wasn't specific when he was talking to me about rent, what they were renting it for.
So if they're at 80 for the improvements and 56, 360 for the,
Could I make a,
67, okay.
the land is in that 80. It's keyed in already.
oh, so you're thinking that's
Yeah, the way they have it here.
a $20,000 worth of building? I
I was
don't
trying to clear up. Your opinion of value for land and improvements is?
Is 80,000, whatever that is right there. And so that's taking the CAD's land value and the Marshall and Swift indicated value. The total value as indicated by the income that's actually being achieved on this property is 67,653. So income actually indicates this property lower than the cost.
based on Eamon's income. He's at 120.
Yeah, and that's fine. I have a quick question, hopefully it's quick.
Yes, sir.
Your grid that shows these on the sales ratio report,
Yes, sir.
where do you come up with the income?
So that's what I'm trying to hammer home. There's been no income information provided, period. And so what these are sales. The ones that are highlighted in pink are the CAD's classed warehouses.
Yeah, but I guess my question revolves around, you made a statement that these were over appraised by some significant value. And what information did you use to get the fact that these were over appraised?
It's on the sheet.
On IAAO, and this is how the appraisal district, so again, this is a test. So the way a ratio works is you're comparing the CAD's value in the sales price. And then you're coming up with at that comparison, what level of appraisal is the appraisal district at? What this shows is now that they've switched the appraisal method to income, they're over appraised by 72%. What that tells me is based on these sales, those buyers and sellers aren't selling based on income, or else they would be closer in line to the appraisal
To
district's
simplify
number.
it, what's shown in that is if there's a column for sales price.
Yeah.
Then you look at the market value. The market value is considerably higher than the sales price, meaning that it's over appraised. If you divide.
Where is the market value coming from? In other words,
It's the CAD's value.
That's the
Yes.
appraisal, that's what we call local.
So that's-
I'll let it go.
Yeah, that's
Do you
just
understand
local.
though? It's very important that you do understand, because that's the appraisal district's value versus the sales price. The appraisal district's value is 72% over appraised as compared to what those properties are selling for. So when those buyers and sellers are going, they're
Okay.
obviously not using income
Okay.
in basing that decision.
Great, thank you.
Okay with 120, Bill? So I'm gonna make a motion. On case ID 2021-1075, account 27721, when considering incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $305,930 down to $120,000.
All in favor?
All right.
Check iPads
Let's-
one more time.
Let me ask question of the group. It is 12:05. When do you want to go to lunch? Hmm?
Right now,
Right now, and come back at 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, yeah.
Instead of 1:30?
Yep.
All right. In that case, we're recessed till 1 o'clock. You need to tell the folks out here.
Thank you.
Well, the number we just did, what's in 75?
Yeah, we just did 1075.
Not in there yet. What's the next one?
1078.
78.
1078.
It's not in there yet.
Make sure.
She sent them, and she probably.
And if it helps for them to do it in order.
What? We're doing it in order.
No, we are, if she's gonna load, and I'm sure she's whacking everything in and then splitting it up by case, and if she were to split it up
Our
by
stuff
this.
is in order.
I actually have it ordered in there. It should be-
I understand, but then she's gotta glue it to the case ID in the
Oh,
system.
okay.
And if she does it in the same order that you did it, then.
This
They'll
is
start
cool
popping
that
up
you
in-
have those. I mean,
Well,
not many
Not
boards
really.
can see it, really having.
It was done out of necessity, actually.
80 cases of paper.
We're not opposed to print paper. We probably 3 reams on just our copies. But, yeah, whatever.
More
Yeah.
trees.
I'm the hippie of the group. I like the electronic.
I like
Ah,
I'm just
boring.
like, that one switches back and forth between.
Oh, yeah,
Take the
that's,
finger off and then go.
That's a technology issue with.
Well, where do y'all go to lunch? I guess this is the question of the day.
Yeah, the quick place here that's close by
Thank you.
is the diner. It's just up the street. It's okay. I don't know, what kind of food you're interested in?
Quick food.
Yeah. And today is.
Well, there's a couple of
Today's Monday, so that's
CDs
also a problem.
fast.
So yeah, there's taco places, the Mexican place is really quick. There's Aransas that's up on the left, that's across from Little, I think we call it Little Bay. the
I think
beach
that's where
bar.
Mom and I go to get margaritas.
Yeah, they get good margaritas. Then there's, well, like I said, the diner, but it's just late lunch stuff. There's so many good places, but nothing quick.
Yeah.
Except what, and that's not really that quick.
well, thank you.
Have fun.
Are you gonna try to get at? Tracy sent them to the Aransas CAD email. Is that go to you? Yeah, I just looked on there though. Call her, because she said she copied me and I got her. Okay.
Yeah, about thumb drive, not ones in the iPad. Yeah. All right, just-
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, we good. Now that I haven't seen that email. Maybe it's smaller emails.
Wait a week there.
They're so big.
Yeah.
No.
We can do better.
The last email I see is from about CAD. But it might just need to be smaller batches because I have multiple files.
You tell me what case to start at?
Thank you. And if you could start, sorry, my sheet. The next one is number 7. Yes, so 6 is done, and then it'll start at 7, so you'll send from 7. I hope so. Thank you so much. All right, she's gonna send them individual emails, that way they're, I think the file size is stupid.
So these cases are still to be heard.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I told her to start at the one we're on, that way she's not bogging down.
Perfect. Do I need to send her a copy of this so she knows? Like,
No, I actually have them numbered, so she should be good to go. I like to be organized, because it keeps me from having an anxiety attack if something's not there.
Yes, I got, it's just, it's that.
All right.
Yeah, like,
Come on. It's hot today. I know. Well, yes.
they went into-
Yes.
No kidding. Golly. You look familiar for some reason. I don't know where I know you from.
It's the beard. Oh, you don't have it anymore.
Where's that?
I was saying it was the beard.
Could be.
I'm having trouble with the files being big and, well.
Tracy? I think that's the number 8. I can check there. Okay. Is it just having trouble loading?
Well, that tropical wave keeps veering more and more west.
I hadn't been watching.
It's, it originally looked like it hit the tip of Florida, but now it's skirting further south. It's all we need.
It loads.
Oh, we don't.
Before you send it, it'll say in the, first in the edit. You can do viewer edit. I think that will be fine.
Which one? Invest 93 and 94.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't know if I'm smart enough to find out.
All right, that was the 3095.
I use a
They had it even.
Noah site and just has the red and then the patch marks on its projected path. Well, I can know that. Other than service. It's just got imagery only, I can't use it.
Okay.
I don't want either one of them.
Tracy did just get the really big file to go through.
This next.
So, and then that is here and can be loaded.
That's all right. You didn't miss anything.
Oh, good.
Hey, you're so early technically.
Oh, that for me.
That's my kind of on time. It's on time. It's on time is 3 hours in advance.
Mentor, very, very successful in the natural gas business. An engineer and had a building named after him and all this kind of stuff. So grew up under his wing and he said, if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late.
I'm no second go-getters like that. I'm close.
Well, I'm not always on time. It's a good thing to push through.
My wife was 30 minutes late, and that's on time for her.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Me too, but
We started driving in separate cars to go places.
This morning, I was thinking, I don't know how long it's gonna take to get there. And, she thinking, well,
1
I'll
hour.
go this one more time.
Well, I don't know about Fort Connor, but Victoria, 1 hour.
Yeah.
it's on the way. We actually came in late last night and stayed. But even then, I'm like, it's 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
Although then we did have to sit at that light at Key Lake for a bit of
I think
time.
that's a mess over there. One in Key Lake Road.
I do it way too many times every day.
Hmm.
Then I get behind the world's slowest guy.
Yeah.
Were you behind me or in front? It's like, yeah, same thing coming down Pearl.
I don't know, it was a blue Ford pickup, that's all I know.
Could be, yeah.
Oh, sure.
And then there's the guy that runs it regularly. Okay, I've sat here long enough.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary.
There's not enough
You're
room
not
for.
kidding. It's the top of that bridge. You can't see over it.
No.
And I charge up it because I'm,
Oh, that's terrifying.
my son was in the head on it.
Yes.
Um,
He's pulling into the parking lot.
That's
and his
terrifying.
friend, it's not the car I would pick for him. But he,
No.
and his contractor came across the bridge at midnight. And F-250, big thing on the front of it, they're in a Prius. I can't believe it knocked you off in the water.
Oh, gosh. What did it? What happened?
It crushed the all the way back to the firewall, the whole front end of the code was all crushed back to the firewall. Completely code. They didn't even, I mean, the damage, it paired. Clearly paired. His girlfriend took off. It's like, different.
Kind of POC way, I feel like, people come down and think they can, whatever.
Okay. She's on her way. She's in the parking lot. We're opening a hearing on case 1078, account number 30943. Does anyone go first?
District go first.
Okay,
Case number one more time, I'm sorry.
1078.
I do think this has been uploaded.
Yes, it looks that way.
Yes.
How do we do it?
Just poke it and it should download and poke it again.
There's just a bunch of apps. Is there a certain app I should open?
Docs.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I had
In the docs.
Okay, I see.
utility trucks stuck in traffic. Huh?
Just run over.
Man, I was like, stop forever. I'm like, I gotta go back to work. We're good. Maybe I wanna start. Y'all could have started.
Awesome.
Yeah, 1078. We're waiting on
30943.
Amy.
Okay, so this is 30943. It is a mobile home park. It's Drifters RV Park. I know mobile home park, it's an RV park. It's Drifters. And its last known sale price was 2020. It sold for $4 million. It's made up of several parcels. So this one covers, let's see, 3 SS cottage and 6 of the trailer sites are allocated to this parcel. You can see on the picture, it's in the midst of several RV parks in a row. So probably best to think of it in terms of the whole economic unit.
Just like Copa area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The best sale, I mean, it's gonna abstract out. The first sale price is for subject.
Okay.
For $4 million,
Is all her evidence scanned in?
and it's indicating a value of 1.7. There's a PI for that. Well, it says 30954, but the sale is gonna be for every PID involved in the sale. The only one that's listed is the primary one, usually the biggest one.
So you're,
Okay. There's sale of a few smaller ones. Again, this is the park is much bigger than this, but this parcel in and of itself is only. So the indicated value for the subject is $175,000. But again, it's part of a bigger sale. The aggregate value of the whole of Drifters, we're at 55% of their sale. They have like 2.2 million on the whole thing, and it sold for $4 million a year ago. On an equity basis, this is being appraised just like the other RV parks. We have 121,700 on this portion of the park. Median equity value is 145,000. The sales ratio report for that follows is for Burton and Danforth and the Campbell. Probably because this has a house on it, printed out a region sales ratio report rather than one for RV parks. The sales ratio report's kind of irrelevant. Doesn't really matter what home values are behind an RV park. That's it.
So there's 4 pieces to the puzzle. Is that right? 4 or 5?
I think there's 5 at least. One we know changed.
5. Looks like there's 5.
Okay.
Okay, so you got 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes or 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right, why would you use, on your sales comp one, why would you use a sale of the full subdivision as a comparable against a portion that's got a value of 121,700? Why would you put a $2,248,100 piece of property up against that? And in the same question is, what does UVC stand for sales type?
Unverified commercial. So that means,
So it's not verified, you can verify this.
it means that we don't have any paper for it. Yeah.
Well, so it's not verified.
Right.
So it doesn't exist in proper terms.
No, I disagree with that statement.
Okay, so that's kind of off the table.
No, it is not.
So you're telling me that you've got a value that isn't verified, but you're attesting to the fact that it's true?
Yes.
Okay. So there's, right, so what this is a piece of the big puzzle, like was just stated a minute ago. This is one RV park. It carries on through, and this one has a house on it. And, but as far as the rebuttal goes, again, we come up with these sales prices and stuff like that. Can you tell me what was purchased with that $4 million? Is that piece simple real estate? What is that? Is that
No.
the business? Is it real property in general? What did that $4 million that you can't verify, what do you think it bought?
It bought the property. They did buy real estate. I don't know if they bought the business because I don't know the terms of whether or not they, did they get the employees and everything? I have no idea. It may have included some business value. The biggest delta between the real property value and the $4 million is what's called going concern value. It's the fact that it's full and there is less risk involved because it's been proven to be stabilized. It's at stabilized occupancy. So it gets a premium. That is not real property, it's not real estate.
Thank you. So that's not what we're talking about.
What is it?
We're talking about real property. We're talking about
Correct.
land and improvements only.
Yes.
No personal property, no ongoing concerns, no nothing, just real property.
Right.
Okay, and so that unconfirmed sale that you got, what does it mean? I mean, what does it go to? I mean, how much of that is real property?
About 2.2 million of it
And where did that come from?
from analysis of the
Okay,
rest of the market.
and that analysis is included in your evidence?
No.
Okay, so I got an unconfirmed sale with no evidence as to how you're coming up with that number.
This evidence
it's
is not
for-
for you, it's for the board.
I beg your pardon.
It's not for you. This evidence is not presented to you, it's presented to the board.
So I'll get to that later. Okay, your sales ratio report. You've got a high of 163% overappraised.
On the sales ratio report?
Mhm.
Okay,
You see what I'm talking about? Does everybody know where this is at? On the last page of the sales ratio report,
Yeah.
on the right-hand side, you've got the weighted mean, the average mean, the max ratio, and the minimum ratio. The max ratio is 163% overappraised, not 63%, 163% overappraised. The minimum ratio is 62% underappraised. So the credibility of all that's going on is a little amiss, to say the least. How am I doing on my rebuttal?
2 minutes and 45 seconds left total of your time. You're
Okay,
through your rebuttal and then
I'll stop here and I'll come back.
How did he indicate at the time of the, I think.
I just gave you 7 minutes, so you've
Oh,
used 2.5 minutes now, or you've used
Okay.
4.5 minutes of your total 7.
Okay. And we're still on the same basis, we'll go back and forth. All right, so what I did is Marshall Swift, okay, first of all, this is valued on cost, right?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell me anywhere in this packet where it shows me cost,
No,
work up for evidence.
that's not it.
So we have a value that's being presented with no evidence at all. Okay, so how, and we touched on this a minute ago, this is a preponderance of the evidence. They're hidden on the sales, they're unverified, he's pointed out, they're up to 160% over appraised. And we'll keep whittling on this because it won't go away. The district has provided nothing to plant the feet. What we did is we did a Marshall and Swift report. What we did is we based the trailer spaces like we did the other on the second page of the Marshall and Swift. The second page, this is an older pier and beam house located on the edge of an RV park, which also includes cottages. This property has a house on it, not a cottage. Although this property is part of a large operation, it's still set aside with its own PID. So it causes a little confusion since the trailer spaces meander through the northeast side of the property. Due to the way the cost approach works, we feel the trailer spaces should be valued based on the park's total quantity, 94, so as to apply the function of economies of scale, to the process. Using a cost approach, we got 6 trailer spaces which should be valued at $7,713 each for a total of $39,336. The value of the house based on Marshall and Swift shows to be $40,825. The land is valued at $24,040. Our basis on this through Marshall and Swift that we have evidence on is $99,895 for 2021. The trailer pads were based as before, and the evidence is in the packet showing what Marshall and Swift allocates as a base value for RV parks. It's not a dispute. First of all, it's the only evidence here. And since y'all don't produce evidence, he and I do, this is the only thing we've got to base it on. And I'm not rolling it in.
Right.
So anyway.
So Eamon, you got 4 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross.
I don't have.
Okay. You got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I'd like to reiterate again the fact that the district has provided zero evidence to produce reasonable effort to sustain their value. This is, again, as part of the larger park. This is one part of it. The trailer spaces are all meandering through here. We've taken and allocated the proper segment to this piece and gone from there. If you look at the pictures, they're provided in the packet. It's just this isn't hardy board. I believe this is just regular old masonite plywood because it's buckling on the sides. But there's nothing really there. So anyway, I pretty much hit on all the basis. The key thing is we have evidence to support our opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. You got 1 minute for closing?
I'd just like to point out, as far as burden of proof, question is what's more likely? Is it over market or is it not? And it just sold for $4 million, we're at 2.2. I don't think it's more likely that we're over what it's worth.
If I could,
You can't, we gotta keep moving. We're still in the 10 o'clock docket.
well, so you tell them.
You done, Eamon?
What's just talking to you is my minute.
You got 1 minute for
Okay.
closing.
We're talking about sales again. He's already admitted he doesn't have a validation or a verification of that sale. That's a very big point in all the stuff we're doing. And it can't be denied. He has no evidence on his method of or an approach to value. So I don't see how we go any other way. He can make suggestions and opinions and stuff, but I don't see how you have anything to hang your hat on. It's not a hearsay thing. It's what we put before you. So I appreciate it. That's all I got. Our opinion of value for this portion of the trailer park, because it's got its own BID, $99,895 for 2021. Thank you.
It's our time. So the district does have methods by which they estimate, and it's shown to be quite accurate, really. for these sales prices. So, and we're looking at part of a whole here.
Yeah.
So, we're quibbling over $770 decrease but
Point, the fundamental point is, we have used and continue to use unverified sales. That's all we have.
go ahead.
We don't have MLS, so that's all we have. And that's what we use. And that's what he did, basis his conclusions. That's what we're gonna continue to use.
Well, it's not fair to,
I'm not
Just-
gonna debate with you the fairness.
well, no, it disenfranchises a bunch of people, but the problem is if you're gonna accept unverified sales, the whole system is tainted and skewed.
Well, you
He
can
failed the
tell,
property value study. It's not because they don't.
the controller, the system is tainted.
Well,
And he
They've
can
already
get us the
stated that.
and he can get us the MLS listing.
no,
But until then, this is what we're going to do.
I carry a real estate license, and I can tell you why we're told that they do not have multiple listing available. Generally, they do not treat the
Where are
sales.
you, Bill? on this?
I thank you.
I'm a little confused because there's no evidence from the district showing that there's 6 trailer spaces on this particular piece of property, which would be a $10,000 piece. It's $60,000 value.
No, it's on the property card. It's part of their.
Oh, is it on
Yeah,
there?
it's on there.
Okay, I didn't find it.
Yeah,
I think that's
$10,000 a click.
That's kind of the problem, the predominance of the approval.
Yes.
So there is
Not
no
the house. So. How about you, Scott?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's. And I'm trying to wrap my head around one comp, the 4 million comp, but that's not.
I mean, that's the whole.
Well, it's using the whole, it's using the whole to justify.
I mean, their values are, we have a effective year 75 and effective year 55 structure that's depreciated out, both of them down to 49%. So it's. I'm not seeing anything here. Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1078, account 30943, and considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $121,700.
In favor?
Right.
Case closed?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Opening case 1079. Account 30951. District goes first?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, 30951 is another portion of Drifters RV Park. Last year it was certified at 904,030. This year it was noticed at 914,540. Notes. Okay. This property has a whole bunch of 2 FB pluses. They're going to be little cottages. Built in 2005. There's the CT. I think there are. This appears to just be. Okay, so we have value abstracted from the sale of other large RV parks in this area. We've had the transactions of several, some mid-sized, small little ones in Rattlesnake Point. We've got one in the center of Fulton on Mesquite, and another one on Smokehouse Road, Circle W back in the day. And then the subject sale. We abstracted out. For the other parcels, indicated value for the subject is $1.7 million. We are lagging behind actual sales, but I would point out, I'm okay with that because they're selling busy RV homes. Also, this does have a lot of cottages on it, and cottages, places that have cottages are, our residential cost schedules for the 2 FB plus is not accurately reflecting the contributory value of cottages and parks. That's part of why our ratio is so low. And what follows, there you go, is a sales ratio report for RV parks, unlike the last one, which was just a region. Our previous median value for RV parks before they were reevaluated was like 40%, the lowest being 11, the highest being 64, or at 1.02. A heck of a lot better.
Done?
That's it.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Once again, so all these sales verified.
All right, back down. Which one is jumped around. Which case ID are we on? 77?
78.
79.
Sorry, 79.
1079.
At least one of them is.
Okay, so I'll let you know, the things don't get marked verified until we have paper to print out to prove it. The sale of 2 of the 4 was a verbal confirmation from brokers. Comp 2 has become verified. When it was unverified, it was 4.6. When we actually saw it in reality, it was over $6 million. And comp 4 is also verified. Yeah, we have paper for that one. But the other 2 are unverified. They're not percentages, they're verbal reports from brokers.
Are you aware that the net adjustment on comp 1 and 2? Comp 1 has been 400,000 of the total value in net adjustments. Comp 2 is over $1 million in adjustments more than comp 1, and we think that that indicates that they're not comparable. This piece of park is just like the others. Again, it does have a lot of cottages on it. What we've done, and you'll see in your packet, that we inspected and valued each one of those little bitty houses. This again is a trailer park, an RV park, valued under Marshall and Swift. I'd like to ask the appraiser, do you have any evidence showing your position of cost value?
Like cost schedules and stuff.
Evidence using the cost approach?
That's what our property card is.
No, it's not. That's, well, all right, so on record, you're gonna tell me the property card is your cost approach.
It is evidence of the cost.
So it gives you the replacement cost in it, which is the key thing, obviously, in the cost approach.
If you're wanting like cost schedules and stuff, put that in anybody.
Okay, but you're saying this value is based on cost. And you're saying you don't have any evidence to show where the value came from.
There's evidence. It's just you don't like it.
No, show me your evidence that shows replacement cost in it, which is pertinent to cost. It's not replacement cost in it. Right? Okay, so if you do that and it's not classified or anything else, what do you have?
If it wasn't classified, it would be wrong.
Okay, thank you. We've gone through the trouble to class each one of these houses and do a Marshall and Swift on them. They're labeled, starting with 1, going through every one of those cottages. We then did a Marshall and Swift based on those cottages. We added all the extras in. Again, we can only base our stuff on something we can hang our hat on, which is the cost. So if you look at the Marshall and Swift, we come up with a total value on this property of $772,878. That includes all the cottages. This one doesn't have trailer spaces, actually. It's all cottages. We took into account all the Marshall and Swift information, the extras, and everything in key to them. So we have information. And since the only evidence you can rule on is evidence presented before you, I think that our deal is the only thing that can work.
I don't agree with you.
I don't either.
That's fine. I'm just telling you, based on preponderance of evidence, if he doesn't present any evidence, and I do.
You've shown the replacement cost, not the market value.
The replacement cost minus accrued depreciation is market value.
No, it's not.
May I just tell you this, in the reappraisal plan, and I've had to check the reappraisal plan for Aransas County, market value equals land value plus replacement cost new minus accrued depreciation. That is market value. And so tell me.
If we're not in agreement to that, that's a big deal. We should get a copy.
But we need to know what what is your calculation for market value? What's your formula? In cost.
In general, that'd be pretty accurate.
See,
That's pretty accurate.
I'm not wrong.
The difference is your schedules are not, they're just not accurate,
This is what the comptroller uses.
but you're wrong. Nothing, you can't buy anything for the numbers you're talking about.
We're working something.
Cost is different than
See,
purchasing
this is-
a property on income, which is what these properties are. And if anything is indicated in this, is that you're using the wrong approach to value this property. And that's a lot of what we've discussed.
So y'all mentioned before about sales and everything. They're valuing on cost. We're valuing on cost. Sales don't have anything to do with what we're doing.
Cottages for $170,000.
Now he's an expert on construction costs. This is not complicated, guys. Okay, let me ask you this. What does this board have before it, them from the district that tells them the cost of these buildings?
I have 4 sales in front of me that tells me what the place would sell for.
So you're gonna override the district's
I'm gonna
approach
use,
to value,
I'm gonna use their numbers. That,
but they're
that's
saying they
what
don't
it'll
use them.
sell for.
They don't use them. They're not using them. They're using a cost approach. So now we're gonna meld these things and we're gonna interpret.
That's what every appraisal district does.
No, that they do not. We're in 40 or 50 different counties. I can tell you they don't do that. There's a fundamental
20
problem.
seconds left. They've got 20 seconds
I do
left.
too. Yeah, when you look at IAAO standards for sales verifications, you can't come up with this stuff by doing that. And that's not a game. That's what keeps the system true and accurate.
If we work the way you want us to work, our numbers would be.
You failed the property value study, so you can't tell me how.
Okay, I mean, you got 4 minutes, 2 for cross, 2 for rebuttal. Got nothing? Okay. You got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, what I'd like to point out is the sales ratio study shows that the district is overappraised. They've said that the comptroller told them to use the income approach. Question I've got for you, was the field appraiser that audited you, was he apprised of the ratio study when he suggested that you use income?
I don't understand the question you're asking.
Okay, so with the property value study, you were audited.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you were audited, you say that the comptroller told you to use the income approach on warehouses.
Yes.
Which is still, I'm on a trailer park, I've still got warehouses on my sales ratio study. So was he aware of your ratio study when he did that recommendation to you? Because he recommended that you change to income knowing that you're 100% overappraised to start with. I don't think that field appraiser would do that.
None of that happened the way you think it happened.
All I know is property value study shows you're overappraised.
Warehouses. Your narrative was like who you were talking to. and what
Okay, the
happened.
field appraiser is the one that comes out here to visit you, correct?
There was 4.
Okay, and if they came
And one
in,
of the ones who did the commercial stuff actually never set foot in the
rest my case. We're overappraised and the district's evidence shows we're overappraised. They're using the property value study as a justification to raise values when the field appraiser never even stepped foot in Aransas County. These people are paying double or more what they should be paying over something that's made up. I don't, you know, and
He didn't
you guys,
make up the sales.
You have to understand though that the sale is buying the business. They're buying a busy trailer park. They're buying the cash that can be made on that
Sale
property,
was
but the
$4
appraisal
million.
district isn't appraising it that
The
way.
sale was $4 million and he's only got it appraised at 2.
Yes, sir, exactly.
That's not.
The real
overpriced.
property is at 2 million. The other value is in that business. It has to be.
That's not overpriced.
That is over, yes, sir.
okay, let me ask you this. Can you tell me for a fact, can you,
Damon, you got 1 minute. You got 1 minute for closing.
can you tell me for a
Yeah.
fact that you know that that is
I
worth
don't
2.2?
have to tell you anything. for
But you've been
a fact.
telling me so much. That you've been asserting to me that it's worth $2.2 million.
Trying to get you to understand what we're doing.
I know
And
what
if
you're
you
doing.
don't understand it, I can't help you.
I understand what I'm doing.
Then-
And there's a
then let's
reason for this.
proceed.
There's a reason for this. All I want to do is get a fair price for my clients with evidence that's presented before you. He and I are the only two that can present evidence.
And we have evidence of sales.
We are the only two. So you're going to override his approach to value.
No, he put up the sales. I'm not
He has
overriding
told
anything.
you he is using, cost. He told you that. Sales didn't have anything to do with his money.
Great, you want that, just for the record, using blended cost and sales comparison.
Where is the evidence? What's blended? There's no evidence. It's terrible. So,
Okay,
you
it's our
know,
time.
you don't have to believe it.
It's our time.
Leave it.
Well, there is a slight adjustment based on payments grids. I think if I read it right, 904,662. Yes,
On the equity part, yeah, there is a slight adjustment there.
which actually makes me feel more comfortable.
2020, it's 2020.
Sorry?
904. Yeah, 904.6, just takes it back to prior year.
Well, we do that. Or 904,660, either one, I don't care.
Be consistent. 904, 620 is. Yeah. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1079, account 30951. I'm looking at both Q1 appraised market value and Q2 equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 914,540 to 904,620.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed. Open case on 1080, account 30952.
Yes.
All right, 30952, this was noticed last year, or certified last year. 212,030, this year was noticed at 210,860. There are 14 of the park sites sitting on this thing. And there is another residential type building tucked away. Subject was part of a sale of the full RV park, $4 million last year. Comps include the sale of the subject and other small RV parks. Our value being abstracted from sales generally works best on smaller parks. That coming up like the bigger parks. Medium there is 275. And the median for equity, my thing keeps flashing back to the last one. 242. We're below the median number. Market and equity. the sales ratio report. Should have. That's all.
Okay. We have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 5 minutes for your presentation.
This has a house on it like the other one. If you look at your packets, you'll see pictures of it. It's an older brick home. The trailer sites are part of the whole. And again, what we've been trying to impress on y'all is the fact that you're putting $10,000 on those trailer pads, regardless if you got 6 or 94. And it defies everything, including Marshall and Swift. And y'all might not like Marshall and Swift, but it is an actually recognized costing process that we feel is credible. I think it's very important to, in every one of these hearings, at least make that point. The sales ratio report, again, shows 160% overappraised. If that doesn't shock anybody, I'm surprised, because it's, again, that's what the basis of all this is. If you look at the picture on the appraisal card, it shows 1997. You know when the last time y'all inspected this property was? Physical inspection, not desktop.
Yeah, it's October 15th, 2020.
Right? Well, who did the inspection? Should be, no, it says on the card. Who's PSA or 8SA?
Scott.
Okay. And so do you have any more current pictures of it?
That aerial photo is from this year. From February 2nd, 2020.
Okay, so if he was there physically, he could have taken the picture. And I'm not knocking Scott. Okay, so our packet. This again is part of a large RV fund, and we're being valued as though we've only got 6 in the total scheme of things. There's 94 spaces on this park. We've got it valued at the 8,700 times the 0.98, because we're at our space modifier and everything. We did the current cost modifier, all the bells and whistles that should be going through. I'd like to point out the district has provided nothing at all. And he's told y'all that the basis is cost. It's not sales. And, you know, it's just my job to hammer it to you every single time. So we just make sure it's on the record. Okay, we've gone through the trailer park stuff. Is it funny?
It's not, I'm not laughing.
Okay, well, y'all are kind of giggling and making faces.
No, we do not agree. I don't agree. Let me put it this way, because I won't, with your focus on this thing called cost, because all of the things that we look at is based on sales and equity. And if you want, I mean, I don't know how you go, if I heard you correctly, said cost is replacement cost plus appreciation.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I don't agree with that.
Well,
And it's not the way, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, you know, I'm reading this stuff incorrectly. It's not the approach that's being used.
it is.
It's not the
Okay.
approach that we have been using for.
Only difference is that Marshall Swift data is not granular enough for Aransas County.
And I'll agree with that. This isn't my time. This isn't our time. So I'm sorry.
Perfectly up to date
I
and
was
perfectly
reacting to you.
adjusted for what we're looking at. We're doing a mass appraisal of the county. We're only doing a mass appraisal of this county over and over and over. So we end up with specific areas of interest. And part of the reason that we didn't do this that we don't want to do other commercial properties through abstracting sales and cost is because updating your cost schedules is a constant moving target. And the technological limitations of that are really, really steep. It's because our software was written in 2001. And I mean, you mentioned getting pictures. We can't upload new pictures to a property account without jumping through a ton of hoops. It's one of the stupidest things about our software. You think it'd be super easy to take a picture and make it the main picture for this account. You just can't.
If you're using true automation, none of my other districts have a problem. The problem I got here is the fact that
You really, you can't. They don't allow back-end access for uploading pictures.
their software is capable of having Marshall and Swift through their camera system. They could be doing this. They could have this report for you. He said it's cost. Why in the heck doesn't he have it?
Oh,
You
you
might not
don't,
be
you
used
just
to
don't
think this
provide,
is-
so the road that you're going down ends up not where I think you wanna be.
Why would that be?
Because what you end up getting is a CD that has the entire county and all of Marshall Swift's schedules for this year dumped on you for every property that's not clarified for anything, because then they can say, we've presented all of our evidence to you. You have all of our software. It's 100% of our entire database.
I like that. We've got access to the data. That's not the problem. We have our own deal by Marshall and Swift. It's not a camera deal, but they can change the factors in it. But what we've got is there's a mass confusion of things. You are supposed to be listening to us, I believe. And we are presenting the evidence, but y'all are presenting evidence.
But you just keep
And I
saying
can't
that like
fight-
I'm not
I
presenting
can't
stuff
fight
like Anna,
for
that you're
y'all.
saying that we do stuff that we aren't, and like, you're not listening.
I don't need to listen to you. I'm presenting evidence by a report, by Marshall and
But
Swift,
that's why
in
we're
to-
like-
in a total.
Going, we're
Okay.
wondering what the disconnect was. It's because there's no progress being made. Normally, in a lot of these hearings, there's some reasonableness.
Because they listen to you. And I'm not gonna listen to you because I know where I stand. My job is to present evidence to you. And if you are going to ignore it, I'm just saying it for the heck of it, but I'm still gonna say it. He does not have any evidence. He's told you he does not have any evidence. How can you rule on preponderance evidence if there is none? And he admits it. And you're telling me that, you know, your take on it. And again, it might sound like I'm argumentative, but I've got a job to do.
Yes, he has presented evidence. He's presented the same evidence, the same methodology that some of us at this table have heard for years.
I like that.
And we recognize that the Marshall and Swift, it's another way, it's another method of getting to a number, but it's not a method which we have as a board here, I'm gonna say, generally accepted.
Okay, so the sales work.
Anyway,
then-
Damon, you got them 4 minutes. You need it, okay, then you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. If you're gonna use sales and you don't have the evidence to support the sales, the adjustments, all of the intricacies that goes into our side, and you're ruling on it, that's it's a fault too. I mean,
Did you look at his evidence?
sure.
All the adjustments are there.
They're so high and they're not comparable.
It's
All the
different.
adjustments are there.
Okay.
That's what the
happened? You've done
adjustments
same
are. They're
thing.
supposed to deal with things.
That, no, it shows, when there's a high net adjustment, that shows that you're comparing a property that is not comparable. That is exactly what that high net adjustment
And we
shows.
get
If you have to change it that much to make it the same, it's not the same. That's what that means.
But what it is it almost seems like there's a bias that you ask him what he thinks and he gives you his opinion and I feel disenfranchised. I don't care. It didn't hurt my feelings. I don't care. I just am going to just keep going and tell you what I think and try to convey what my clients ask me to do. And I'm not doing it for the fun.
It's fun.
I appreciate it. And so, anyway, in closing, with all the intricacies and all the extras, we recommend a value of $156,031.
Damon, you got any closing?
No.
Change.
Yeah, I'm not either. And I just want to make one comment on this.
I'll make the motion first. You want to make your count? It is our
Oh,
time.
it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay. So on case ID 2021-1080, account number 30952. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal and equity value, I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value at $210,860.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Next on the list is case ID 622, account 58522.
So figure out how to find these puppies.
Are we on any docket yet?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
What's
We're on
the
the
number?
130.
What's the,
Oh, now we're finished with the 10, now we're on the 30, okay.
what is the case? ID?
622.
622.
622.
Okay, tell me what page it's on.
Top of page 8.
Uh, 58522, right? Is that what you said?
Yes. Are you able to find it?
I did.
No,
It's in the 130 docket.
that's Mackenzie.
Yes, I did find one. Thank you.
Okay. All right, this is 58522. This is a warehouse in the Lynn Storage subdivision. It is a row of storage buildings to the west of Boat Inn. Built by the guy who did Boat Inn, yep, and they're condoized. So they're not part of Larry Pierce's larger operation. They're individually owned. It was last sold in 2015 for we don't know what. The value last year was $114,000. Change this year was noticed at $188,240. These were part of the reappraisal of all of our warehouses. Just this one, and the likelihood that 115 is even what they paid for it in 2015 is pretty low. There is a standing offer on these. We have been given sale prices of other ones of these warehouses, these in the land storage subdivision. And what's crazy is they're plumbed and finished out. There's like septic in these things and stuff. You could live in one, but they do sell pretty cheap comparatively. So we got some sale prices. And we have people have been giving us their income and expense information in Fulton outlots. And so it indicates a lower value of that. So every warehouse in the land storage subdivision, I have offered, and I think they've all accepted the settlement at 141,180, with the exception of the one at the end because it's larger.
Okay. Did you accept 141, 180?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll keep going then. 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
It's my understanding that all of these are owner occupied. Is that also your understanding?
Well, I don't know if they're all owner occupied, but for the most part, I would assume.
You don't know. I was told by 2 owners in this that they're all owner occupied, so I don't think that there is any income information. As we've gone through this before, the reason I bring up owner occupied is these property owners don't have a thing to say, here's what I'm actually paying, or here's what I'm actually leasing it for, therefore here's my value. When I have income information, I use it. We looked at MLS, we looked at CoStar, no information. The CAD, I also requested the information under 41,461. It was not provided. I asked him to call me multiple times on these accounts. He didn't call me back. On the properties and on the sales ratio studies, have you gone through and kind of understood what's in these packets that you provided?
Sure.
So when I look at that first property that's classed as a warehouse, it's 135% over appraised. Would you agree with that?
Which is 701 North Commercial Street?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the next one down, which is also a warehouse, is 26% over appraised. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The next one down is also a warehouse and it's 117% over appraised. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, you're probably just reading this right.
Uh-huh.
I mean, across the board, I think, on average, most of the warehouses for 2021 were about 25% over appraised.
This is showing that they're 72% over appraised.
Well,
Would you agree with that?
no.
We can go, okay, so as a part of this, in what I'm hearing in our hearing earlier, you got a question about the property value study, and then you suggested earlier that I think you said something to the effect of the CAD's providing evidence and they're doing a darn good job of it. So if we can look at my evidence on the pink highlighted page,
Okay.
I'm gonna go over the sales ratio study.
I'm gonna stop the clock. Help me understand. You said that you're 176% something over appraised.
Yes, sir.
Where do you get that number?
That's what I'm gonna go over. I think it's easier to see. I have the same, I did the same exact, I
Okay.
copied it and I have my highlights. And so
Okay.
that's what I think it's
Okay.
very important to go
Very good.
through so that we're all on the same page of why I'm saying this. So it has pink highlights. Are y'all there?
Shortly.
It's way down.
Yeah.
We'll kind of like keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, so again, this is all to tell you that there's no income information being provided, but the CAD did provide sales information. The way that this works is if you look at the pink highlighted properties, those are classified the CAD as warehouse, okay? As you go across the line, you're gonna see the sales price. Okay, so you see the sales price?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that's what they paid for it.
In
The-
what year?
This is dated 11/20/2020. This is the CAD sale from November of 2020.
Okay, keep going.
So the market value that the CAD has on it is 204,810.
Right.
Okay, so when you compare those, you come up with a ratio. That ratio shows that the CAD is 135% over appraised. You get 2.35 when you divide those two.
Right.
135 over appraised on the warehouse.
Let's do the next one.
The next one down, 26% over appraised.
But based on a sale of when?
8/5/2019, provided by the appraisal.
So
district.
that's almost
So when we talk about that you're
2
using,
years?
sir, when we talk about that y'all are using sales, these are the CAD sales. This is everything that you've just been basing your information off of. This is their CAD information. There are no questions. This is an allowable time period. But we can even exclude that one. It's actually one of the lower ratios. The next one is also a 2020 sale. That one's showing to be 117% over appraised. The CAD has it at 277. It was purchased for 128. As you continue through these, and you look at the true warehouses, the CAD hasn't inspected the sales or verified the sales, and that's very clear in the fact that they are including a warehouse sale that was purchased and then approved through your city council to have an apartment complex and mini storages and RV park built on it. That's also included in the packet. You're also including mini storage. You're including a barn dominium. Once you remove all of those that shouldn't have been in there, if you're verifying these sales and understanding the multiple parcel, this is all in my packet too, all backed up by IAAO. He's 72%. If you take the outlier out, that 0.59, he's at 117% over appraised. Everything I'm telling you is evidenced by this. You're saying market value and you're saying that the CAD is doing a good job. This is telling you that the CAD is about to fail with flying colors. Everything. This exact information from the CAD shows how grossly overappraised these warehouse properties are. The other thing to look at this is this market value is based on the CAD's new approach on the income. If the CAD is 100 and is 72% overappraised by using the income method, that means that is the wrong method being applied to these properties. The buyers and sellers clearly aren't using income to determine market. They're buying and selling based on what they feel the value of that property is. And they're saying that it's not based on income, as you can see, based on these ratios. The reason I'm driving this home is, again, there is zero income information. The CAD has provided zero income information. My owners don't have income information because they're owner occupied. MLS has no lease information. CoStar has no lease information. All we have to look at is sales, okay? Sales are saying income is the wrong approach for this property. They're failing this miserably. Even if you include all of this, their COD, which is how you rely, like the reliability factor, the coefficient of dispersion, as shown on the last page of their ratio study, is 33. Okay, a normal COD is 15. In this market area, being in a small market, the reliability factor, if you're at a 20, that's okay. It's still high. This is at a 33. This is saying based on all of the CAD's information, their statistics are unreliable. And that's why I continue to harp on the fact that these are already 72% overappraised, and we're valuing them over and over on an income approach that isn't verified. There's no data to support it. And it's not only that, it's once you see it here word for word, line by line, there isn't a single one of these that's appropriately appraised.
One thing that Kenzie and I have talked
Any
about.
comments about that?
Ted,
I'd like to hear your rebuttal on that. I mean, I do see that, to your point, so, and I also see some that are purchased for 400,000 and they're valued for 235, so.
And that's included in my median ratio
Okay.
of the 72%.
So what's your?
So that sale ratio report is every property sale we have that we are noticing based on an income value. So it's not just warehouses. The reason is, one of the reasons to use income as a primary approach to value is because you don't have sale numbers at all. Not just that they're unreliable, but there are no sale numbers. So like apartments, you don't have fee simple open market handshake sales of apartments. So you value them on an income approach. The thing is, our evidence, which we got to put something in there. And the sales ratio report was, it's just, all it does is tell you, hey, are the numbers, is the system working at all? And if you did it by category, most sales ratio reports for income properties would have one sale in there. So that's not gonna tell you anything, the sample size is too small. Not a property being owner occupied and not having income data for itself is not an adequate reason to dismiss the income approach to value, for the same reason that you cannot dismiss sales simply because your property is not for sale. You can't dismiss cost just because you built it yourself. Those things they're just approaches to value. We're not trying to value somebody, we're not trying to buy this property off of anybody. What people say, well, I didn't spend that building it because I got the materials from my brother and I did the work myself. That doesn't preclude you from being able to do a cost approach to value and saying, well, these are what houses are selling for. I don't care what they're selling for. My house is not for sale. It doesn't preclude you from being able to use sales to find out what your house is worth.
How do you decide which approach to use?
In this case, it's because income data is very readily available. Whenever you see one of these for sale, all the data is income. It's on CoStar, it's just rent. There's rent and it's investment properties and there's cap rates, and there's no cost consideration on CoStar for warehouses. Nobody's saying like, oh, well, current building prices are this and here's the price of labor, because materials and labor right now is outrageous right now. It's extremely high.
You were talking about discounting different approaches and different everything else. Can you discount the fact that using warehouses only, you're 100 and something % overpriced? Doesn't that tell you something?
Yeah. So the warehouses are about, on average, 125% for this year of what they probably should be. The reason being, it's the first year that we set these things up. And when you do, you are forced to give them a notice of value based on what data you have. The data that's available is just CoStar data, and it's very, very blanket. It's just across the entire market. It's saying, hey, you got a warehouse in Rockport, it's probably worth $8 a foot a year. Well,
What market are you
okay.
looking at? In
This
CoStar.
market. This north is Aransas.
Okay.
We are a submarket.
Thank you. Okay.
So, and I understand that that's not nuanced enough, but that's what the equalization process is for.
Okay, so you,
Okay,
okay.
okay.
It takes a steady hand on the tiller to set up a new category here.
But if you know that it's overappraised for the first year, all these poor people are paying 125% more than they should while you're trying to figure out what to do. That's not fair.
Okay.
And you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, so my rebuttal is, he's saying that all the properties on the sales ratio study are based on income. They're not. The mini storages are not based on income. The barn dominium that's a A1 is not based on income. A1 meaning residential. The trailer park, the Woody Acres RV park is not on income. The Walgreens is not on income. And the Walgreens, I might know, is well underappraised. The Dollar General is on here. It's not on income and it's well underappraised. This shows that these are all overappraised grossly. We've both agreed to that. He's saying that there's data that's readily available on the income information. The first thing about that is if you look at the very front of my packet, there are 0 results for income out of CoStar in Aransas County. That is the specific market I look for. If it was readily available, there would not be 0 results. There would also be some information from the CAD. They have presented 0 evidence, period. The other thing is if that were true and there was readily available information, why are we 125% overappraised? If it was there, you're going to test that data, you're going to test your model. You're not going to end up with a ratio of 1.72. You're not going to end up with a COD of 33. That's showing you that the data that went into this is bad. Everything is pointing to that this is an incorrect approach. What that again means is you have 3 approaches of value. The ARB manual states that you're to look at the preponderance of evidence and also that the appraisal district is supposed to consider all approaches and choose the one that's most appropriate. There is no income information, so we can't even put that on the table. The second approach is sales. Sales are showing that you're 72% overappraised. The third approach is cost. We provided a cost approach, and I know you don't like it, but that indicates a value as shown in the report of $98,479,000.
Okay. Anyone, let's go to closing.
Clear something up. All those properties you said were not on cost, they're on income. It's on income.
Not according to your appraisal cards that I requested from Barbara.
I don't know. It's not very
In a barn
productive, is
dominium.
everything that we tell you.
A
You
barn
just
dominium.
say,
Well, I'm going on facts,
I'm
Damon.
telling you,
I'm going on
you,
evidence.
hey, I've got 5. No, you don't. Okay. I mean,
Because
why are
you
you
have
asking
you
questions?
provided
No,
no
correct you when you're wrong.
evidence. You've provided 0 evidence. I mean, I've asked you over and over. I asked you and begged you to call me. I wanted to talk this out and understand. I said, I want to understand where you're getting this value. If you provided income information, maybe we would be on the same page, but there is no income information. That's the point I'm making.
Well, I understand your frustration. I've been there. I had to go through this whole thing. And I was telling people it's not out there. And they said, yes, it is. And I said, where? And it sucked. It was 2 years of it trying to figure it out. But it's out there. Our Walgreens.
Then where is it?
You're using CoStar data, right?
CoStar, TREP, several different things, source strategies, surveys.
We've asked for it and not been able to.
And it is
Get any
not,
information.
it is not subject to public inspection.
Okay,
Because you're paying for that, right? Okay, you
We're
got
paying
one-
for it
one
and
minute
it's
to-
strictly held confidential.
okay, this went over a minute. I'd like a little bit more time. If you look to the first page of my packet, would you mind looking at the first page of my packet, please?
Have we seen?
Okay, this is CoStar. This is showing you there is no data. I don't need his CoStar. I have CoStar. If you look at the next page, this is MLS, Aransas County, 0 results. That means there is no information. We are allowed this information under 41.461 of the code, and if it's confidential, we're allowed to use it for statistical purposes. If you have a question about that, I highly encourage you to ask your attorney. The whole point of this is there's still no income information. This property is shown as a warehouse, which is shown by the appraisal district to be 72% overappraised. I'm requesting a value that is appropriate for this property as based on the preponderance of evidence of $98,479.
And just briefly, we talked about the cost and whether y'all had ever used it or not. In the tax code, it's in section 23.011, cost method of appraisal. If the chief appraiser uses a method of appraisal to determine the uses method of appraisal to determine market value of real property, the chief appraiser shall use cost data obtained from generally accepted sources, making the appropriate adjustments and go on down the line. So this is strictly, I mean, it's in the tax code, so cost is not a mystery. It's not something we made up. Thank you.
So here's what happened. We got two wheels off in the ditch on how to add two and two. What got lost in communication here is my buddy Dutton has a building that he bought a bunch of years ago, and he keeps his personal stuff in there. All of these are personal stuff. There is no business being run out of any of them. I tried to buy the end one about 15 years ago. It had a helicopter and a big boat inside, and an artist loft on the side of it, all air conditioned boats. It's the guy like to paint.
Yeah.
That's what we've gotten away from. Marshall and Swift, the districts.
Right.
Both can do math.
Right.
But we've gotten off topic here badly, and we'll never get through all of this if we don't get off of how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and get off the fuzzy math and get back onto this is a storage building for boat trailers and stuff, fishing poles, duck decoys, all kinds of stuff. Is it worth $188,000? No. But it's probably worth more than 114,000. Right. It's worth somewhere in the middle. That's our job.
Yeah.
Neither one have presented a
Right.
case that gets us to there.
Right.
Neither have presented a case that gets us there. Yeah. I mean,
Wait,
we can take the side
I've gets us where?
to it's somewhere between 114 and 188.
Just to
When they-
reiterate, it should
Hang
be,
on,
okay,
I know. Because I've sat here and listened to this for most of the day. $98,479 versus $188,000 is never going to get a negotiation here in this room. But I know where you're going. But it's not worth $188,000. So you got a lot of common property involved in this.
But remember,
process.
this is the methodology that the comptroller is pushing,
I
not
haven't
just
heard anything
this-
from the comptroller ever in my life, so.
not just this appraisal district.
That hasn't been presented in this hearing.
Yeah,
but I hope I'm not misunderstanding. I'm not saying it should be 188, it should be 141.
That's
And I'm good with that.
and that's kind of, that's sort of the
common
I
ground
think
in
the
between.
that's
problem
sort
though
of the
is
give and take. that
we're
we're-
supposed to look at evidence and there is no evidence to support the 141. So I have heartburn too of what are we basing that off of? There's no evidence to support it. And that's what I'm asking the board to look at is the evidence of what's provided. It's just not there. I asked and pleaded for it. I look, as you can see in my packet, there's 64 pages of me trying to make sense of this value.
But it is personal stuff, like you said, and they're not all air conditioned and
No, I get
everything in the
it. I get
sewer
it.
system is defunct.
I get it.
They don't-
41 came from.
That was his offer.
The offer, basically. Okay. Because it's not.
Amy, was that based on lowering
Leased
the
out.
income from 8 to 6?
It was, in the end, it was. That's how it ends up, you end up getting there, but the reason you can show it's warranted is because you have sales of these units that when they were noticed, we didn't have.
But it should never be.
There
on
are no
that.
sales of these units in here, and the sales indicate that you're 72% overappraised.
So
It should never be on income to begin with.
Exactly.
Should,
It's personal.
Well,
property.
that's, up to-
It's real property, but it's,
that's above my pay grade.
I get it. I get that also.
Evidence supports that.
He's one for it.
I'm good with that. That's reasonable markdown. It's middle ground between last year and this year.
On the basis of what we got to work with, 141 is probably not the right number, but it's a number.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-622, account 58522, when considering this particular one, they just show Q1 incorrect appraised market value. That we lower the 2021 assessed value from 188,240 to 141,180.
I'll second.
All in favor?
180.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, case is closed, open case ID 1081. Account 30954. Okay.
Is this the last big chunk of drifters?
I believe so. One of the properties was no changed, and I think this is the fourth we've heard today.
There is a fifth one.
That one was already settled. I don't know why it's.
1097?
Yes, that's a business personal account. It was settled in June.
Okay.
Okay. This is 30954. Last year it was certified at 967,380. This year it was noticed at 1,001,000 on the nose. It sold as part of the sale of Drifters RV Park, the sale of multiple parcels. 5% of that sale, you've seen that evidence. The sales grid is going to show you the sale of larger RV parks because there's a bunch of spaces on this thing. Indicating a value for the subject at 1,014,000, which is a well within the margin of error, but a negative adjustment indicated. I think, right? Is that, am I losing? No, it's not. It's over. So we're under the median value for equity. And then our sales median is 2.1 million. Considering this is 71 of the park sites, the bulk of the value is going to be in the RV hookups and the cottages. So it would make sense that on a $4 million sale, it would indicate a pretty high value. 2.7. But we have sales of other RV parks. As part of where we get our CTP value. Sales ratio report is 4. This looks too long to be RV parks. It's probably Burton and Danforth. Nope, it's commercial financial. Where you can just look at that. That's interesting. 91% on average for anything that has commercial frontage. So everything that is commercially fronted historically very low. And that's because we used to just do most of our annual work on MLS data, and it just sort of buried all this stuff. That's it, just part of drifters.
Okay.
What is the cost per trailer space that you have on these?
10,000.
Do you think that it's normal that you would have the same cost on 71 spaces as you would if you only had 6?
Yeah.
So your economies of scale to build 71 of them is the same exact thing as it would be to build 6 of them.
No.
Then why would you use the same $10,000 for building 6 to have 71?
Because you can't stop thinking about something at economies of scale for construction.
I'm a builder. If I'm building 71 or something, I can do it a lot cheaper per unit than I can 6.
So with RV parks, you're actually going to find your economies of scale go in reverse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the bigger parks sell for lower indicated cap rates because they're more stabilized.
We're talking, you're doing cost.
Yeah, but if you're abstracting a value for economies of scale, you have to work off of an adjustment, include a markup, an economic markup, right? You can't just say, oh, well, it cost me $150,000 to build this house and pay my contractor, therefore it's worth $150. It's not, it's gonna be worth like $195.
Just so you know, Marshall and Swift keys in architectural fees, planning fees, contractor fees, and everything else in their cost.
But they don't key in like someone wanting a cute house in Rockport. We have to add that.
It's in here. That's where your local modifier comes in. That's where your.
Local modifiers are local enough.
Yeah,
How local it is.
Right.
Corpus Christi.
that's the point, that, you know, it is not a local modifier.
This is
Okay,
not
Corpus Christi
Okay.
is not Rockport,
We,
and Rockport is not Corpus Christi.
we added another 9% because of the trailer park in this area. And then the local modifier takes it for the deal. This is often a nationwide deal. And so that's why you get that. But
Wait. You just kind of glossed over. They said that's why you get that. I look at your local multipliers and the only darn thing it's got is Corpus Christi. And I'm sorry, that's not granular. When he says it's not granular, that's what I think.
okay.
This is not
Let me tell
granular.
you the problem here is that the comptroller uses the same process. And these factors, these cost multipliers are used by them as well.
I don't know.
This is a major operation. This isn't a game. They do this. This is what they do. And they calculate these modifiers to get them in there. It's not up to me to say, I don't think, because I'm not qualified to say that. But again, these are based on cost, right?
Cost and sales,
Okay, but it's using a cost method.
cost and sales.
Okay, but you've not provided any breakdown on an unverified sale. So are you gonna hang your hat on the dollar you got on the sale?
Oh, yeah.
And you can provide me evidence if I requested under PIA
No.
to provide that.
All I would be giving you is a printout from our database with a number on it. Basically, we've already given it to you.
I don't need anything other than enough to do statistics on. Okay, but here's the deal
There
on
it
cost.
is. The number on a piece of paper, $1 million.
You're gonna extract us the land or the
You-
real
you-
property.
You're not exactly,
You haven't verified the sale.
and it's not for real property. You agree with that, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So it can be quantified.
Yes, it can. It's my job to quantify it.
Well, I look forward to that. All right, so again, the comptroller or the state has a section for costs. And it gives you the parameters. It says again, that the chief appraiser uses the cost method of appraisal to determine the market value of real property. The chief appraiser shall use cost data obtained from generally accepted sources. Where was your source? To get your
For our
cost?
cost data?
Yeah.
Marshall Swift.
Then how come you couldn't provide me with Marshall Swift with it?
Because we don't provide you with evidence, we're providing the board with evidence.
We asked you specifically for everything you're gonna use before the board, and you neglected to give that to us.
This is everything we're using before.
You're, okay, so then we could use government code 552155142. I think it is.
Didn't you say earlier that you were only missing evidence from 2 of these cases?
The point is that there's no cost evidence in this packet, even though that's the way the property is being valued.
You can say that he gives you evidence by telling you something, but at some point, just like y'all do us, you should say,
You're doing
do
the
you-
same thing.
well, I know, but you should say, wait a minute, you're saying this is a deal, where, I don't see it in the packet. You have to be able to quantify this.
They got 2.
When you look at a Marshall Swift thing and it says this office type, this many dollars per foot, you know, they have a lot of data that goes into that in terms of like polling contractors and checking prices, and you're not presenting any of that either.
It's in there. It's in Marshall Swift. All in the process of being a contractor is in Marshall Swift cost.
Okay, but even
We have
then,
provided the
You're saying,
descriptions
okay,
that show everything that's included. in
Yes.
the
or
cost.
the board is this much a board foot. Well, you don't have any evidence showing why it's $8.
It's a,
How much it costs to grow a tree. There comes to a point where the data is irrelevant.
you're evading.
No, you're auditing our appraisal.
I am.
And you're doing a
And I
terrible
don't
job.
want to. That's your audit performance
They
audit.
do, and
They don't,
they do.
not IAAO. The comptroller does, the property value study and the maps. Those two things are failing somewhere. Right, so anyway, it's also the chief appraiser shall make any appropriate adjustments for physical, functional, and economic obsolescence. Make available to the public on request cost data developed and used by the chief appraiser as applied to all properties within a property category and may charge a reasonable fee to the public for that data. Whoa, did y'all hear that? he's supposed to supply that if we ask for it.
You have
The
to make an
comptroller-
open, you have to
We
make an open
did.
records request.
No,
Yes,
we
you
did it
do.
under 41,
461, and it was PIA too, it's also uploaded here if you wanna verify it.
So it was a public records request and through the tax code to try to get it done. They have not done anything, and you're facilitating, in my opinion, their ability to throw in numbers, and the people that are suffering isn't me. I don't care if I lose, but what about the taxpayers? He just said that they did a year at 125% overappraised. What the heck? So all these people at your coffee shop are gonna say, well, I just found out that they're charging us 125% for the first year to test it out. Why are they paying 125% more in value? It doesn't make sense. So anyway, the tax code says in cost that he's supposed to give me that information. We don't have it.
Okay.
So
Kevin, you got 4 minutes if you need it. Okay. You got 2 minutes to keep going.
Okay, all right, so by the time we're through, y'all will be tired of me telling you the same things over and again, and
We're already tired of you.
look, I can understand that. But, the thing is a later point, I've got to go to my clients and tell them that I tried my best with evidence to get the value that is most suitable to their property. I can rest easy at that. So that's all I've got to do. I'm repetitious. So anyway, they got 71 RV park spaces that are based the same cost as if you had 6. If y'all agree with that, that's all good. I keyed in the pool at the CAD value. I keyed in the land. Comes to $691,523. I provided pictures of the laundry room, which is tied into Marshall Swift. And you've been told by this treasurer that it's not local enough and it's not all this other stuff with modifiers. If you have a question, I'll be glad to get you more information. But it is all accounted for, it's all done. And, the ones that are suffering, he's admitted he doesn't have any information, and still yet we go for it. So I'd like to market our opinion value is $691,523.
Closing.
Me, no.
Okay. Need a minute to close.
I know that it sounds like I'm getting abrasive, and to be truthful, after what I've gone through, I can feel myself being abrasive. But I hope you understand that that's my job. And we're passionate about what we do. We fight as hard for $100 as we do $1 million. And my goal is to try to get it as right as possible so we don't come here again next year to do the same thing. The other thing is, I don't want to look my clients in the eye and say, well, they said that they think that it's right. And I didn't test them. So in closing, I just say that I'm trying my hardest. I apologize if it wears on you, but that's again my job. So thank you.
Okay. Now it's our time. I recognize the other approach, but to come up with a value that's 71% of last year's value, knowing that what property is selling for and going up in Aransas County makes no sense to me. I'm leaving it. I would vote to leave it where it is. What are other people's thoughts?
Still trying to pull one together.
Since I haven't spent a lot of time with this Marshall and Swift data, well, that's manufacturing, as far as one place. I can't say chances.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1081
account 30954, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level appraisal, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $1,100,000. No, $1,001,000.
Scared me for a minute.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Three.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Somewhere between.
I missed the one.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. I got it.
What is 1082? 1083, right?
Okay. Sorry. I
Yeah.
skipped one.
We're not on 1082.
I don't see 1082.
That
Page
was-
8.
That was resolved this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at different ones than you. Okay,
So we're gonna
We
take
got all
a
have the same. Oh, you got that.
I got that.
1083 after a short recess.
There is 1077 was resolved, I guess.
It must be.
That's drifters.
not on the list.
The business personal,
It doesn't say business personal. It does say,
1097.
1097, yeah, that was
no,
settled like
1077. It is account number 30932. Did we already hear it? And I didn't.
No.
There was
That was
one drifters that was no change prior to the hearing docket, and then, business
It's
personal
at
on
the
here.
bottom.
Yeah. It's in Griffin's name, but
I do think, this one was resolved this month. Let me make sure it was.
Okay.
Or, sorry.
What y'all end up eating?
Tropical smoothie, nothing local.
Local.
These good guys.
And it's- but
They're a
it's not-
chain.
It's local, but not local flair.
local franchising. The national chain. It's doing really well though. Like.
We have one in
Okay
Victoria,
with it, yeah.
and I go there a lot. I feel like, if I have the choice, well, there's not very much on our side of town. I kind of live in the historic area, and we don't have food past 2 p.m. There's a lot of like old kind of mom and pop
Oh, yeah.
restaurants, and they close at 2, and then I'm like, dang, I don't want to cook dinner. Where do I go?
That place is really popular with high school kids.
Yeah, there are a lot of like young professionals in there today.
That's the only time I've ever been there, was when my son was in middle school.
Really?
And they first opened, and the middle school would let out and flock to that place, and there'd be a line out the door. So I just call my son and say, I'll see you at the
I can't make
smoothie
it.
place, and hope you got $5 on you, because everything's $5, so then go get a smoothie.
There you go.
Yeah, you know, everything, like the Whataburger being next to the high school was always a place when people got out, they would go over there.
Yeah,
If you had theater after school, there was the auditoriums right next to Whataburger. For some reason though, the Dairy Queen never got high school traffic.
it has high school traffic rule, I say that when my son was in the high school, all of the athletes would go to Whataburger.
Uh-huh.
And all of the non-athletes that wear black t-shirts and
Oh,
the
the Asian kids,
the alternative kids
yeah.
would all hang out in the parking lot at the Dairy Queen. I don't even think they were in the building.
Oh, no, that's a thing.
That was.
Hanging out.
Hanging out.
They
We
just.
got a
hang-
Sonic. That was the thing for softball practice.
Yeah, our Sonic was not as, when it was on that part of 35 in the intermediate school, we would just slam the teachers and students all the time. There was actually a hole in the fence that kids would crawl through, because there was like an oak tree and everything.
It's like the old school, let's go get a thing and like 70s, I guess you go smoke a cig, get some Sonic.
Yeah, no, you can definitely be smoking over there.
Yeah, we had the McDonald's and, they, it was a local, it's kind of like an Arby's, but it was a beef sandwich place, but everybody had this was the 70s, everybody had hot rods, and so you drive your car around and around the parking lot, finally back in and go sit on the hood for a little while.
And somebody
That
takes
sounds
it,
pretty
run into
fun.
the back of the car.
Oh, no, there's never any of that. There's always a fight of some sort because it was 4 different high schools that all hung out. There. Everybody got one. Except every now and then you get some. Drank too many Miller ponies.
I grew up in
Schlitz.
San Antonio in the 70s in high school. And none of the high schools got along together. It was-
I
it was
don't know why we
terrible.
did. We always did, except, during football season.
Yeah,
There was some of this and that.
That's
But Rockport never really had a place to hang out for the kids to hang out. That's the only downside of raising a kid here.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, downtown area started to be used pretty heavily for people rollerblading was popular, and as soon as that, only a couple of weeks went by, there was a new ordinance passed saying you're not allowed to do it. Because people would be coming out of shops and they're like, oh, it just scared the dickens out of me, somebody coming by on a rollerblade going too fast. They built the skate park at one point. Again, about monkeys buying or literally a speed limit, there's a height limit, how far you're allowed to be off the ground. It costs money to get in. It's just like, why is there nothing for the kids to do? It's like, you're not allowed to do anything.
Yeah.
You gotta, the one in Ingleside, they have a concrete skate park, no shade, no supervision. It's just a bunch of concrete in the middle of the park. And it is filled with young people all the time. It's like,
Well, the
you
one at Memorial Park used to be, but it got a little, the one
So
at
it
Memorial Park behind.
seems away from this
Yeah,
idea.
that's the one.
It got,
You
it got, it
kind
got,
of what we're here
but
for.
there was some areas.
Which is to hear evidence.
Yeah.
So that
evidence, we can
Memorial Park.
agree with it or not, we don't have to say whether we agree with it. We
Yeah,
can
it's a
just
good,
choose
it's a
to-
good concept. That's a disc golf course.
Same thing with
That gets
Amy.
used pretty well.
They can rebut each other, and that's between them.
Chad Lee plays almost every day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Carry on.
Yeah, my friends are always inviting me to go out there.
I got enough hobbies, I can't get involved in that too.
Really? No, I just.
Marshall and Swift stuff
I had to
doesn't
sell my
sit
kayak,
right
so I
with me.
haven't been able to do that. Probably
At this
for
point,
something
we'll
to
probably
take
be
me out
here
of
till
work.
7 o'clock, and we have a 7 o'clock meeting.
There's still
You
three
made
of
too
us.
much.
So, you mentioned it. Wait a minute. I don't know.
What's your role on your HOA?
I'm the president this year.
Do you have to write a newsletter?
No, but I did that the first year. I helped write some of it. The first year I was on board.
One of my friends is the president of the HOA in Country Club Square,
Okay.
and he was saying something about I wouldn't write the newsletter. I was like, they make the president write the newsletter. It's a really weird thing. Like he has to make all these weird executive decisions, but they're also having him like, give people the scoop on the neighborhood.
Right.
It's so weird.
Oh, oops, I'm missing somebody. 10.
I don't think we changed it, but because it shows 40 and 40.
What's your email? That might help me.
Jackie P. at Aransas CAD.
So 1082 definitely. That's a question.
Okay, last one on the front page, 1083. Opening a hearing on case ID 1083, account 34998.
Going first again. Sure. Okay, 34998. Last year, it was certified at 526,000. This year, it was noticed at 769,230. This is a warehouse series, kind of a little strip of 5 warehouse buildings on Market Street in front of West Terrace. It butts up against the construction place.
Yeah.
Clark's.
Clark Construction.
And, the value was arrived at by giving them a lease rate of $8 per foot per year. For these. And we don't have their actuals on this. Pretty much it. It's just warehouses put on income, the interest of expedience, we'll just wrap it up there.
Becky, I just sent that, I forwarded the email.
Okay.
2 minutes for rebuttal
Thank you.
and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so really, just because they're a metal building doesn't mean they're a warehouse. I think this is more qualified as like a retail strip. I do have income information provided that I was hoping to go over with Eamon on the phone the other day. Based on the owner's actual profit and loss, most important thing to note is that these aren't run on a triple net lease. I don't think that the majority of what I'm understanding is that they're not on triple net. And so based on the owner's actuals, I'm recommending $609,281 based on the owner's actual information. And that's shown on page 3. They've still experienced some vacancy in one of the units, and 2 of the units actually, creating a lower NOI based on the vacancy. And then again, there's expenses of $11,353. I used the CAD's indicated cap rate of 9.88 to arrive at that valuation.
Give a breakdown of the expenses anywhere.
She sent me a typed up, like on a typewriter, fax of everything all combined, but it's repair and maintenance. They also pay insurance on the units. There's no mortgage on the thing, but that's not an allowable expense anyhow. It does not include taxes, obviously, with it only being $11,000.
Is 71,550 their effective gross income?
Yes.
That's their what they're received. Okay.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. And you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross.
I agree. 609,281.
Okay. I move then on case ID 2021-1083, account 34998, and considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal. Equity value that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $769,230 to $609,280.
All in favor?
All right.
On to open a case on 1084, account 58858.
Okay, 58858. Last year it was certified at 264,470. This year it was noticed 429,130. Last known sale price was in 2015 for 300,000. It is on the bypass. This is owned by High Road Holdings. It was, let's see, how many square feet is this thing? It is 5,460 square feet. And it was valued just like all the other warehouses, in the interest of expedience, we'll just keep on going. I will, there was no settlement offer made on this one. Stuff on the bypass sells for a lot, an extraordinary amount of money. And the leases are very, very, very high. Very, very high. And one of the things I've found, and we've talked about some other ones, is the, so I don't know where this one's gonna end up next year. I don't know how to estimate this. I have no idea. Our number may be fine. But, you know, the last thing we have is a sale price at 300,000, 6 years. What is it now? Do with it what you will. That's all.
Do you have any feel, Eamon, for a lease rate out on the bypass?
Yeah, but it's really high.
Oh, it's really high.
That evidence hasn't been provided to me under 41,461. I don't want to present anything in evidence that we haven't been provided, even though we've begged and pleaded for it.
And I don't know. I have to, it's one of those things that has to be analyzed. It's gonna take time.
Okay, fair enough.
Where is this building?
It's down past Market Street on the right-hand side, on the bypass.
I think it was the old,
If you're headed south on the bypass, it's on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir. It used to be a bar. or a
old
club or
Chance's
something.
building. Remember
Yeah.
that bar out there on the bypass?
So it's a diesel, so it's a diesel
Community
service.
diesel.
Yeah, big diesel. And we personally inspected that, and the pictures are in the packet. Still leaks.
God, it used to be a bar.
Remember years ago?
I did. I was always scared it was black. It was painted black. It was scary.
That is kind of scary.
Okay, you done, Eamon?
Yes.
But the parking lot on that is falling apart, and all the notes are in there, and Mackenzie's trying to this.
Okay, so you got 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
As a part of my rebuttal, even you mentioned that the leases are high on the bypass. Again, there's no information provided on that. And so to say that, and then to say you don't know how to estimate this is kind of getting to the root of my concern of why we're here. Again, we're gonna look at the information I've provided, including no CoStar information, no MLS information. I've kind of hit on the ARB manual, and that, you know, as a reminder, it's a burden of proof is on the appraisal district. And yet no information has been provided, and the appraisal review board is supposed to rule on a preponderance of evidence. I feel like I've shown that in showing that the warehouses are overappraised by 72%. And that's including their outlier that I do believe should come off. I think it's more like 125% that Eamon and I agreed on last time. What I need to know from the board is, obviously to me, this is very clear. I've presented clear and convincing evidence in my opinion, and there's some disconnect somewhere. So I would like to ask the board, what information are you needing? I do feel like, you know, here I am providing it. This is an owner occupied property. They don't have income information. You can see in these other accounts, when there's income information from an owner, I gladly supply it. What we have here and what's provided shows, one, again, no income information. The sales show, again, in that sales ratio study, you can go down line by line. I've written out the ratio over and over, showing how grossly overappraised these are. When there's no income and when there's sales indicating you're 72% overappraised, likely higher, the only third approach is cost, and no one liked cost. I know this forward, backwards, inside out. I think we need to look at the pictures of the property. And then I'd like to know from the board what questions you have so that I can better, you know, again, I feel like this is as clear cut preponderance of evidence. I have all the rules that we're supposed to be following, and yet we're still not agreeing on that. The pictures will show that this place has some condition problems. The concrete's kind of falling apart, and again, when you kind of willy-nilly throw a rate out for a property, there needs to be some consideration for the amenities that kind of are going along with that. Again, there is no income information, so I don't think we can base it off of income. The sales indicate we're over. Cost indicates a value of $255,914, which is also in line with last year's value, which I might add appeared to be appropriate for the ratios last year.
Are we talking about the same place? Because I'm looking at your pictures and this looks like a business. There's a truck with a
Yes, sir. It's
logo
an
on the side.
owner occupied property. Yes, sir.
It's
And
a
that's what I'm
business.
stating over and over. I'm sorry.
It's a business.
It's an owner occupied
Well,
property. Yes, sir.
There's no lease, is what you're trying to say.
So
There's no
like
lease.
I've said in
There's
in
no
many
what?
examples,
Lease. It's not leased.
the guy that has
Owner
his business
occupied.
owns it.
So
So there's no exchange of rent. Therefore, the owner can't say, here's my value, like we just talked about in the previous hearing. I will provide that gladly. The appraisal district hasn't provided income information. There's no income information available through all of the data sources. Sales show we're
but
overvalued.
this is not a trash building. This is a
It does have
very,
some condition and depreciation issues as noted. Again, that
This is a very
indicated
good
value.
looking
What I'm
building.
asking you, Mr. Powers, is what information do you need from me to better understand the point I'm making? Because I do feel like I've given the preponderance of evidence over and over. The CAD has presented zero evidence. What can I do? I know this property, I know this methodology. What do you have a question on?
well, your methodology on this one was not income then.
No, sir, because the CAD has provided no income information. The owner owns it, and so he doesn't have any income information. And there's no information available in any of the data sources, as I've showed in my packet.
Okay.
If I might add, the real thing that's indicated is that, one, is this is not a warehouse. On Marshall Swift, I valued it as a repair garage, a service repair. It's a diesel repair shop. It's not a warehouse, okay? So that's the first thing. The next thing is the sales ratio report indicates that all warehouses on that page were overvalued. The option tells the district they should be plus or minus 5% of the median level of appraisal. Plus or minus, not just, they're not just worried about low, they're worried about high too. You get in trouble for that as well. So with that in mind, comptroller could be getting upset. The big thing that's going to get upset is the taxpayers, knowing that the appraiser has said that it's 125% overappraised for the first year. They're not going to be happy.
Median value is 1.1201.
Using their adjustments and their.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And so what I've indicated in my packet is if you'll go through, they've included a barn dominium, a house. They've included a trailer park that is based on cost. They've included a house or a piece of property that you can look in here that was purchased to build an apartment complex, a storage facility, and an RV park. When someone pays that for they're not paying that for the warehouse. They're paying it for what they're intending to do with that property. And it included another parcel, which wasn't considered. When these sales happen, you have to inspect the sale and understand what's sold so that you can appropriately class it, see what's sold, appropriately class it, and then understand any other interesting things about it. That's why I've provided in here that Mr. Buttram's going to build an apartment complex. That's why I've provided in here that the barn dominium shouldn't be included. Multiple parcel sales shouldn't be included for IAAO. When you take all of that out and you look at warehouses, the true warehouses, you're 72% overappraised. And that's what's highlighted over and over. Do you want to go over that part?
No.
So what happens is you're not getting the real picture. You're getting what was handed to you. They hand you these sales, they give you the results. You look at those results and deem that they're correct and true because you didn't know that one was an RV park. You didn't know that, but you look at the final results. So you're not comparing apples with apples and coming up with results. That's not fair.
even these results show you that they're overvalued. And not only that, the coefficient of dispersion, what's listed at the bottom, that shows you the reliability of the data in here, and it's saying it's not reliable. That's exactly what that says, and that's what the comptroller values it on. And if you want to look at page,
But the value of this property,
as indicated by all of this,
this property is
is not on
based
income.
on a lease. It's based on generic CoStar data, just like we've seen for every other warehouse.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Because I have not seen it and I've begged for it.
And.
That's what I'm asking. It's not there.
No, I'm not dug into the details.
Yeah.
But
That's
Okay,
because it
but you're
doesn't
saying,
exist.
but you're saying that the evidence
So Eamon,
exists.
you got 4 minutes. You need it. Okay, so you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I would like to point the board to page 60 of my packet. Talks about the level of appraisal.
16 or
60. That talks about level of appraisal. In analyzing appraisal level, ratio studies attempt to measure statistically how close.
Hang on. Let me get
A long time to get
60.
Sorry, can we pause my time? I can't use it.
Yeah, we don't have time for.
I just need to make sure you understand, because again, this is very clear and we're off somewhere. Okay, so where it's highlighted, it's talking about level of appraisal. In analyzing appraisal level, ratio studies attempt to measure statistically how close appraisals are to market value, okay? While theoretically the desired level of appraisal is 1, an appraisal between 0.90 and 1.10 is considered acceptable for a class of property. However, each class should be within 5% of the overall appraisal for the jurisdiction, which is what Alan was mentioning. Okay, so when you look down to in table 1.3, income producing properties in smaller areas represented by smaller samples should have a COD, a coefficient of dispersion range of 5 to 20. The appraisal district COD is 33. That tells you that their data is not reliable. Their statistics are not reliable. This is straight out of the standard on ratio studies from IAAO, the International
But
Association of
didn't
Assessing
you say that?
Officers.
No, okay.
And so the thing
But see,
is that there is no
warehouses.
income. I'm needing you to understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, there's no income information, period. This ratio study shows that the CAD is over appraising these, period. 72%, if you include their outlier, that's me being generous, that should not be in there. 72% over appraised, that is the evidence you've been presented. Over in hundreds of evidence, there's no question looking at this, you're overvaluing warehouse properties by applying the income approach to them. This is an owner occupied property, it should not be on income. If you don't want to use cost, I recommend taking 72% off of the market value as indicated by the ratio study.
For equity. And please understand, that
We got a
information,
minute to close. No. Okay, you got a minute to close?
I'll let
Okay.
Kenzie close, but I just like to say
So-
one thing is that it. I'll go ahead.
So the fact that Eamon feels confident enough in supporting and providing no information, and the fact that that keeps going on, even though we're supposed to be rolling on a preponderance of evidence, is concerning to me. And I'm begging you to look and understand. If you have questions as to what I'm asking or showing you, please ask me, because this means something. There's a reason why I'm harping it. And if you don't understand why, I need you to ask me, because it is that important. You are raising people's values up with no evidence to support it, and that is not okay. There are rules all over the place about this. I'm asking for the indicated value. I believe that this property should be indicated on cost. You do not feel that way. You haven't ruled that way. If that's not your opinion, then another approach you could take is to take 72% off of the market value, which is going to get you lower than that cost. Okay, I'm giving you options and I'm asking for questions if you have them.
I have no questions.
But if I just, I was trying to say something, that evidence, that overappraisal is the district's evidence. That's not ours. The district provided that to you.
We're out of
Yeah,
time.
we've heard that. See a reason to move it. Just, yeah, I hear what they're saying. But the district has a standard methodology.
It's not that.
the whole cost of build thing, we're just not buying that.
It's an
It's in the
appropriate
text.
methodology, and it's the
It's
most
in the
appropriate
text.
for this based on the evidence provided.
Somebody above our grade.
I think that's what I think that's what this whole day is gonna boil down to. It's not necessarily above our pay grade, it's just for someone else to decide.
To decide, that's right. We're just not gonna change what we've done for years, the methods.
This hasn't been done for years. This is the first year it's been applied to
I was
these
gonna say,
properties.
I'm 4 months into this and I don't think it's been done for years.
The income stream is, well, it's not brand new, it's been done for several years now on some commercial properties. What does everybody think?
I think it should be treated as a commercial building. That it's not an income. And to put it to a property owner that you go from, you're overnight doubling the value of their property without giving them any warning that it's coming. And then all of a sudden you wake up and you see that.
I've heard this too, yeah.
It's
eye-opening.
it's highly, it's just not right.
So we didn't cause that.
No, I fully understand that, and I would,
You have the
I would
opportunity.
really like to help here, but
There's a matter of consistency.
if we had somewhere to go with the negotiation, but it starts too low. And
That's why I've
no one's
limited-
ever gonna decide.
I think it's tough because again, if I had income information, I could say, here's what they're getting on this building. And that's what I've done over and over on the ones that has been provided that were settled even before we came here today.
Sure.
If I have evidence, if Eamon would provide the evidence as he's supposed to do under the tax
Okay, we've
code,
been
I
down
would
there.
have.
We've been down
Yeah.
It could have been apples
I
to
get it.
apples, who knows?
I get it.
I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1084. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal and equity value, I move that we maintain the 2021 value at 429,130.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed.
Voted nay.
Yes, I voted back.
Wait,
So let me ask a quick question too, because,
yeah.
well, it wasn't. The district sends you their evidence, the package that they're going to present to the board.
They're required to.
So given that, is your approach, I mean, I'm asking what you do with that evidence, aside from
So-
just having it.
As Ray can attest to, Scott, I love data. If I can't hang my hat on something, I'm the kid that if I don't know if it's right, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna steer away from what the rules are telling me and what the data is telling me. And so what that data will show us is just like that
But
ratio
here's-
study.
Yeah, okay,
So
so
see
here's my
how-
question, my problem is, we, as the board, and these guys can straighten me out if I'm not stating this correctly, we are here to hear the district's evidence and your evidence. And in the case of the district's evidence and your rebuttals to it, I have not really heard a whole lot of, you said it's 5,460 based on a number, and that number should be X and not 5,460.
Yes.
And those are the kinds of things that we can react to.
Yeah.
Okay?
So the reason I haven't been able to tell you that is y'all haven't been receptive to the cost. And so that is what my approach is based on, because I've looked at the lack of income and then the sales, and then there's only that one other approach. But when I get the income information, and that's what I provide it in each of the packets. I show you what Harris County gives, I show you what Nueces County gives, and what it
That's
does,
interesting,
but
that's not helpful
really.
here.
yes, sir, but it is, because it
It's
shows you
statewide.
what it's supposed to,
No,
if you, can I
Yeah, go ahead.
explain, because it is important that you understand, so. Without that information, he's giving us a number that is backed by nothing. Like, there's no income information in that packet, there's no income.
Then you can't rebut it. Then how, you can't rebut it.
And he can't support it, and we're here for a preponderance of evidence. He can't support that. He told me
Okay,
that he was
we need to press on.
feeling that was the right number.
Well, it's a number that they've used on a whole
Just because
plethora
you
of
screw
accounts.
people the same, it doesn't make
We
them, make
need
it
to-
any better. You have
Everybody's-
to base evidence. We're here to get the right number, not a,
Press on,
he's
Appraiser's not here.
gone.
But yeah, the
opening hearing on case
appraiser
ID
isn't here.
1481.
appraiser's not here.
Oh, where did he go?
I think he went to
You got
the
it?
tranquilizer. But, you know, our point is we're providing.
Not allowed.
Is that was plugged in or something? How are y'all getting through the day?
Huh?
We're at 40%.
Mine's at 11.
Mine's at 23. It's not gonna make it. Okay, opening
I just saw that.
case ID 1481. Account 32734. Damon?
Yes. Trying to get it to stop showing the last.
Is it 1085?
1481.
It was close though.
Well, it was the next one in line. I thought, well, sure, we'll just go in order.
You need to use the list.
Argument,
not
maybe.
your-
All right, so this is property ID 32734. Last year was certified at $170,960.
Okay.
This year it was noticed at $202,209. This is a single family residential house on Magnolia. House is a 4 MBL, it's got no notes. Effective age 2000, built in 68. So our comps are sales of houses on Church, Pearl, and 2 on North Magnolia. We got 4 FB plus, the first one, similar square footage, similar effective age, similar build date, sold for $231. That is a really, appears to be a really good comp. Indicating a value for the subject at $222,612. See, we've got a 5SS on North Magnolia that sold for $246, indicating a value for the subject at $241. Got one on North Pearl and one on Church Street, 4 class homes sold for $120. It's $180. Indicating a value for the subject at $210 and $220. The median value is $221,750. Pretty average house for Aransas County, really. And our equity grid is homes on North Magnolia, Wood Street, and more North Magnolia. So we've got some 3s and 4s in there. Adjusted to be like the subject, our median equity value is $205,705. Subject is at $202,290. Sales ratio report is for all of Rockport. We are at 98.6%. Our old Rockport sales is super strong. It's got a neighborhood adjustment on it. But
What's this property record? I'm trying to figure out
that's a
what
house.
it is.
That's just somebody, so just a super adequate house.
I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Okay, so you go down Pearl Street, you turn right on Orleans right here, like you're going to the bank.
yeah.
And whenever you hit Magnolia here, on the left, there's a very landscaped house. Very, very landscaped house with metal roof.
Oh, got it.
That's the old
Yeah.
church.
That's it. And the subject is catty corner to it.
Oh, got it. Okay, okay. All right, all right.
So that's where you are.
All right.
That's all.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Now you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Damon, I'm seeing that there's, all of these sales are unverified. Do you guys try to seek out that verification to understand if they came fully furnished or if there were any kind of concessions or information about the sale or to verify the actual sales price, or how is that arrived at if it's unverified?
The majority of unverified residential sales are percent of list. They're percent of the last known list price.
Okay, and what is that percent?
I think for residential like this, it's 93%.
Okay, and is that across all classes and structures? So like, is that percent list of listing appropriate for a 4 MLB versus a 4 FB versus
Oh,
a
yeah,
5
it's
SS
not
versus
gonna
a
be
5, whatever?
Yeah.
So a crummy house that's like a 3 is gonna have the same percent per listing as a really
Well,
nice.
I'm just saying the
deal.
difference between a 4 MBL and a 4 FP is not very much at all.
So, but that percent listing that these are based off of
Is for improved property. And there hasn't been any statistically significant correlation between percent of list differences in higher value property, lower value property, regions, locations. The only things that are slightly different are condos and vacant land. And I think it's because condos do tend to
The
self-furnish.
sales ratio study wasn't provided to me for this. What's the PRV on this one?
0.99.
And does that include all property types or is that only of these classes?
This is region based, so it's all of Old Rockport.
For my evidence, really, this is another one where y'all are just gonna learn this from me, is if I can't hang my hat on it and feel really good on it, I would like y'all's opinion to see what the evidence shakes out for you. That first sales comp, I tried to verify all of these again. I do this work outside of the appraisal district. If they don't have the verified sale, I'm trying to verify it myself to know, okay, are we all on the same page? That very first sale didn't sell for 231, it sold for 200. And that's the problem with not using verified sales, is you're gonna get bad data in and it's gonna give you bad data out. For this property, there were no sales, good, bad, or indifferent, that are of that same class. There's some class adjustments here, but then, you know, if you kind of look at some of them, there's still some pretty great adjustments. And then the property owner had indicated that there's some pretty roughed up houses directly beside and behind this property. And so his stance too is that he feels that there should be some sort of an economic factor for those immediately adjacent properties just based on their condition. And he feels that that's impacting his value. With that, you know, information, I'm requesting last year's value. And I couldn't find any comps of this class. These others, the comp 2, the effective year is 1995, but in that listing, it's a 1930s house. And so I think that that one would have greater adjustments if it would have been inspected upon sale.
Oh, sorry, I didn't start the timer. But you got
That's
that.
okay. That's fine.
Okay.
So Eamon, you've got 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't just agree with the sentiment. Having MLS data was nice. It was nice when we had it. Great, super informative. But if you blindfold us, put our hands behind our back, and then pull it out later to judge us against, we got to do something. It gets given to the comptroller. It doesn't get given to us. We've very much tried.
There was an effort between your chief appraiser and I to try to get y'all MLS, and generally, the board of realtors are hesitant to do it because of lack of diligence on what you do with the sales.
I don't believe that.
That's true. I mean, you can ask the board of realtors. You didn't get it, did you?
Yeah, I don't believe that, no. I don't believe that's why
That's.
MLS
it's
is
a
being
general-
pulled from ad valorem tax assessors all over the
Well,
country.
and that's
There's
really
something-
because it's
really-
Yeah.
It's just because of Zillow. It's nothing to do with us. It doesn't, because it's hurting. Like, it doesn't make any sense that the real estate agents would do this. It's just because of Zillow. They're just trying to,
I do
Stay
think that
with it.
has a lot to do with it.
you know, all they have is data. There's more real estate agents than there are houses.
But
So, what do they have? They have data.
200. Sorry, it's your
No,
turn.
that's okay. That, the first sale is a great comp. So I mean, it sold for 200. My immediate questions would be, is that number less than what's on the deed of trust? Is it sold as is or anything funny like that?
I
If
have
not,
the MLS sheet in here if you want to plug it in your grid. I don't know if that helps you or not.
It is confidential.
Yes, it is more confidential.
And it's a
Um,
2015
Okay, I will point out though,
sale.
even though it says confidential on the front, because it was presented at a public
Yes.
hearing, now it's subject to
This-
public information request.
And then we can go to closed session real quick.
I don't need to.
It's a moot
And
point.
we-
The sale.
Well, the
Yes.
point of it is that the sales prices, by using unverified sales, again, if you put bad data in, you're gonna get bad data out. I'm trying my best to help the appraisal district. If you knew the time that I've taken to try and help them, it's unreal. If Ray were in this room, he would be giving me a trophy because he said over and over how much I make their grids tighter. I am looking for the most specific properties to this. I couldn't find them for this one, and that's why it's at the board. If there's not,
Yeah, it is Amon's time. Stand corrected. It was 2015, it was 2020.
It's sold for 200,000 25.
It appears that way, yeah. Listing date was 6/30/2020.
Closing date was 10/27.
It was a fairly recent sale.
Obviously, price compared with Aransas.
54 square foot.
it's $31,000 underneath what the appraisal district stated it was.
So that,
And again, I'm just trying, if I don't have comps that support it, I'm asking for your opinion on what you guys feel. That is that couldn't verify the others, except for that second comp, it says its effective date is 1955, it hasn't been updated. If it's inspected at the time of sale, I think that would have been corrected. But really, I don't have a lot of heartburn. Again, the taxpayers' perspective is that there's adjacent junky properties. He thinks that's impacting the value. I don't find that first comp is correct. It's not an earth-shattering thing. I'm just requesting your input.
I can't see what you're talking about with the adjacent properties. I'm looking at the CAD information, evidence.
He said it's the ones directly beside and behind.
is that pictometry?
Pictometry is,
Yeah,
So it should be current.
yeah.
yeah,
Don't look like, I don't see
they don't,
boats and trailers and trash in the yard.
And it's
or
hard to
anything
tell
like that.
from an aerial. Is there a street view?
I can try to get it closer.
Roofs don't tell as much, but that is
I mean,
the
you can
testimony from
see.
the owner.
you can see the adjacent properties. Actually, one of them looks like a super house.
He's talking about the ones directly beside and behind. But again, that's an economic obsolescence, if anything.
Yeah.
I think that really what we're talking about in the grid is what does the median do once that sale is put in there correctly? The other ones I don't find to be that. Again, there's no comps of that class. But
Pictometry.
So you
And
have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Okay.
oh, me?
Yeah.
Again, I don't have incredible heartburn about this property. The points that I'm making is that they're using unverified sales. When you use bad data, you get bad data out. The first comp, I'm providing the true sales price of 200,000. It's not 231. That's going to skew it a little bit. This isn't going to be a big old crazy reduction. I just want to make it right. If the CAD could plug that correct number in the grid, that might be helpful.
It's a middle number already. So it goes from, sales bid goes from 209 to 241. So yeah,
It's all,
Actually, that sale was not this house. That was one of the comps. Sorry.
One of the sales comps, right?
Yeah.
So. I mean, the sales grid really didn't influence the market value. The other thing I know too, is this our time? Okay, I guess it is. The other thing I know too is the improvement value only increased 6,000, but the majority of the increase was in the land. And to me, that's, you focus on the house and the features and stuff like that, but the land improvement the land increasing the way it did is a big swinger to me. I mean, I go 200, but I don't think there's much to go back to 170.
Yeah.
Given the fact, and part of the increase in the general increase was the neighborhood adjustment, 140%.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion then on case ID 2021-1481, account 32734. Consider Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value on this property from $202,290 to $200,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Closed.
You can get some of the power banks, because we're gonna be running out of power.
I've got to go get it.
Yeah.
I'm shut down. You're working too hard, I guess. What's the next one we got?
1483.
If you want to see if you can get a bunch of, we got a bunch of these. Yeah.
Here's a 50.
I'm at 50, so I'm probably good.
I'm at 23. or less.
We can,
19.
I don't know if I have two of these.
Should come with another one.
Tori and Port Connor.
Yeah, we
I got on a pressure washing roll yesterday. Like, have you ever started and then you're just like, I need to do everything? It was fantastic. But then I got a major sunburn on my neck because, like I said, just was hitting there. It was just right. Classics. Yeah. Well, this other one is of interest to me. Sorry. Bless you.
Thank you.
Well, no, I was asking about the classification.
It's one in one, I guess. Thanks, sir.
Your phone just rang.
Huh?
Your phone just rang, although I wouldn't call it ringing, but
Did you answer it?
no. It was scary. Sorry, I should have.
This is the answer. Oh, yeah, you should have answered. It's a Nigerian princess. Wants to give me $1 million.
Nice.
That's cool.
I have to get back to her later. Gotta have a little levity. You doing okay over there? Am I not getting ahead of you?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yep. I'm good. It's easier now because I have to print everything. Before I had to make you wait because I had to print all those copies and people had to sign them, and now
Oh,
they
yeah.
just
Yeah.
automatically go. So it's a lot easier.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. That was what the holdup was in years past, is that
Yeah.
everything had to print first and then I could move on and
Then you
close it.
can move on.
Mhm.
And now the background print?
Yep.
Good.
Down left, background print.
Huh?
Down left, background print.
Only super bad. I was taking 2 cars, and now you're gonna have to go to Victoria and then.
I don't care, it's all part of the deal.
Get some girls.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll have to make a phone call. He'll be back.
Colorado.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case ID 1483, account 52980.
Okay. Property ID 52980
Can
last
can we
year.
wait till the other? Here he comes.
He'll be there. He's just making a phone call.
Oh, okay.
All right, so last year was
I
certified
got a quorum.
570,000. No, I'm
570,000.
saying, just full board.
Sorry.
Sorry.
This year it was noticed at 580,810. This is GSM pause. Across from Wells Fargo. It is an OM class property. Our comps are gonna be sales of OM class buildings. The first one is the building we're sitting in, which was purchased for 543,000 2 years ago. The next is a doctor's office that was purchased for 480,000 3 years ago. And the last one is a place that is Coastal Marine. And it was purchased in 2018 for 133,000. And it's a bit smaller than the subject. Land value is much less. Not sitting in the median value on all those is 623,016. We're showing that it's low based on comparable sales. If you look at the sales, they're old. They're 3-year-old sales. We don't have office buildings constantly being bought and sold in Rockport, but what we do have is leases constantly being taken out. I would love for offices to be on income, that'd be great. To be more maintenanceable in the future. But this is still just sitting in its cost schedule, just depreciated. The value change year over year is going to be, right? Is that it? There's no notes in here saying it was.
I'll look.
Big handy for this. Land 251, no, there's no improvement value change. Oh, it was probably the neighborhood adjustment change this year for Old Rockport. That's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, so it got a neighborhood adjustment. I don't like it when they get neighborhood adjustments on commercial property because of the neighborhood behind it. But as far as what this property is actually worth, we just have it on this depreciating cost thing.
That it?
That's it.
Okay. You have 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
What would be the indicated cost without the neighborhood factor?
I don't know what it was last year.
Last year,
You just take it with the land.
570, 80.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the neighborhood adjustment was last year. It's 140 this year. Last year, was it 135, 125?
Hold on. $130.
Okay, so it would be 130 instead of 140%. So yeah, that sounds right. It's last year's value without the neighborhood adjustment.
comp two, you're significantly overappraised. So if you're overappraised, does that one have a neighborhood factor?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You say comp to sales or equity?
I'm sorry, sales. Just remember real quick. So on the question. figured out. Okay, so you're 36% overappraised on that one.
How do you run it?
You divide the local value by the sales price,
The appraisal district value.
the market value.
Oh, you're looking at the sales at the
Yeah,
ratio grid.
so we're using that as a comp to justify to justify the value of the subject, but in reality that's significantly overpraised. So thinking about the neighborhood factor, something has to happen to trigger that. What triggered it?
Sales.
Okay, so these sales?
No, it's gonna be sales of residential properties. Neighborhood adjustments are almost always done, they're just based on neighborhood.
Thank you. All right, so why do you have the neighborhood adjustment on commercial property?
Because it's just in the physical. neighborhood.
But it shouldn't have. Okay, so there's, 140% off right there. The neighborhood adjustment is one thing. On the sales ratio study, do you have any office buildings in the sales ratio study?
Probably not, because they're so old. Yeah, no.
Okay, so basically none of this is really pertinent. I mean, the sales ratio study didn't have anything to do with
Offices.
with offices, because that's what we're dealing with. Okay, all right, so get that. This is a insurance company. And what we did, because we couldn't find any correlation with what the appraisal district was doing on the value, if you look on the second page of my opinion of value, where the notes are, he goes through some of the issues in sales grid. The comp one CAD office seems to be a poor choice for a comp. It was purchased by a government entity, or was it purchased by a government entity using taxpayer dollars? That would disqualify it. Has it recently been appraised to verify market value? I don't know what to do with that. Comp 2 is a doctor's office, Comp 3 is a boat dealership. We're supposed to be comparing, judging against comparable properties. Comp 1 of the equity grid, that's a church. Comp 1 is a title company, Comp 2 is a church, Comp 3 is a doctor's office, Comp 4 is a church. So we've gone through the ratio studies, and again, the ratio study is based on something that we're not even doing, and there's a term, ratio study is called the intended use. The results of a ratio study only help you if you have the intended use that it was designed for. So, when you've got the things that you queried for, which is unverified sales, mobile homes, unverified land, unverified residential, those things aren't going to have anything to do with this. And y'all mentioned maybe about being above your pay grade and all this. Nothing is above y'all's pay grade. Y'all are the hierarchy, and to pawn it off on higher up costs the taxpayers money, and costs the district money, and costs the taxing entities money. So I think that this is your purview. The seminars that I've sat through anyway go through the appraisal review board manual, gives you indications of what your scopes are, what your authorities are and stuff. And the preponderance of evidence, I think, is very much one of those. And it's very important because, again, the taxing entities come into play on this. It affects everybody. So I think it's pertinent with the fact that the district has said that they, so anyway, we did Marshall and Swift, and Marshall and Swift is based on a office building. It's got the proper exterior walls and everything you want. I'm given the pictures showing what a office building looks like and everything else. So I would like to ask the appraiser if he would if since you agreed with the neighborhood factor not being on there, if we take that off and go from there.
The year over year change, sure. But the other one, I don't know how old that is.
What do you mean the year over year?
The change year over year for, because it was just rolling it back to last year, I have no problem with that at all. Because the only change was because of residential analysis, which is not relevant to this property.
What was last year's rate? I'm sorry?
570, 08.
570.
Okay, well,
But that included a 30% neighborhood factor.
Yeah, and that's, I don't
So
know
it
how
should
long it's
be
been.
taken off. Like to correct the value would be, take the neighborhood factor off, it's 168,010. Plus
We don't take the whole factor off, though. Just take
409,670.
So do you think that GFM would say that their real property is worth insuring for $409,000?
I don't think it's our responsibility to do
That's
that. It's-
replacement cost, not less
Of the
depreciation.
I wish it was. Everybody in this county knows that it's.
I could say
they
roll it
give
back,
the value,
that's it.
market value of the property. If people can't replace their house for what.
I can say roll it back,
Sit
but that's
down.
it, just to let
I
you
know,
know.
I'm just saying, these people know.
the
what their
equity
property is
where it
It's people, you stop and think how many times people think they know it's worth and get offended when they don't.
Is there someplace
Look how
where
long
some
some properties stay on the market.
intended use is
Insurance.
Well,
Okay,
again, it goes
dictated.
back to the neighborhood factor shouldn't be on there, you agree to that.
Yeah, right. I know, I think that the whole doing it on like cost for this property is terrible.
Well,
It's
Well,
terrible, it's not gonna work.
But it's your methodology, so I don't know.
I agree. It's not great.
Okay, Amy, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes to cross.
49670.
I would be okay, I'd be okay with rolling it back to last year. I'm not gonna undo the last 15 years of work for this property. I have no idea what's gone into it.
Okay, you have 2 minutes then for rebuttal.
Well, everything that we've got indicates that 570,080 is too much. he agrees that the 140% should not be on there.
Well, the one thing that we have that isn't pointing to it being too much is my opinion of value. That's not.
I've got one too. Kenzie's got two, you're outnumbered 2-1 now.
Except GSM has one too, and they're not here. And if they were, I doubt they would say.
That's why he
Get real
hired us,
cagey.
because he doesn't
He-
feel that it's.
Yeah, he is not happy. And so he hired us.
He's not happy about his taxes, but he knows how much his property's worth.
The value is what sets the taxes. All right, so the 140 really shouldn't be on there, right? So you take the 140 off, it's 168,010 plus land at 241,660 comes to 409,660.
I would not, they can do whatever they want.
You guys are talking past each other.
Yeah, they can do
Okay,
whatever, they can
well,
do
let me-
whatever they
I need
want.
to talk to you anyway. I'm sorry. All
And
right,
he's
so-
already said several times he would roll it back. He's not gonna go back he would take 140 back to 130, I believe it was, which was the prior neighborhood adjustment.
That's,
He's not gonna go back, he's not gonna support going back beyond that.
He
that's
says
not
that
what
the
he
neighborhood
said.
adjustment.
He
should
said
be
the
on there.
neighborhood adjustment should not be on there. He admitted that. And we, you know,
Let,
that's all
let,
we
let, let him say it one more
Okay.
time, because I heard him
reiterate what you
say.
said before. Should the neighborhood factor be on there?
The analysis that's done for a neighborhood adjustment is done on a residential property. At least all the time I've been here. So I'm really certain that all of the data used to adjust that number from 130 to 140 was homes, and this isn't a home. I don't like when our commercial values change because of changes to neighborhood adjustments.
Okay, in essence, it shouldn't be on there.
Just the change from last year. So part of the thing is,
It wouldn't be on there last year either. Last year was wrong.
you would think so, but really that has more to do with.
Okay, let's go to closing. Eamon, you got any?
We can't play the cost.
All right,
All right, let's get on
Amen.
track here.
Amen.
Okay.
You got a minute to close?
Amen, you have a minute to close.
No,
Okay, you got a minute to close.
Okay, I can only say this as clear as he said it to us. He said the neighborhood factor does not belong on there. He said it's based on houses. He's based on everything else. It's on the recording. All right, so then he says, well, last year, I can do it to last year. If it didn't belong this year, it didn't belong last year either. So it should not be on there. We never have a district put neighborhood factors on commercial property. So the simple, easy way to do it is the improvement value before the neighborhood factor is 168,010. Well, let's see if I get this right. That's not exactly right.
Oh, there's a 79
Yeah.
on the next page.
But why would you put a factor for houses on commercial?
It's generally what's included.
So,
You don't, that's what.
so if you take the 40% off, it's 168, okay.
I know.
There is a second improvement on the second page. It's worth 79,000, so it'd be 168,010 plus 79,960
What?
plus the land. There's a second improvement, there's a second page of the appraisal part.
Comes to 488,630, I think. There's another improvement that I didn't pick up.
Oh,
Or that 588.
That's the CAD's indicated value with the neighborhood factor of it.
What did you say?
489,630 is the CAD's indicated value with that neighborhood factor taken off.
That's where I am.
630. And make a motion on case ID 2021-1483, count 52980. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 588,810 to 489,630.
all in favor?
Aye.
Made it to the 3 o'clock docket.
These are faster, I think. At least the next two are.
Um,
Yes, and I'll go first. How about that?
All right, opening
These are related. I don't
page
know
1089,
if that matters to y'all.
account 63836. Why are they related?
These are adjacent properties that are both owned by the same owner. The only thing, I don't have an issue with any of the value. We don't need to get any of that. It's just, this is a vacant lot that the owner purchased next door to their home, and I'm wanting to combine those accounts for economies of scale.
How many other?
There's two, the improved account and the vacant land account.
So say that one more time. He wants to combine the accounts.
You know,
For
check the
economies
box.
of scale. of the
Check the
land.
box, Bill.
I'm with you. I mean,
What is it?
So the CAD's schedule for this is $4 per square foot for this, this bump up in their land schedule. And so when you combine 63836 with property ID 63837, it's up to you guys how y'all like to do it. If you want to apply that value to each individual PID, that's
No, we have
one
a,
way, or you can delete the
there's a
account.
checkbox to take care of that.
The software, there's,
Oh,
there's,
perfect.
it's built into the land tables. For just that reason.
Provided the
That's what it
land
is.
table break is.
So you wanna
Provided you have a
do
land
the
table
vacant
break.
land?
Yeah.
If there's not a land table break, then we move on.
836
half
and
acre.
837.
2/3 of that.
Amy, you gonna give me a number,
For what?
For the combined
the
square
effective
footage
size?
land.
Well, what's the, I don't have that in front of me. What's the other one size?
It is 28,314 square feet. And then the current property is 30,056 square feet.
That's 58,370.
370?
Yes. They're giving you an error, Jay?
It is, you wanna come over here and look at it? Oh, I know why.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get out of here.
Can you get in there all right?
Yes.
I have to do something over here. I lost the number.
Count.
No, I forgot to do a supplement,
Uh-huh.
cause I'm in, you already opened the year. Sorry, guys.
Just along the other appraisal manuals from Victoria.
What was it, 58 what?
5837.
Old records.
Ag,
It hasn't- look
DEP,
at this.
residential. Oh, it's- I wonder if she did industrial.
There's
Throwing no value at all.
I know.
He's got it.
Go to the
Yeah, on their
market value
website.
tab.
I didn't see it.
It's got hidden.
Is it off the table?
It's really neat.
And then
They got a great, appraisal manual.
I can't see them.
650,
that,
Can't see a significant digit.
shows.
34,999
appraisal
is
manuals.
650 and 999
It's 4.
is 4.
Okay.
So it's not gonna make a difference, right?
No, it's
Right?
not a difference. It's
Yeah.
currently at 650 and it would be at 4.
But it's not throwing.
For some reason, it's not calculated.
I have them calculated if that helps.
Yeah, we can just, here's what you can do, just,
I'm gonna just change it back.
yeah, change it back so that it's not
Yeah,
given
because
a
it's
0
not.
or it's gonna error out for the rest of the time.
But
And then just force the
Hold on one
value.
second, we're trying to get to
to
work on the
make, just
computer.
to make sure before you set anything in the computer, there's a 15% waterfront factor.
There
So
is.
do the $4, but make sure you add the 15%.
It's already in
onto
there.
it.
Yeah.
Well, she's right, we're gonna have to do it manually. So, do you have a dollar amount for this one?
So the dollar amount for this one is 138,258, and that's the $4 a square foot, and then the 15% waterfront.
Nothing too tough.
I have a card if you want it.
No,
I have
no,
numbers on there.
You want me to distribute value or what? You meant?
Yeah, just distribute it. So, and put a note in there in the thing that the value change was based on an economy of size.
Can you go on and keep that into your cost schedule so it doesn't kick back next year?
I don't know,
Or do I give it mine?
well, yeah, this is actually definitely a question for Mike, because the determination difference, it's really obvious when there's an economy of size, if somebody's house or improvements overlap a lot. Or if they've like
258,
fenced it off and they've done stuff. that's
138,
real obvious.
258.
But it's kind of a judgment call whenever neighborhoods like this, because sometimes it is a defensive purchase and they want a yard.
Can we
and sometimes
close-
they're just a-
Can we close this out at 138, 258 and go
Yeah,
to
it's
the
a,
other one?
it's a determination, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm making a motion then on case ID 2021-1089, account 63836. Considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 224,670 down to 138,250.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed, opening case. 1090. Down 63837.
This is the same thing.
Yeah.
That economies of scale brings the land to 113,260 and a total market value of 1.336159.
Okay, do that again for me, please. 113,
The land is 113,260.
260.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Is that right? This is a
That's
bigger lot.
$4.
It's a smaller lot.
Oh, it's a smaller lot. Okay.
$4 a square foot and 15% water factor.
and the total comes down to
1.1336159.
Say that again, 1,000,000.
336,159.
Agree with that.
and then move on.
Y'all can go ahead. I'll catch up.
You want the total or the land?
No, I just want. Go ahead, y'all just start. I'll get
Yeah, but you when we make a motion.
it. The total.
The total.
I'll
Okay.
just change it and I'll note the account.
All right,
Cause you're doing it.
all right,
Did you verify the math thing?
No, I didn't, but it's okay.
okay.
I'm good at math.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1090, account 63837. And considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, move that we lower the total 2021 assessed value, appraised value from 1,417,560 down to 1,336,150.
150, right? All in favor? Aye. You done?
Yes.
I can go forward?
Yeah.
Okay. So we sure.
Yeah, I worked at,
Oh, that's right. 'Cause you didn't- yeah, you didn't have it. Let me just
1091.
check.
you should need to take in this packet. 6993.
Yes, we have evidence.
Opening a hearing,
It, yeah, I don't think it's good that it was sent.
opening a hearing on case number
Let me check.
1091. 69938.
Checking on evidence. We're not showing anything in our vote.
Okay, we've got something.
Yeah, but I don't have anything. I've worked it because I had prior years cards, but I don't have all the current numbers. So, but it's just like those other two that we talked about, I think it was two.
Okay.
She checked to
Oh, you,
see,
you didn't get it from the
Yeah.
appraisal district, okay.
You have it on your tablet though.
sir,
I think
well, no,
you-
but we're not supposed to use it if we didn't get it. I'm prepared to do
Just
it,
come back 2 weeks ago. I think,
sir.
you didn't get it in your packet.
No, well, I'm not showing it, but she's checking to make sure that, it could be one of those magic.
You guys didn't get our evidence beforehand for this, did you?
No, that's what we're getting at.
This is gonna be short. Yeah.
This is, I did a Marshall and Swift.
Yeah, no, I did. I'll wait till she gets back.
And we're not saying you didn't do something right. It's just, I mean, we can't depend on anything anymore.
Yeah, I don't know why, not good. It's really not good. If you guys aren't getting evidence, request it, you're not getting it 14
We're at
days in advance,
1091, 69938.
you're entitled to another hearing. It's not good. Doesn't normally happen. All we gotta do is send it out. If we don't send it out, then that's.
Doctor's office.
That old
What do you
yard.
do for fun?
Play games.
Oh,
Did you
I see.
All kinds of games.
Emergency
Tabletop
plans.
games.
Yeah.
Close down.
I was in a different era.
Yeah, yeah. well, I grew up in
That
the-
I don't know.
just showed up for
So,
sale.
Parents were born in the 40s, so.
Did you see it?
I thought they were gonna put an ER in there.
Yeah.
No, it
I
just
mean, my
showed
mom
up for
told me my
sale.
wife's grandmother, so. Yeah.
Aren't they putting
I
an
got
ER in
three
there
kids.
Maybe you're right.
already?
Oh, this is the office. building.
This is across from our room.
Yeah, this is, yeah, I thought they were, that's where that new
Lived in Fort
ER
Worth
place
for
was
about
going.
6 years.
The one that has an ER in Victoria and all that stuff. What is it called?
I used to go kayak fishing when I had to sell my kayak.
I think so.
This will be the new county subsidized hospital.
No,
Have you met a guy named Chris
no,
Belair?
that's a corner of Enterprise. Pearl
Environmental
Street.
consultants.
No, that's,
Am I wired up?
What used to be.
No, I don't have a cable,
Stack
but-
care unit.
But let's see here.
It's on, there's a boat notes on
See?
it.
I could,
The dry dock.
Beth- Beth has-
Oh,
Beth has
Oh, no,
cameras
that's
up.
stack care units
Yeah.
going in an old
And,
dialysis
anyway,
place.
it's over that.
Okay.
Right by the
I'm
bypass.
thinking.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Is
Yeah,
that
I'm up
right?
to
that one is in
49%.
Victoria, that stat and it's
I'm up to
open.
49%.
I wanna say they bought that old dialysis place at the end of 2165. I know, we were gonna buy it, but it
All
went.
right, let's get back to the.
Hello?
No,
We, the
the
appraisal,
district, yeah, that was one of our options. Hi.
wouldn't
We're
afford it.
opening a hearing on case number 1091. Count 69938.
That's from Tracy Val's not available. We asked again for it in late July.
Am I going first on this one?
Yes.
Okay, so this is 6.
No, maybe we can have any evidence, so you can't go first. You can't submit something we can get, and that's,
It's up to you.
the law is clear. It's the principle, this ought to be a walkthrough, it ought to be an automatic.
What do you want to do with it?
I'd like you to accept my value because I've got the only evidence, but if the way that y'all,
What's your value?
my value is 1,620,916. And that's based on Marshall and Swift with everything added in everywhere that.
And
that's
it's in
appropriate.
line with
And
CAD.
pretty close to yours, Eamon, your equity.
I'm totally okay with that, but I mean, if it's like a, you know.
$24,000
one-sided thing,
less.
What I think doesn't happen, so. If I'm not presenting any evidence, then my opinion is irrelevant. Like, I mean, if it's a one-sided decision, but. We're not.
What is the value?
1,620,916.
9,620, what?
916, but round it down to 910.
Okay.
Okay, I move on case ID 2021-1091, account 69938, considering incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $1,904,590 to $1,620,910.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Opening case on number 1092, account 70314.
I'll go first. This one. Okay.
Go ahead.
So on this property, Ray and I are at 295 based on equity. But this specific property had some unrepaired Harvey damage. TWIA didn't give them the amount and they just didn't want to keep fighting. And so they settled. And what's happened is their walls shifted. So their south and north walls shifted on their downstairs. And so it makes the upstairs shake and they're not paying to get it rebraced or the walls fixed. She says that the house just noticeably shakes when she's walking in it or if the washer and dryer is running. So off of that 295 equity, I'm requesting a 10%. Well, actually, I based my 10% physical adjustment off of the CAD's indicated value. So if we took it off of the 295, it'd be even lower than this, but I'm comfortable with that 274,661, which is based off of the CAD's indicated value and just applying a 10% physical. There's a written affidavit from the property owner that's just attesting to this fact that significant damage on the north and south walls. The repair estimate we received at the end of 2017 was for $58,975. We've chosen not to repair this and straighten the walls due to the exorbitant out-of-pocket expense. I'm not taking off that full 58, as you can see.
Right.
It's
You
just
want 10%, right?
yes, sir. Off of the CAD's indicated, not that. It'd be lower off of the value Ray and I are at, but I think that 274.
David, do you have any argument with that?
No, not.
Okay, 10% off of 295.
265,500.
Yeah.
Okay. I move on case ID 2021-1092. Account number 70314. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $295,000 to $265,500.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. $1486.
Yeah, 1097.
Off of 10.
1486.
Middle of page 14.
Okay, open hearing on case 1486. Account 63005. Who goes first?
I'll have Amy go first.
Okay, this is 63005. It is a warehouse in the Lynn Storage subdivision. Last year's value was certified at 118,250. This year it was noticed at 188,240. This property was built and sold by Larry Pierce in 2007 and has been owned by John McDavid ever since. It was valued at $8 a foot per year, giving a value of $188,240. And again, there's a standing settlement offer on all these things in Lynn Storage subdivision for 141. That's it. The rest of it you've seen today.
You have 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I understand that all of these are owner occupied. Have you received any income information to support that $6 a square foot for everything that you have a standing offer on in this Lynn subdivision?
No, I don't think there are any leases in Lynn subdivision, Lynn Storage subdivision.
Okay.
Maybe you're wrong about that, but I haven't seen.
That's my understanding as well. Are you still in agreement that based on the ratio study that the warehouses are grossly overappraised at a median value of 1.72 if we keep that outlier in?
No, I think that they're overappraised.
But are you, the evidence you provided, those numbers, are they real?
No, those aren't all warehouses.
They're just one.
They're just out of the warehouses. The median is 1.72. So out of the sales ratio study,
We went
would you
to
agree that your
1.41.
warehouses are at 1.72 as evidence?
No, it looks like that whenever you're reading it that way, but that's not what it is.
So in my
They're not all
presentation,
warehouses and there's stuff
I
that's
think that-
warehouses
Okay, I just want y'all to know, I don't like arguing and it makes my stomach hurt, but I have to hound this because it's that important and obviously I'm not explaining it correctly. So we're gonna go over the sales ratio again. It's the pink highlighted page. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna try and explain this the best I can, okay? The pink highlighted ones are the CAD's classifications of warehouses within this report. I'm only looking at those warehouses. If you looked at the handwritten numbers on the side, that shows the ratios. Again, that's comparing the appraisal district's value to the sales price. When you're looking at how the appraisal district is valuing these versus what they're actually selling for, what all these numbers boil down to is that the CAD is over appraising them by 72%. Again, you're looking at what people are paying for them and what the CAD is valuing them at, and they're over by a median value of 72%. I've included an outlier in that. If you take that outlier out, we're likely well over appraised on that. The reason I bring this up is this is again an owner occupied property. There isn't a single one of these that's leased for income, period. They're used for personal use. This is where Bay House, or this is where Mr. McDavid keeps his personal stuff. The other pieces of this is he doesn't have income information. There's not a single property in this whole grouping that has income information. There's no income information from the CAD. But again, what I'm trying to hammer home on this sales ratio study is this shows us that by applying the income approach to valuation, it's making the CAD's values way too high. If sales are 72% under what income is showing, the income is wrong. Okay, so there's multiple ways to look at this. I don't think it should be on income. I think it should be on cost. Y'all have made it clear you don't like Marshall and Swift. But the other piece of what I'm showing you is based on the income, it's way over. There's no justification. If the data going into this report and into the income analysis was correct, we wouldn't be looking at 72% overappraised. Again, in that COD, that's talking about your reliability of it. It's saying that these numbers aren't reliable. Like that's what that statistical, I'm not telling you that, the numbers are telling us that. And it's not, I'm just only looking at numbers. I don't want to make it a personal thing because again, it makes my stomach hurt to make people upset. But we're here looking at a preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence shows that these are overappraised, okay? I don't know how y'all want to take that. The cost indicates a value of 108, 196. The appraisal district has made an offer that's based on nothing. Again, none of these, he says it's a standing offer for everything in that limb subdivision. There is no income in that limb subdivision. So what's that $6 based on? And so we're really having to go back again to the appraisal review board manual that says you have to roll in a preponderance of evidence. There's no income evidence. The sales evidence shows that the income is way too high by 72%. I've done the math
I'm open to any questions that you have. But the preponderance of evidence shows that this is well overvalued. Again, I know you don't like cost, but when we don't have income, we don't have sales, cost is the only other approach that there is, okay? I think that this is appropriately classed as a warehouse. It's used for storage, so we did class it in cost as a warehouse. And what you have to understand is when we do these detailed and summary reports from Marshall and Swift, that is granular to the zip code, okay? So that isn't looking at a Corpus Christi market, that's granular to this zip code on January 1st for this specific occupancy. And so that report is also provided at the very end. Kind of what you're thumbing through right now is the properties that excluded, that's the one that's sold to be a apartment complex and should have been excluded out of the ratio study. Again, preponderance of evidence shows it shouldn't be on income. No one's using it for income. The owner doesn't have any income. The appraisal district doesn't have any income. There is no income. Sales show that we're 72% overappraised, to put it in a way that is more palatable. That's of a barn dominium A1 that was included in the sales ratio study that shouldn't have been in there. I'm asking for the indicated value based on the preponderance of evidence of 108,196.
We're agreeing with the district's evidence, they're overappraised. And that's the root of the whole problem. They're admitting it's overappraised. They've given you evidence it's overappraised.
By 26%.
No, sir.
By 72%.
Okay, so you're gonna take his word for that?
So we can,
Yes, ma'am.
let's take the time though. If we want to go through the sheet, I can show you how I end up with that 72. So all this pink highlighted, those are all CAD warehouses. And so when you put that in an array, the next page on my packet is an array of those medians. If you pick the middle number, that's the median and that's their level of appraisal. That's when you come out to 0.72. It's in my packet. So it isn't 26. The CAD's evidence literally shows that 72%. Okay. When you're looking at the pink properties and you exclude the one that's a barn dominium that shouldn't be a warehouse, when you exclude the RV park that isn't a warehouse, when you exclude the one that was purchased to build an apartment complex, RV park, and mini storages that shouldn't be in there, you get 1.72. But even if you keep those in there that shouldn't be warehouses, you're still 35% overpriced if you look at warehouses. So that's still higher than allowable by IAAO standards for the property value study.
Okay, Amy, you got 4 minutes, 2 and 2.
Yeah, our evidence says that it's most likely that we're 1% high.
What evidence says that?
Right there, it's a weighted mean, 1.01.
You don't use a weighted mean.
Well, no, what you don't do is you don't cherry pick through the data.
You do when you're valuing warehouses, you only use warehouses to go against it.
Yeah, but you guys don't know which of these are, like you're.
I've looked every single one up and I provided it in my packet.
Like Woody Acres is in here because Woody Acres does have a parcel that's income-based warehouse.
This whole deal is getting so messed up on theories.
It's not.
He's got a sales ratio.
Whose time is this?
My settlement is based off of actual closing statements from Lemsworth subdivision and people's leases in Fulton outlots.
You just said that there was no information from Lim subdivision.
No, there's
So
no
which is it?
leases. There's no leases. There are, as far as I know, there's no leases. There's sale prices.
Regardless, if you
No,
take
that's
just.
not regardless. This is my time.
Okay,
It
go ahead.
is.
Well, you told me to rebut me.
We have sale prices. We have people's leases. They all point to the same direction.
Did you provide sales? Because I don't have any sales.
No, that's why it's a settlement offer. We got them after notice. This is, we're after certification.
You're telling
So I can't
things that are
give
different than what you're
people
showing.
other people's closing statements. I can't give people the P&Ls that I got 2 days ago because they want me to prove to them something. I'm just saying, I don't want to tell any property owner, hey, this should be 180, knowing that in 3-4 months, it's just gonna get walked back. I'm saying, based on what people are showing me that's happening right now, I'm pretty sure that next year it's gonna be about that. And that's because we know what people are really paying for these in here. And next year there will be sales to put in grids and stuff. But we don't have them this year because we didn't have them before notice.
You didn't have them before January 1.
Right.
So this is as of January 1, and you're interjecting evidence as of August.
Completely different argument.
Why
And
is
one
it?
that never applies.
Again, what it boils down to is the evidence presented,
This is
including,
Damon's time.
So the evidence presented says that it should be 180. And it's, if anything, we're probably 1% high. I'm saying I'm willing to go to 141 based on stuff that isn't being presented. I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm getting a lot of pushback. But it's when you have a house and the packet says your median equity is fine, your median sales is fine, your house is fine. And the appraiser goes, but you know what? This house in particular is kind of weird. And so I'd be willing to settle it just for, my opinion is that this one's not as nice. You don't need to produce a book report worth of data to just say I'm willing to settle it on the basis of being reasonable. I haven't ever had this problem with this.
let me know. That's my
Who's
thought.
that?
Down, Amy? Okay. Your time, you got 2 minutes.
Okay, so he says that when you're looking at sales and equity on a house, if the median sales equity is fine and the CAD equity is fine, you're fine. Their report is saying that their median is not fine. Their median is 72% over appraised. That's why I'm asking, how'd you get here? How did we get so messed up? How are we at 72% over appraised? This packet provided by the CAD, this is their sales ratio study that I've worked up and put the numbers to. It's fluffing here until you look what these numbers actually mean. Their median is not okay. If the CAD indicated a value on a residential home that was 72% appraised, would we still be having to beat this in? I'm not trying to be argumentative. I don't want to take a settlement that isn't based on information that's relative to this property. This property isn't showing any indication of any evidence of income, period. And that's what I keep trying to say. It's owner occupied. They don't have income evidence. The CAD hasn't provided income evidence. There's no MLS. There's no CoStar, no income evidence. I don't think it should be on income, period. But even if, since it is, the median value says that that is not okay. We're 72% overappraised. That's what the CAD's evidence is showing, okay? The indicated value based on cost is 108, 196. The other thing to note about this isn't the same and shouldn't be compared the same to other warehouses anyway. They have a toilet, but it goes into a common thing and there's no agreement as to how that gets dumped with the city. There's all kinds of other things tied in with this, period. This offer also is the same as the other one, but this property has far less amenities. It doesn't have as much air conditioning, et cetera. There's some considerations that haven't been made that's specific to this property. And that's kind of what we're here to look at.
Okay, Amy, you got 1 minute for closing if you need it. Okay, 1 minute for closing.
Yes, again, no income information. The ARB manual states you have to rule on a preponderance of evidence. There is no evidence of income. 100%. If there's a question on that, let me know. Median says we're 72% overappraised. After the CAD's applied this income approach, it's made it to where these warehouses are 72% overappraised. That's outlined here. When you don't have that data, you have to use the most appropriate method. The most appropriate method is cost for this property since there's no income information and that the sales indicate 72% over. I don't think y'all want to take 72% off. So this is a better value than me doing it the way that the sales indicate. If y'all were looking at this, it's same as a neighborhood factor. If it's saying it should go up 40%, you just tack on 40%. In that same methodology, if I did that, it would take 72% off of 188. That'd be way too low. There's something messed up with the CAD's data. That's what I'm trying to say.
So what's y'all's value?
108, 196, which is in line with last year's value.
You said.
There hasn't been one sold for that little over 2 years.
You
It's
mentioned
no
that
sales.
this
particular unit had less air conditioning. I'm looking at like a 4-ton air conditioner in the back of this central unit. How many square feet of this one is air conditioned?
I believe the whole space is air conditioned.
Oh, okay.
And so some of them though, if you go, like all the individual units, they use them for different things. So some people have more, some people have like dehumidifiers, some people, it depends on what their contents are, I would think. And I don't even know if they run them, but they have the ability to, but there are some considerations. And if it's comparing this to something way far away, they don't have a commode that goes into something that then has to get dumped and there's no agreement with the city. There's like there's just a lot of weird things going on about them, but it doesn't matter because they're all owner occupied. They're not having to.
Are you saying they're dumping sewage? I mean,
No. What do they call those things where you can't have a septic, you got a lift tank?
Yeah, there you go.
The lift thing. They have to pump it out.
On the air conditioning, it's used for dehumidification more than air conditioning, because you gotta climatize everything. All of the units there do not have air conditioning. It's up to individuals to protect their goods. Another point on this is the concrete that's being charged to these accounts. That really should be common area, because you might own it, but you can't stop anybody from using it. And if it ever breaks, the expansion joints aren't on the property lines. And so there's just a lot of weird stuff with this thing. And we did not key that into the report. It is a true cost report. But it's a factor that affects the value.
Guess I'm 141, 180, as we were before.
And the issue here, once again, is that it's a toy box for people to keep their stuff in. It's a 2,400 square foot building that's partially air conditioned, let's say. It's 2,400 square feet, partially air conditioned with concrete. And maybe it is common property, but it's common property amongst all the owners. So if anything breaks, these guys can afford to fix it. So it's not, that's really neither here nor there. Is it 108,000? Absolutely not. Is it 188,000? Absolutely not. It's somewhere in the middle, and I wish we'd started off like that. Heard some of the deficiencies, I guess is the right word. I wish we'd heard more about that. But in lieu of that,
yeah, just knowing what other buildings like this sell for in and around Rockport, Fulton area.
and
41, 180.
specifically these units, they're overbuilt. They're wonderful. They're really
41
cool.
even?
They're cool. They're
Okay.
unique,
141, 180.
and I'm afraid that's my number.
Okay. Move on, case ID 2021-1486, account 63005. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, equity value. Lower the 2021 assessed value from 188,240 down to 141,100.
Second.
In favor? Aye. Case closed. Opening case ID 1487, account 65976.
This is 65976. Last year, it was certified at 213,800. This year is noted at 576,920. This is a, oh, okay. So this is a commercial property, really close to another one we just did at the little Y of Church Street in Old 35.
Just canceling through it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Welding shop. And this was valued on just treated like a normal warehouse in Aransas County. There is no reflected settlement offer on here. However, just on the basis of other adjustments. I don't know why there's no, excuse me, no settlement offer listed in this thing. It may have been a mistake in how this is. How it printed. But let's see. That would be 432,600.
Based on what?
Based on better data than we had at the beginning of the year.
It's like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry?
You finished?
Yes.
So you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 5 minutes for your presentation.
okay, I would like to ask the appraiser, when, you do a ratio study of a neighborhood and your median's at 0.85, what do you do?
What do you mean?
Do you apply a neighborhood factor to bring up that level of appraisal based on that median?
No, not, you don't just do that. That's just, that's a starting point in a process. One of the first things you would do in a neighborhood that was, had a ratio of 0.85 is, look at the sales. The first thing you do, look also. See if there are any special terms, if the sale prices are good, what the sources are, any.
Once you validated the sales and it still comes out at that
Then the
0.85,
neighborhood needs to be looked at to make sure everything is described correctly, to make sure that we have condition correct, improvements are all correct. But once it gets down to the analysis, then you have to start trying to find out if that, how it's distributed. Just the 0.85 is not enough, because it may be that there's one that's 0.1 and the rest are all at 1. So you have to figure out how it's distributed. You have to try to understand each sale. And then you have to figure out, is the thing that's causing the values, our values to be low, expressed from the buildings, the location, the land? Is there a trend within the neighborhood, types of properties?
what's the final decision maker on whether a neighborhood adjustment is applied?
That is, it's not an automated process. It's not like an algorithm. If you could algorithm our job, you'd just fire every appraiser right away.
Well, so, but how do you develop that neighborhood adjustment? So for like the sales of Old Rockport, how did they come up with that 40%?
I don't exactly know, because you could do it a lot of different ways.
So a lot of times what happens is you start looking at these ratio studies and you see, oh man, we are like way under. Let's bring up that level of appraisal. And that's usually what the neighborhood factor does. Would you agree with that?
That is like a really.
A simplified way of saying it. I don't want to get in the weeds here too much.
Okay, well, it's a bad way to think about how you do your job. Like, if you're a mass appraiser and that's what you're thinking you're gonna do, you're gonna get nonsense results on a regular basis. So, because you're just.
By adding a neighborhood factor.
By just going, hey, this came out to 0.85, so I just put another 0.15 on it, and now it's fixed, there you go, it's at 100. And not looking at other things and how you might be affecting the entire neighborhood.
Sure, and I'm only saying this after that whole process has been done. Once it still comes out to that
Kind of
25,
never
but again,
ends, like, you have to, we want
You have to
our
inspect sales
statistical
constantly,
model to produce predictive results of what's actually happening in the marketplace. And that's a pretty tall order. There's no step-by-step way of saying, this is how you exactly reappraise on the result of new sales information. It's an apprenticeship process. It takes years. There's a lot of judgment involved.
so the reason I bring that up is if we were sitting here at 0.85% on this property, I think you guys would all agree that we need to bring it up. The problem is that we're sitting at 72% overappraised on warehouses and no one's doing anything to help me bring it down. There's no income information. I know I'm having to say this again and I'm annoyed with myself for having to say it. It's frustrating to have to say it because I'm trying my best to articulate why this matters. And again, there's no income information. This is an owner occupied property. We're gonna look at some of the pictures. This property's been added on to about 1 million times. I'm sure you guys know that even better than we do. And so it's not all, the same. There's some very basic office areas It's a simple structure and it shouldn't necessarily carry the same weight across all of these across the county. Again, there's no income information provided to even back up the $8 or the $6. And that's where I have some heartburn hanging our hats on something that the sales ratio studies shows that the income approach as applied to these sales gives us the 72% overappraisal. With this specific property, the indicated value based on sales, based on cost is $226,534. This one also had a neighborhood factor on it, which is, again, it's bizarre and it's not really normal to see that. So I have an issue with that. Again, the coefficient of dispersion is a 33. That's telling us that the data going in here is not reliable. The fact that we're 72% shows that the income approach to these properties is not reliable and it's way out of whack. I appreciate Eamon's efforts in trying to make a settlement offer. The problem is I don't think any of us are allowed to make a decision without evidence to support it. And that, even Bill made the comment that, oh, where'd that number come from? This calculator. That's how it feels to me. And y'all have to understand that that's why I'm so frustrated is I wasn't given any information. This does feel very made up. When I asked for this information, I was told that I was asking for something that didn't exist. And so it's hard to see decision after decision putting so much weight on something that none of us has seen, period, even though we're allowed to see that information for statistical purposes. I don't need to see people's P&Ls. I've provided examples from other counties that show what we're typical to see, just so that we can check these numbers and see, are we apples to apples? Can I honestly look at Mr. Pruitt and say, hey, great news across the county, if you were to lease, this is what you're doing. If I were to be able to explain it to a taxpayer, then I would feel comfortable, but none of us can do that here because there's no evidence to support that valuation. And again, 72% overappraised. Once this got switched to income, we're way overvalued. Time and again, I'm gonna have to harp that because that is exactly what the evidence shows. Based on the preponderance of evidence, I'm asking for $226,534, which I'll note is above last year's value. I'm letting the chips fall where they may. I'm not saying, hey, there's no evidence, so therefore you have to rule in my favor. It's all here.
Okay, Eamon, you got 4 minutes.
Yeah, the thing that doesn't exist is a statistical anonymized report of the data. Stuff you get in other counties came from the years prior. We don't have any years prior. So the settlement is based on confidential information. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's that you're just not privy to it. And that may be disagreeable, but when I tell people this is confidential, I'm not going to share this with people. I don't share it with people. Next year, like I said, there will be some ability to say, hey, this is reported lease rates without giving away anybody specifically. But like I said, it's not that it's not there, but you haven't seen it because I can't show it to you because it's none of your business. That's the law.
And it's generic data, right?
No, the generic data hasn't been produced yet. It would have to be anonymized. I would have to take all this stuff that's been handed to me, some of which is people's income tax returns.
Right. You're getting
turn it
your-
into something that doesn't tell you who's who and what's what.
Right.
So that you can reference it for statistics. That hasn't happened because it's been protest season. This is, you get it from last year, but you don't get it from 2 days ago.
Right.
You know.
No, what I meant to ask was, or say was, this is coming out of your purchase database of information.
This is the most cut and dried warehouse valuation you can imagine. You go on CoStar and you go, what's a warehouse worth in Rockport? $8 a foot a year.
It tells
What's
you
the
there
cap
are
rate?
none.
8%.
Well, actually, what it does tell you is that you're 72% overappraised because those are the sales.
No, the CoStar data is
There is no lease data.
there's a skill gap there. There was actually an agent this year who showed me that there's stuff you can get out of CoStar that I had no idea about, and she was very good at it in a way that even people who were from CoStar showing us how to use their software, I was unaware of how to get the kind of stuff she was getting out of it. But it's definitely in there. That's what commercial fee appraisers do. That's what it's for.
And they'll tell you as
They're not telling you, oh, there's no data, we don't have stuff. You know,
Is this the warehouse?
yeah, it's a warehouse property. It's actually would just be called light industrial on CoStar.
Light industrial is exactly what's in the commercial and Swift.
CoStar doesn't have.
I think it's light, it's light commercial utility.
Right.
Light industrial is pittance, same thing, it's just an occupancy zone.
Well, Marshall and Swift and CoStar are not integrated data sources.
No, that's what he's saying though, is that this isn't a warehouse.
You guys are just like kind of like obsessed with Marshall and Swift, like there's other stuff.
Because you're, okay, is it our turn? I don't,
Nobody buys stuff on Marshall and Swift schedules. How do you figure?
you have 3 approaches to value. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that we are required to pick the most appropriate approach? That's all what this is boiling down
You
to.
have to know somewhere in you.
There is no
This would never
sales.
work.
The
if you were trying
sales
to buy
evidence say
property.
you're 72% overappraised.
Doing stuff like this.
I don't call it
Almost all of that.
But you know you can't buy property.
Okay,
You're diluting the subject to change the pressure on you is what you're doing.
We're good. We're good.
76% overpraised, you're good.
No, your math is terrible.
Mine not
okay,
good.
is it my turn? Because we need to go through the ratio study again.
Are you done?
Amen.
Are you done, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like to turn your attention to the appraisal or district's ratio study?
2 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna do it again
Would you
because
like
no
me to
one's
present it for
understanding.
you?
Would you, because no one's getting it, and that's what's so frustrating.
No, we're all
is-
getting
We get it.
Everybody.
Okay, so
It's just that you
are
want
we
us
in
to do something
agreement?
that we can't do.
Yes, you're here to, the ARB manual, which is also in my evidence, says you have to rule on the preponderance of evidence. There is no income evidence.
You keep saying that.
There
but it
is no
doesn't
income
mean it's
evidence.
true.
This is January 1. This is my time. January 1. I'm getting frustrated because that's how annoying this is that we're having to talk about it again. He's saying that, okay, January 1 is the appraisal date. He's saying that he didn't have any data to make this value up. He just got it during protest season. Does no one else see the problem with that? You're telling all of these people who are 72%, as indicated by math, that is simple division, check it if you'd like. You're 72% overappraised. You didn't have the data to base it on as of January 1st. You're saying the data that you're using is the stuff that you received during protest season. That is a big problem. If y'all don't see that, this is going to get the district in hot water really fast. You're 72% overappraised. You're not providing information that is required to be given to us under the Texas Property Tax Code, section 41461. It's also referenced in 2227. I am allowed that data for statistical purposes. He can't provide it because he just received it. He shouldn't have used this methodology if he didn't have it to begin with, period. Preponderance of evidence states that this property is grossly overappraised. I'm asking for the indicated value of 226,534, which is higher than last year's value. This is an owner occupied property. It is not a warehouse. It is used as a fab shop as indicated in our photos. And as I'm sure you all know, it's not pulling the price that the appraisal district is showing. If it did, the sales ratios would not be at 72% overappraised.
Eamon, you got a minute if you need it? Minute to close?
The most concerning part to me is that the appraiser doesn't need the time to rebut in a property that he has provided zero income information on. Again, the sales ratios show we are way overappraised. Your duty as an appraisal review board member per the appraisal review board manual is to rule in a preponderance of evidence. I have the preponderance of evidence. I have shown you that the CAD is 72% overappraised on what it classes as warehouses. I've showed you that there's no income information. CoStar does not have this. MLS does not have this. The appraisal district does not have this. The owner does not have this. The other approach is cost. That is an indicated value of 226,534 based on the appropriate occupancy based on this zip code based on January 1st. No other information provided can get you anywhere close to that specific of a value. Based on preponderance of evidence, what we're all here for, again, 226,534.
Can you show me in your evidence where that zip code specific information?
It's right up here. So when you're looking at the detailed report, does it show the zip code in
I think
it?
it's on some.
What page was that?
I don't know if it shows the zip code, but you have to enter it in order to even get it to pull any information. So it's granular to the actual zip code.
You cannot pull up the report unless the zip code is in it. 783, is it 78323 or 78358? It is worked off my memory because those were the two zip codes we have somewhere in that range. And I wouldn't know it if I didn't have to enter the damn thing in there for every report that I did in Aransas County.
I'm at 43269.
I'm not far off their number. I don't think it's 400,000 on the property.
And I get it, it's not leased,
It's
it's
a-
owner occupied.
It's a welding shop out on the edge of town. It's not in the Tony section of the edge of town. It's just in the light industrial. You go a little farther and it's
Concrete floor, high bay doors.
Lights. Air conditioned office.
The office is a square wooden frame. It's in the pictures.
Yeah.
yeah, it's not included. It's not in these.
It's in my report.
I know, but it's
It's in
a
the
separate building.
It's in the main building. This is a K and P.
Mhm.
It's in the main pictures. It's what it is it looks like a plywood deal in the corner,
It's in a global warehouse.
like a box.
I don't think I could build a
That's
structure.
changed.
No,
It used to be a house.
How much land?
There used to be a separate house.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's built inside
For
the
Charlotte.
corner of the,
There's
Of the building?
The next building. They've gone away.
Oh, there's the zip code summary report. Sorry, I see it now. On page 8 at the top, you'll see the zip code is 78382. And that's how that data is derived.
I was close. My numbers might have been transposed, but I know I was close.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the property address, but is that,
Yeah, so that zip code is what all that data is derived off of. So they're aggregating data based on that exact zip code on that exact date for this exact type of occupancy.
What do you want to do, guys?
226. About 30 cool.
I'm at 432. Let me make a motion. We'll vote on it, see. So on case ID 2021-1487, account 65976, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 576,920 to 432,690.
You didn't like my number?
Made the motion.
So you could have made it on my number. Then we vote on that.
And I would like to respectfully remind the board, it must be based on a preponderance of evidence.
Any second?
I'm trying to come up with an alternative.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't second it. I'll offer an option, just split the difference here. Because we're not gonna reach a conclusion. 432,690.
Your option would be what? Halfway between last year's and this year's value or?
Between 226 and 432.
No, okay.
329.
Call it.
329, 610.
Okay, I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-1487, account 65976. Based on Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value to 329,610.
Second. In favor?
Aye.
And the last but not least is open a hearing on case ID 1490 account 70971.
Go first.
Even if you go first.
Okay, 70971 is a warehouse building hangar kind of thing. Some of them are offices, some of them are hangars. At the Aransas County Airport. Last year's value was 68,400. This year's was noticed at 411,770. See, there was interior space was added to our drawing last year, but apparently wasn't built last year. It was just previously been there. We got an age for those things of 2016, but we just had this property incorrectly described for a couple of years. Okay, so it is a warehouse building. It's at $6 a foot. The reason it's at $6 a foot is because it's big, empty, big hangar. Other warehouse or hangars in this area were on the same schedule, same lease rate, same vacancy, same cap rate. They all have this, they're in the same taxing units. This property is not exclusively owned. It's kind of one of those weird situations. They're leasing it from a public entity, a taxing entity.
Well, for clarification, they're leasing the land, not the
The
building.
ground underneath. it.
Well, right, but sometimes variably, the land is, the buildings have to be left when they leave, and then sometimes the buildings have to be removed when they leave, and sometimes it's an option whether or not they leave the buildings. And my personal opinion, for the record, said it a million times, I'll say it again, I don't think people who are leasing stuff from a taxing unit should pay taxes at all, but they do. And that's how it works. The land value is the lease rate. So that's why the land value is 1,980. That's what they paid per year on the lease. It doesn't even make any sense in determining the value, but that's the law. That's the rules. The building itself is just a warehouse. I've offered 308,820. Which is based on a lower lease rate, more specific to the airport. Again, just based on data acquired during utilization. And I think the value of it is totally fine. They're a pretty good deal for what they are. I don't like that they even pay property taxes at all, but they.
Does this face?
This is 35.
35.
Face 35?
The very first one.
I was fixing to say, if you're headed out of town, like in one towards Lamar, is it the
Last one.
It's the last one on the list.
We're headed out of town.
No, it's the
It's
first.
the
one.
first one.
So it's McDavid's.
Yes,
Okay.
Jack's Aviation might be next door. That's
Stewart is next door.
Stewart, okay, Cody.
The lease rate was 1,000 and building belonging to the taxing entity, then the value of the property and the building is only 1,000.
Correct, yeah.
So
He owns the building.
I know, but I'm just.
But even if the public, like in other places like airports where they have restaurant buildings in Tom Brown Harbor here, there's places where they do own the building. The city of Aransas owns a dock that was built at the expense of the property owner who put it in to run a little marina. And then the city just gets to keep it. They keep a percentage of the guy's revenue and they charge him property taxes.
Cove Harbor's the same way. It's
Cove Harbor, at least, isn't getting a percentage of revenue up to the NAV district. So, I mean,
The
there's,
triple.
it's really weird.
Have fun.
And I think if a public entity in the NAV district, a city or whatever, if they have an asset like land and they want to do something with it for the public good, they should either lease it to somebody because that's the best thing to do with their asset, or sell it to somebody and then charge property taxes on it. It's not this weird hybrid, but this is the way it is everywhere apparently. Every airport, harbor, whatever. It's
They
just
want to
how
give
it
up the
is.
land or control.
Well, that's why their lease rates are so artificially low. They got lease rates of like $800. And it's because they get the property tax revenue on it in a weird situation.
Time for rebuttal yet?
1 second.
All right.
Okay.
So in rebuttal, this property is located right next door to PID 70972, which is a photos in your packet. It's in the CAD's equity grid, but that property is on the roll for 265. And so I don't understand how the neighboring property could be that significantly lower than what the CAD is assessing as the market value on this property. And so that's on page 5 of my report. So you can see on page 5 and then on page 6, that's the property right next door showing that it's on the roll for 265. The ironic thing is apparently someone saying that that one next door is worth 265. It's of comparable size to the subject and comparable age to the subject, obviously proximal to the subject. But our cost, it indicates a value that is right in line with that, and the cost is indicating 271,416. I do feel that this property, having been on leased land, makes it less valuable. He doesn't have the right to just do whatever he wants with it. If something ever happened with the county, he's either got to take on the expense to move his building or sell it at a fraction of the cost if the value would be diminished or something. So there's some kind of, I don't have a way to quantify what that is, but my gut reaction is that there's something that would have negatively impact the property's value. Again, for the 50th time, in rebuttal though, Eamon said that this is a hangar, summer offices, summer hangars. It's classed as a warehouse, and that is just, they're different properties. It shouldn't be categorized as a warehouse if it's not a warehouse. But again, based on the sales ratio study, based on sales prices versus the CAD's value, the CAD is overvaluing these by 72%, as shown in the sales ratio report. You have to do a preponderance of evidence. I am giving you not only the cost, but I'm also saying that the neighboring property is at 265, while Mr. McDavid is at 500 something, and the 411. There's some inequity issues there. I'm asking for the indicated value of 271,416. Again, no income information is provided. This is owner occupied. It's not a warehouse, nor is it used as a warehouse. The neighboring properties at 265, I indicate 271,416.
Are we?
Yeah,
Still in her time. Just looking at. Pretty close in size.
Yeah, I was looking.
250 square feet or so. Like the more expensive one does have more finished land inside though, main area and a second floor.
Second floor would be less per square foot. So I think even so, our subject is coming out higher. And I think that is, where's the other sheet?
Look at the additional square footage of the finished out inside and suddenly it's number looks a little bit, looks more realistic as settlement. Because he's got more square footage on the outside, probably finished.
if its main area is the same.
I think the issue still boils down to the fact that it's on public land, publicly owned land.
Effective years.
That really affects the value of the property. It needs to come down some.
Quite a bit new.
265.
What time are we in?
No,
We're still in her presentation time.
the one we're talking about. 2016, 2017.
Okay, so it's close.
Well, it's 2009.
Oh, 2000,
They
okay.
messed up he was saying that they had the incorrect built and effective year, that they were 2016.
On which,
Wasn't that right? 2016 should have been the effective year.
Yeah, that was when
Construction
the
year.
building was changed, we just didn't know about it for a couple of years.
So I understand that this all got wiped away in Harvey.
No.
Yeah, we're-
this one
The
wasn't.
leasable hangars all got wiped away. Those still aren't there. These are all owner occupied. But that they're still effective year 2016 based on what you said earlier, right?
yeah, we're trying to figure out the difference between these two properties, which,
It's just finish out. There's more finish out in this one.
Built by the same guy.
Okay.
Right, you timer?
No, she's still got a minute left.
I'm trying to pull up the CAD sheet for this, or the card. So the one next door is newer. And then the main area for the subject is 5,600 square feet. This is within 250 square feet.
right.
Yeah.
No, it looks,
So they're,
it
it's
look-
as comparable as you can get.
well, it looks like the main difference is due to the effective year. That's identical, that's on the 265K one to the.
Yes, and ours is older, on that
Yours is
main area.
newer.
That first, has a built year of 2008, and then the next one's 2016, and then as far as like the finish out,
Yeah, right.
it's less expensive to do a second floor than it is this main area, and so this one next door has a larger footprint, which is going to be more expensive than ours that has a second story.
You've got two in your evidence here. You show this building, but
Yes, sir, that's the
Really
one
is.
next door. That's the Stewart Legacy one that's at 265,
okay,
and it looks exactly like our subject.
this is your subject
Yes,
here.
sir.
There's another building to the left of it. I thought your building was the first building.
No, I think.
It's just the way you're looking at it. So if this is from the highway, that's taken from the highway.
That's why the fence is in there.
Yeah, I thought it was the first, I thought it was the one furthest
This
to
is the first
the
building.
south,
There's another building here to the left.
to the south.
There's,
yeah.
there's three more to the left.
Okay, and then this one kind of looks like it might be the same building as that one, only it's had maybe a different date. It's got addition to the front.
If those are pictures I took, they're taken within seconds of each other. On the septic building, I took one from the front left corner and one from the front right corner.
Let's see what the
That's the last building, I
let's see
think.
what the picture looks like.
That's the last building, right here.
That's
Yeah.
building on the way out of town.
Yes, for your first picture is the last building, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify for them. And then that one is this one. The one next to it is the next one you took.
But I don't know how.
It's
can I put it
marked
in there?
on here, yeah.
I put two of the subject, one from the front left corner, one from the front right corner. And you can tell by
Oh.
that mock out. I think I see
Come
the
up.
back.
Go down for another one.
This comp that's at 265 just is written in Sharpie on there.
Okay,
That's the second. building.
that's that one. Because your subject has coverings over the window, 2 full story with no
No,
hole
my
in it.
subject doesn't have,
Yeah.
it's got the small, it's got the car in front of it. It's got the cutout at the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, well, on this one,
Yeah.
it's not. It's a full, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to,
Well, let me.
I'm just wondering if the wrong picture has been scanned. That's why I'm
Windows
just trying to
in it.
verify.
I'm used to the way I put them. Oh,
Porch is different.
The one that's
Here.
in the box, that's the subject.
Yeah.
And the pictures
Yes.
are the ones on the opposite side. So that's why we're
I
just
might
trying
have
to-
scanned in the wrong one.
I was thinking maybe there were ones in there.
But irregardless,
Okay,
even on video, you see that they're the same deal. They're within 200 square feet.
next door to each other. One's at 265. Ours is almost double that. The cost indicates 271, which I think is appropriate based on.
Yeah, well,
The
we're trying to
differences.
reconcile because the one you identified as the 265, the 70972, which the picture indicates it's this one based on the front
Right.
and so on, whereas it's really this
Property
one.
card shows it
not-
to be that one.
They're not terribly
I got the
different, right?
pictures, got the pictures on my phone. The pictures that I provided that have the car in front are the subject.
The cars in
I don't
front,
think those are,
No.
I think I
This-
uploaded the wrong ones.
Yeah.
First one here.
Yeah, I think that this is,
That's the subject.
right,
That's the second.
right.
no,
Property
based on
card,
this, it's,
But the
it's,
ones they took pictures.
yeah,
of-
I uploaded the wrong
Yeah.
one. The property
This is-
cards that are
this is the
provided
one
are
they
for
took
the
picture
right
of.
properties. I just
Yeah.
uploaded the wrong
I
one.
understand.
Okay, let's
The
start
third
with
one
the
is
other side.
Inside.
This one is up here.
Yes.
So.
With the above that.
Right.
Office.
Sorry, did you just go in?
Seems reasonable to me.
So again, based on
So, yeah.
preponderance of evidence,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at equity. If you're gonna look at these two comparably, 271 is appropriate. There's no information to support the 308. You're looking at two properties
Well.
within
except-
200 square feet of each other.
Yeah, and the one that you're 265 here internally, that has less finished out square footage. than this one.
That's not what the appraisal card says. It says that its main area is within 200 square
That's
feet of
what
our
it is,
subject.
the entire area, but look at the property card, there's different main area inside.
Yes, and a main area of a second floor is going to be less expensive to construct than a larger footprint, which is what the Stewart one has. But still, okay, so we're looking at equity. Equity shows that we are way overvalued. Sales show we're way overvalued. There's no income information. This property is also encumbered by being on a leasehold property, which I don't think should carry the same rate as a warehouse on the other side of town.
And you got 4 minutes if you need it.
I will before, because probably never want to talk about it again after this hearing's closed, but there's actually another good argument to make about the valuation of this kind of property. And it's that when the property, basically what the law says is pretty terrible, but they're worth whatever people are willing to pay for. If we're buying them for 300, they're worth 300. Okay, that's what they're saying. But even on that basis, which is a terrible approach to value, things worth whatever you'll pay for it. Some portion of that is in the land, right? I mean, like when you do a valuation of a building, whether it's cost and actually have a land segment or an income approach
Sorry,
where it requires land, the land is contributing value, right? So they're saying, just because of the rules, the land is $1,900. We all know that that's not $2,000 worth of land. It's worth a lot more than that. So as far as data, there is no data for this. This is a completely judgment-based, subjective allocation of what these things are supposed to be for. Generally, what they want is whatever people end up buying them for at the city, county, NAB district, whatever meetings, that's what they get put on the roll for. And that was where the settlement offer came from, because there was some transactions that happened very recently. But even that, I think, is kind of a weird, I think it's a weird thing, but I can't make it less than that. So
Can't make it less than one.
less than what they're being bought and sold for. Just
There are no
because,
sales.
because like that's just how that's the rules. I mean, if I could,
One of
I
these
would
sold
say
this year.
this thing
or
should
last
be,
year.
this thing
The
should
CAD
be
has
the,
provided no sales, and I don't think it was an arm's length transaction.
Please.
I think that the value of this thing is a good argument that you just capitalize the lease and say that's what it's worth, because that's what you're leasing it for. And if the county wants more money, charge more in your lease. But that's not how it works, and it's not up to me. I've been to a lot of places about this. But I think is this place worth 400,000 all day long? What does it end up getting put on the roll for? We're in la la land legislation, really. Last year it was at $68,000. And I'll just tell you, nobody ever had a problem with that. It's a completely fictional number. It's just that on an equity basis, we can't overlook these things and appraise them completely differently than everybody else. When we do one category of property, we got to do the whole thing, the whole enchilada. So if these things could have sat at $68,000 on cost forever, I wouldn't have cared. But again, it's just so you know where I stand on these things. Not my favorite portion of tax assessment.
Okay, anything else?
That is it.
All right. We have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Eamon just said that there's no data to support this, that it's a subjective view. Everything that an appraiser does per USPAP and is included in my packet they have to have a work file that supports their opinions and conclusions, okay? We can't make up numbers. That's not okay. It's not okay to make up a number. Just because we feel like something sounds right, it has to be backed up by data, by evidence, okay? There is no evidence to support income on this property. I can go over the ratio study again. I hope we all understand that what I'm telling you is that these are 72% overappraised based on the appraisal district's value compared to what people are actually paying for these. What I'd also like to point out is in the property value study, this class of property had a near perfect ratio of 0.9841. Well, guess what? That was when it was back at this value. This is before income was applied to it. Now you've taken it from 68,000 to 411. You were at a perfect ratio now. Guess what that does? That throws your ratio way out of whack. You can't just throw numbers at this and hope that it sticks. It has to be supported by evidence. Everything in the evidence, including the equity of the neighboring property at 265,000, it's saying, hey guys, you're not supposed to be anywhere near 411, nor that 308. There's no indication of why this property should be valued at 308 $43,000 more than the other one, just because there's no data for it and it feels right. We have to be supporting our decisions on sound evidence and a preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence says that this property is encumbered by being leased land. It shouldn't be valued the same as something else where someone else owns their land. The cost indicates a value that's in line with the equity, and I'm requesting that 271.
Where are we?
You got a minute to close if you need it.
Yeah. The requirements for mass appraisal for USPAP is that we are required to do an appraisal in line with IAAO and USPAP standards, except when law requires otherwise. So if there's a law saying you've got to take $25,000 off the market value of this property because it's a homestead, we have to do that. It's not.
You're not taking that off the value, they're taking that off of the taxable portion of the value.
So those rules are constantly changing, but that is the thing. Like we have to do a special appraisal for ag property. This is one of those things. As far as what I think it's worth, I think that there's a great argument to be made that it's worth about 25 grand. Unfortunately, it doesn't fly. These things are bought at these meetings for like 250 to 350, and so they want to see them be on the roll for that. Why? I don't know why the rules work that way. I'm just saying, if it's like a $2 grand a year in the lease, every other property you go off of a capitalized lease, but it's just, these are just weird. So.
Okay, you got a minute to close.
I haven't been provided sales and seen sales that these are being bought and sold for $250 or 250,000. But if that's a sale, then I would like to use that sale to establish value instead of using something that that we're making up. So with that sales value of 250,000, and a neighboring property at 265, that tells me that my 271 is exactly in line with what you're saying. And I agree, I think 25,000 is the most appropriate just because of how this is structured. But again, based on a preponderance of evidence, this is saying we're at 271. That's using a sale that he's just provided oral testimony of at 250 and one that is at neighboring property at 265. There's 250 square feet difference in the two. There's no reason why we should be at 308 when they're at 265.
271.
Yeah, this one's got more interior finish to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1490, count 70971. We're looking at Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $411,770 down to $271,410.
All in favor? Make that the last one. You agree?
If it is, I am tickled.
I think so.
Do you agree that we've covered them all?
I would need to check my list with the differences in the docket from this morning. That's what I would confirm, but I understand and believe everything to be complete as well.
Okay. And we did not do 1097.
Right.
Correct. That was that one.
Yes, that was settled back in June.
All right.
Should you give the,
I sent it to Jackie earlier.
It should already be scanned in and taken off.
you showed that everything's been done?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
You show
On here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it? Okay.
We've been over everything.
All right.
Gentlemen, you've been very
Thank
patient.
you.
And thank you all. Now you can see why you don't hire us to prepare your taxes.
For what it's worth, there was a warehouse in on Brown Harbor that we previously had on cost.
Robert.
And then it got changed one year.
Okay.
And they came and protested it. There was a multi-million-dollar adjustment that I made in the settlement with the property owner on the basis of, well, if we're gonna do it on.
It's all
cost,
for
it
root
should be
canals,
on
I'm
cost.
buying.
It should just be depreciated. The building is a 30-year life.
No, I gotta go.
I got
through
straight
this.
line organ transplants.
It's pretty cut and dry. No, I don't think the value's good, but if we're gonna do it on cost.
We gotta go to the.
I'm
stealing this.
Amputation.
Absolutely. Thing is, it just isn't, I love it, but
We make more.